Hello and welcome to ZaranTech's expert training on SAP Advanced Planning and Optimization, also called SAP APO. In this course, you will gain an in-depth understanding of the advanced supply chain planning capabilities and optimization techniques offered by APO. We will guide you through APO components like demand planning, supply network planning, production planning, and detailed scheduling. You'll learn how to configure these applications and leverage functionalities like multi-level pegging and capable to match analysis. By the end of this ZaranTech training, you'll be equipped to drive greater forecast accuracy, balance demand and supply, improve material and capacity utilization, and achieve enterprise-wide planning optimization with SAP APO. The skills you gain will prepare you to support your organization's sales, operations, and finance teams with profitable supply chain planning decisions. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, SCM and PPDS introduction. 2, supply chain horizons. 3, PPDS activation. 4, end-to-end supply chain planning. 5, location integration to PPDS. 6, difference between PPDS and ePPDS. 7, repetition of PPDS introduction and supply chain overview. 8, PPDS system basic settings. 9, data transfer settings. 10, master data basics. Let's dive into the video now.
You are going to grab the skills, but my expectation is like to deliver in the project. So like in the training session, your knowledge really have to increase, okay, so that you can be comfortable in the system. Okay, that is I will have to work along with you in similar aspects and grounds. Okay, now what happened is, so when I say SAP, we all understand, right? System application products and data processing, right? So what are the basic modules of SAP? We have materials management, right? We have production planning, sales and distribution, and finance and controlling, right? That was we called as Enterprise Central ECC, isn't it? So, yes. Right? Yeah. So this is simple SAP. Now this has come ECC. We see now it's moving into S4 HANA. Okay. So which is for web UI we are using, or the Fiori apps, right? Right. So now, in 1990s, when SAP had come into market, so these were the basic modules that were actually sold. So nobody thought of the new dimensional products. Okay, people were just concentrating on MM, PT, SD, FICO. These are the basic modules company used to implement it. But later on, the departments of the company, like the marketing department, came into picture. Okay, and the supply chain management. Okay. So these were the basic modules when SAP had introduced itself in the market. Like materials management were really related with how you handle the materials within the company, okay, how you're doing the good receipt, good issue, and how you're moving the materials across the country within the company. And then production planning was basically dealing with your creation of production orders and then creating the reservations, okay, then time ticket confirmation, so how you produce it. Sales and distribution was rated for your delivery, and finance and controlling was for your finance activities, and then controlling these particular activities. So these were the basic modules when SAP had introduced. Then there was a need of new dimensional products, So in the new dimensional products in 2002, they have come up with APO module, okay, like advanced planning and optimization. They came up with a module called BW, okay, that is a business warehouse. Then it came out the SCM, that human resource management. So this is something we have come out. Then supply relationship management and CRM. So these are called the new dimensional products that were introduced because that was a need of time. Because we were in an era where the marketing, finance, HR, these all departments of the company had become very important. and we needed some tool called BW for our reporting. So this was a need of time. Therefore, this new dimensional products had come up in the market. Okay, so that time it's like 2002 APO was very fresh, and along with SAP there were several other companies like Oracle was there. Okay, then there was JD Edwards, Managersticks. So when we came up with a new module of APO in 2002, there were a lot of competition in the market. Like we had Oracle, then Managersticks and JD Edwards. And over there, SAP had a tough challenge to introduce some module called APO. But this became a flagship module across the world. Okay, why I call the flagship module? Because all the big companies of the world for for FMCG or for pharmaceutical, for automobiles, they started implementing this module and they got the benefit out of it. Okay, so that is why this was something for the APO which the entire world was looking at. And across the years, like till 2021, okay, it has almost occupied all the customers across the world. Okay, all the big companies, they have implemented APO and they are seeing the benefit out of it. Okay, now what does APO comprise of? What is APO? Like any guesses, like what is the APO stands for? Advanced Planning and Optimization. Okay, so another question, like who has worked in something in APO? Say, okay, so you have been working on OTC, right?
Correct, yeah.
Correct. So in OTC side, what are you doing? You have the sales orders, you do the delivery, right? Correct. So
Correct.
based on your delivery, that is called the sales history, right? Correct. So you're actually playing with the demands of the customer, isn't it?
Right.
Okay. So the first module of APO that we call is called the demand planning. Okay. So what is SAP APO? SAP APO is the key component of my SAP application component, and this plans at strategic level, tactical, and operational level. Okay, so when I say the term strategic, okay, we are doing actually the long-term planning. Okay, like suppose I am planning for the period of 3 years. Okay, which is quite long. So I'm standing today in 2022, 2021. So if I'm going to plan for 2021, 2022, and 2023, okay, so this 3 years, we normally call this as a long-term planning. Okay, so this long-term planning that is covered by APO demand planning, that is called the strategic planning. Okay, now what is called as a tactical planning. Okay, so Sai Prasad, can you say me what does you mean by tactical? Exactly. So we can call this tactical as a mid-term planning, which we call supply network planning. Okay, which is around 6 months or 1 year, like we'll do the planning. Okay, so when we are doing for a very long time, suppose I'm standing here and I want to launch, I have my iPhone company. Okay, so I'm going to do my demand planning, like for the next 3 years, I'm going to launch my new models in the market for iPhones. Or if I'm having my Mercedes-Benz company and the new models of cars, what I'm going to launch for the next 3 years, that will come under demand planning. Okay, but when I see supply network planning, it is like based on the demand that is coming from my customers, how I am going to satisfy my customers, how I am going to supply to my customers. That is taken care by supply network planning. So if there is a demand, we should be actually ready with the production. Okay, for the next 1 year, we should be ready with the plan actually. What I am going to actually sell in the next 1 year. So I have to procure all the raw materials or the components. That should be with me. Okay, that is something called the supply network planning. And why I'm saying 1 year, we have worked for pharmaceutical companies where it's like some of the cancer manufacturing products. It takes some time to travel from USA to Europe, and sometimes they're sending by ship. It takes 6 months to travel. Okay, from one country to other country, from one part of the world to other part of the world. Everything cannot be supplied by ship, cannot be supplied by air. It's expensive. So there are huge barrels of chemicals that needs to be supplied, and it takes time to supply from one zone, one continent to other continent, 6 months of time. Okay, so this kind of planning normally takes up to 1 year. Okay, that is called the supply network planning. So this is the second module of SAP APO. So any questions in demand planning and supply network planning? Like in short, just explanation. Just remember when I say demand planning, it is a long-term planning that we do. Okay. And in long-term planning, we generally do the forecasting. Okay. So like when the elections come in the country, we're doing some forecasting, right, for the next 5 years. You worked on PP module, right? So the production planning detailed scheduling. Okay, so this is called the third module of SAP APO. So this is similar to your production planning module that we normally work in ECC, but here is something we work over here is the detailed scheduling part. So what normally we do in production planning, we are creating our production orders, and then we are going to create the confirmations. Okay, we do the good receipt for the products. Okay, and that increases our stock. Right. So in production planning detailed scheduling, in addition in APO, we have something called the planning board schedules, where we can do a planning, and that is our daily planning. Okay. So here the time horizon reduces to around 3 months. Okay. So guys, you're getting the concept of what is APO. It is basically a planning tool. Okay, and which is actually planning for a long-term horizon, which we call it as demand planning. When we plan for mid-term planning or the mid-term horizon, we say it is supply network planning. And when we are planning, doing the daily planning, that is called as a production planning detailed scheduling. Now, what is sales and operations planning? When does a business use sales and operations planning, that we have to understand? So what happens is, in any company, we have a demand planning that goes on. Okay, but in the mid of the month, what happened in the sales and operations planning meeting, all the departments of the company like marketing, the sales department, the production planning, the operations department, they sit together and they have a consensus meeting. Okay, that they call the sales and operations planning meeting. And over there, they freeze the plans of that particular month. Like this, we are going to produce. So they freeze the demand. Okay, so that is called the sales and operations planning, where they are just freezing the demand and they are saying like they are discussing with the sales and marketing and the production department and confirming like how much they can actually produce. Okay, so that's the expectation of sales and operations team that they do. Okay, nothing more than that. And then the plans are freezed. For example, if you say the forecast for the month of May, it's going to be 500, that is proposed by demand planning. Okay, you see 500 can be produced. But so if 500 is a forecast, okay, the production planning department can say like, no, we have a resource capacity of 450. We can only produce 450, not 500. Okay, the constraint is coming in this particular month. We have some elections going on and we'll not be able to provide overtime to our workers. So, and then the sales team said, no, like we really want to sell 500 over here. Okay, and there are some discussions going on from the sales team, like we want to satisfy our customers, how we meet this demand. Then production planning team has to plan some overtime before the election period and try to see like this 500 can be delivered. Okay, so in this meeting, what happens? We basically discuss with different departments of the company and align ourselves. Okay, so when we do the sales and operations planning, it is not we are doing some planning, but we are doing more sort of discussion with various departments of the company, and we are not working in silos or silos. We are working hand to hand and coming up with a plan. But at the end of the day, the production planning team says, okay, I'll try to do my best, but just keep the freeze the plan to 490. Okay, like 490 cars we can manufacture. Then what happened? The sales team will come up and say, okay, fine, we will commit our customers 490 or the forecast. And marketing team also says it's okay, 490 will go ahead for this month. So this discussion actually happens in operations planning in the meeting in the mid of the month. Okay, so this is something process oriented. So now what happens? Sales and operations planning has limited capability, it will not have all the algorithms running. It will have limited algorithms. So demand planning has almost 100 of algorithms, like statistical forecasting, first order exponential smoothing, second order, moving average, Croston method. But SOP has very limited capability. Only maybe 5 to 6 algorithms are available. Okay, and any supply capacity, it might be working only on the heuristics parts. It will not suppose your optimizer. It will not support your capable to match. So there are detailed planning of SNP. So it will have limited capability compared to supply network planning. So only unconstrained planning is supported. Suppose you want to implement APO, okay, maybe for the proof of concept, you come and just try to see this SOPO and try to see the limited features of demand, limited of supply, okay, and you can just implement it. Okay, but full-fledged way, nobody will like to use this SNOP because it has all limit. There are a lot of limits in it. You cannot use the demand planning in a full-fledged way. Okay, even if you want to do the supply network planning and SOP module, okay, you will have just the heuristics. Okay, that is unconstrained planning. You cannot do the constraint planning with your resources. You cannot run optimizer. In supply network planning, we can do optimizer planning, which is a great feature that is provided by APO. So SOP, if you see, this is just a subset, okay, of APO demand and APO SNP or APO supply. Are you getting it? Are you along with me? So it is something, when I do SNOP planning, okay, I am doing a limited planning. Okay, I'm doing just unconstrained planning where I'm not checking what resources are there with me. Okay, so that's why in SNOP meeting, we have to have discussions with all departments of the company. Production planning, okay, has to say this is the resources. But when we are doing this kind of APO demand planning, supply network planning, automatically the resource capacities are taken care. So we don't have to have this kind of meetings and then prepare our plans. So this is more manual work is involved in SNOP module if we just implement this. Okay, so there's a lot of manual intervention you have to do.
Okay, Ron, got it.
Okay, so similar in IBP module, if you implement IBP, here also we have SNOP module. Okay, so what happens whenever you go for the proof of concept, you just try to implement SNOP for 2 months. Implementation is very fast. And if you like this module, then SAP suggests that you go and implement IBP demand, which takes six months of implementation time. Okay, so that is how. So this is like a dummy module that we say SAP normally sells it. Okay, for proof of concept. Okay, is it clear to everyone? Any questions? So now our focus area that we are going to study over here is our demand planning because the project is expected in this particular area. As well as I think Sandeep had advised me to cover something on the core interface. So guys, you understand what is a core interface? Who has worked on core interface? So let's try to see what is a core interface. So all of you can you see my screen, the PowerPoint? Everyone along with me? Okay, good. So what happens is in ECC, okay, we call the ECC as a ERP system, right? And this is my APO system, correct? So we have to move this master data from ERP system to the APO system, correct? So what is your master data? Your plant, that is called the location. What is the product? That is your Mara table, correct? Your Marcy table. So they are all your products, your material masters. And what is a PPM? What we say in APO, this is nothing your BOM, your routing, your recipe. So you're doing your repetitive manufacturing, right? Where you're playing with BOM and routing. Okay, so that is actually called PPM or production process model in APO. Then you have characteristics, you have capacities. So all this is called master data. So APO module is a slave module, you can say, and ECC is always the master. So when I say APO module, it is a slave and ECC is a master. That means all master data will come from ECC. And what are the master data? It will be your plant, your materials, your BOM, Your routing. Okay. So guys, here about the plant concept. What is a plant? What is a material? What is a plant? It can be a manufacturing unit. It can be a manufacturing unit. Okay. It can be a distribution center. Okay. So this is something I like to just a minute. Let me open the PowerPoint. So when I say a plant, okay, so what happens specifically if you see there is a customer which is placing the demand, over here. Okay, so which comes up with a finished product. We have to supply finished product to the customer. Okay, so in the supply chain, what happens? Your manufacturing plant actually manufactures the product, isn't it? And from the plant, it goes to something called DC, which is called the distribution center. Suppose your plant is actually in a remote village, but from this remote village, okay, you have to send to particular city, like the city is Mumbai or Chennai, where we will have a distribution center. Okay, and from the distribution center, it can be sent to several customers. Okay, this is how the supply chain works. And what happens? We have to manufacture the finished product at the manufacturing plant. So for that, you will take the raw material. Got it? So this is the customer from where actually your demand flows, okay, to the distribution center, and from distribution center it goes to the plant. So this is how the supply chain works. Are you all along with me in the diagram? In the diagram regarding a supply chain, how the demand actually propagates?
It's clear. Yes, Ronak.
It's clear, right? So this is normally a supply chain. If I go in detail to explain something about APO mapping as well, this part, if you see this arrow, this is called a demand planning. Okay, and this particular card is a supply planning. Okay, suppose your demand, like you're demanding for the APO training right now. Okay, and I'm supplying you this training. Okay, by some contractor like ZaranTech is there, he's coordinating with me. So I'm supplying you something. So whatever your demand, so you're the customer for me for this training, correct? So that is something across the world. If you see any product that we are selling, we need customers. If you want to go to a retail industry, if you want to go for consumer electronics, we need customers. Okay, we all human beings are the customers for all the products, correct? Now suppose these are the customer where actually the demand planning actually happens. Okay, that's why this arrow line, supply and the demand, right? So when I talk of APO, I said what are the modules? So what happens over here? When I say about the section, this is a demand planning where we have our customers, right? When I say supply planning, it is this particular section. I'm covering the suppliers, plants, and the distribution centers. And when I say production planning detail scheduling, it is covering your manufacturing capability in the manufacturing plant. So are you all of you clear like what is a supply chain architecture? Any questions in this particular slide? This is very important. This gives you the end-to-end view of it. Now, something I wanted to discuss about a concept called hub and spoke model. Vishnu, can you just explain me what do you mean by this? Any idea you have? So when I say hub, okay, suppose I'm sitting over here in London, okay, and these are the cities in United Kingdom like Manchester, then I have Chester, Liverpool, and Brighton. Okay, and these locations I say this is the spoke, and I call London as a hub. So what happens? London is a bigger city, which I call as a central distribution center. Okay, and these are all the small cities in United Kingdom, in UK, which I call as a local distribution center. Suppose I have a television manufacturing company. In my television manufacturing company, I have the demand from my customers for all these locations. Okay, so when I do my demand planning, I'm going to have some demand coming from Manchester, that is 100. From Chester is one more city in United Kingdom, so you'll get 200 as a demand. From Liverpool, it is 500, the demand is coming up. And from Brighton, the demand is 200. Okay, so these are all the demands of the customers for a particular television set. So what is the total demand for all the local distribution centers? So what's the total demand? Total demand is 1000. If I sum all these things, this comes to 1000, right? 100 plus 200 plus 500 plus 200. So this is the total demand that actually comes up. That is the accumulative effect of all these spoke locations. Are you getting me? So they are called the local distribution centers. And why we are having local distribution centers? Because London is the main location. Okay. But London cannot supply to the customers that are sitting in Manchester. So first from London, the products has to go to Manchester, and from Manchester, it has to supply its customers, which are nearby Manchester location. Okay, so I say London is a hub location, and in London itself, the total demand that is coming of 6,000. Okay, if I put 6,000 as a demand, okay, so total demand at London is 6,000, and this is the hub location. So demand at hub is 6,000, and that is at a central distribution center. And from local distribution center, this 1,000 is also going to come over here as a demand at London. So the total demand at London hub, that will be equal to 6,000 plus 1,000, that is equal to 7,000. Okay, and there can be a manufacturing plant. Suppose our location is at Wales. Okay, because Wales is more kind of village where we have a big area where they're manufacturing. So Wales will actually manufacture the 7,000 units of the television sets, for example. And then it is going to supply this 7,000 not directly to Manchester, but the 7,000 after Wales manufactured, this will be supplied to the hub location, that is the London. And then the manufacturing planner who is sitting in London, he is going to decide how it is going to distribute this 7,000 within London, that is 6,000, that was the demand, and then how it is going to give 100 to Manchester, 200 to Chester, Liverpool 500, and Brighton 200. Okay, so this is the concept of the hub and spoke module or hub and spoke model. Okay, so are you all along with me? Any questions on this one? So this is called the network that I was trying to explain in the PowerPoint. Okay, like how a supply. So this plan that I have done over here, no, this is a demand planning. So this is something, the basics I'm explaining you. What is demand? This is the demand I've done. When I say the London demand is 6,000, I am doing demand planning. Okay, as simple as that. And when I'm saying I'm going to supply 7,000 from Wales manufacturing plant to London 7,000. Okay, so the 7,000 supply from Wales manufacturing plant to London. This is your supply network planning. Not only supply from Wales to London, but from London to Manchester, to Chester, to Brighton, and Liverpool. So whatever I'm going to supply these areas, this forms your APO SNP module. And when you are doing the manufacturing in the Wales plant, that falls under your PPDS, Production Planning Detail Scheduling. So are the modules of APO very clear to everyone with this example? What is demand? Demand as simple as like in the hub and spoke model I explained, this is the demand. When I say the demand, it's as simple as this much. This falls under demand. I'm doing the demand planning, this yellow color. When I say the supply, this is where I'm trying to supply it. Okay, I'll put some color for that. This blue color that stands for S&P, supply, and this yellow is standing for your demand actually. And when I'm saying the wheels and the manufacturing unit is involved, okay, so I'll put some pink color over here. So this is something I say, this is my production planning detail scheduling module. Okay, so thus APO comprises of the main modules, that is demand planning, which I called as PP, SNP, that is supply network planning, and PPDS, production planning detail scheduling. Okay, so this is what APO stands for and what is it, as simple as that. And as question was raised, SNOP is a subset or a dummy module, okay, which has limited capability of APO. It's a very small chunk of it. Maybe the 10% facility will be there. Okay, in SNOP, sales and operations planning. So what happens? This I'm doing for the month 1. Okay, this is a month 2. Okay, so similarly, if I try to increase the month 7, month 8, month 9, so demand planning will never do for only 1 month. No? Our demands are going to be for the entire horizon, so many months. See, why are we doing the demand planning? What is the base behind it? For normally the CEOs of the company, they want to see what revenue I am generating out of my demand plan. We cannot do demand just for 1 month or 1 year. We want to see for the next 3 years, what is the revenue generated for us and what sale I am going to do in the future. Okay, and where my company is standing after 3 years. Okay, so that's the significance of demand planning. Okay, at the end, the revenue is important, what I'm going to generate. So as a CEO, I'm going to see the picture. Okay, these are my products, and this is the forecasting plan for the next 3 years in demand. And this revenue I'm going to generate, this can be my profit margin. Okay, if I sell this many products. So that is basically the demand for, we forecast for the long term and we analyze our products, how it is going to be actually produced. But when I come to supply, okay, I cannot think of supply something after 2 years or 3 years, but the next 1 year, okay, for next 12 months, I can definitely think of supplying. Are you getting me? So what happens if I come to the, this I am just talking about London and it's only one country, okay, of one network. But in real life, do you have just one network? No, we have so many countries in Europe, we have so many countries in Asia, and so many countries in North America, South America, right? So there will be network of networks. This is just a simple model I explained you. Likewise, there will be hundreds of models. So many countries talk to each other. So London is demanding some, suppose there's a manufacturing plant at Wales. Okay, so Wales is getting the demand not only for London, it will get from Belgium, it is going to get from America, it is going to get from Japan, from India. So maybe Wales is manufacturing unit and it supplies across the globe. Okay, so Wales has to actually procure the raw materials from different countries across Europe or across America. So this is all the lead time that will be taken into consideration. So that is supply network planning is actually network of network. And demand planning, just have said 4 locations as an example, but demand planning will be done for how much thousands of cities across the world. And then the accumulative demand may come to Wales, For example, there can be multiple manufacturing units. Suppose in Asia, the manufacturing unit is in Japan. Okay, in North America, it is something in a place called Ringerskiddy. It can be a manufacturing plant. In South America, the plant can be in Argentina or Brazil. So these are so many plants involved to suffice not only their geography and continents, but also to supply across the world. Are you getting it? Right. In APO, what happens is we have a sheet where we do our planning. Okay, but in
ECC particularly. Yeah, so I'm just opening the system for the participants. Okay, maybe if the SAP support is also given, like if the during this time. Yeah, what I'm trying to show here in this particular APO screen is like the demand that we do in the ECC module. Okay, it is not that flexible way of working, but in APO we have the screen which go and you can see demands in this Excel format. Okay, and this can be released to the supply planning, it can be released to ECC. Okay, so this is something of having the APO module, which is much more flexible than other modules. Copy paste from Excel and the paste in the APO module, but this is not possible in ECC, right? We cannot do a copy paste. Data from APO into the Excel, we can work in the Excel, you can upload the data. Okay, so this is a flexibility that we are having it, and that's why this APO module was sold across. This is kind of module that we have developed. Can you see my screen now? Okay, you can see this kind of screen Excel format has been available, where you can put your plans, play with your plans, you can play with the month, you can play with your week, and that is how the planning works. Okay, this kind of functionality or feature is not given by any other module. Okay, if you see anything doesn't look so beautiful, like if you want to select week, month, if you want to do any allocation, you want to select your locations, you have to select your products. Okay, that is how it works quite comfortably.
Okay.
Got it? So this feature is never there in ECC. You can download in Excel. There are features you can download in Excel. If you want to see a particular plant, what is sold in Agartala or something, you can just load the data. You can see the data in this particular Excel, take your own decisions. Okay, so this kind of planning, that's why it was sold across the world, you know, since 2002, and still it is ruling the market. If I want to copy paste from here, as simple as that, I'll go here, I'll just copy the values, Control C, okay, and then I put in my Excel as Control V. Okay, the value comes over here this way. If I want to copy paste something from here, I'll just copy this line, I'll put in my APO screen, Control V. Okay, so everything gets copied. Fine. Now we can go to the settings over here. We go to the row totals, all columns. Okay, so automatically what happened, the total gets calculated. Okay, this Excel features, do you think it's available in ECC? No. So these are some of the capabilities that are in APO. Okay, suppose I want to do pivot sorting over here. I can go here and do the pivot sorting on the key figures this way. And the way I want to arrange my key figures, or horizontal, vertical, this can be arranged. Okay, the format can be aligned. Okay, so as a planner, I can be the boss of how I want to plan my products. Got it? And there are several features that we are going to learn in the course. So due to the flexibility and due to the transparency, we can create macros. Macros means the simple addition or formulas, like if I want to create a final forecast, how we work on macros. These are the advanced sessions that we are going to go through. Okay, so this, if you put one, then this will be copied from here. So this kind of flexibility is given. We can go and see the graphic and analysis. Okay, we click on the graphics, we will see the graphic picture. Okay, how the sales are looking. And this graphs can be used by the managers during the discussions. This was your sales, how it is coming up. So this feature, okay, is not available. We can switch into the table mode. No, it can plan multiple materials across the globe. You will see, it can be so many products. If you want to plan all the locations, if I go, so there can be multiple locations across the globe that can be planned. I can load all locations, all plants. Okay, and I can plan it. So how to be different? If I go here, okay, and I put on details all, I can see the demands of each and every material separately. Okay, so this is a forecast like close up, okay, Lux, Nivea, so there are different demands coming up. Yeah, some of the individual demands. Suppose I go here, I change this demand to 50. Okay, the values will change here for the total. Correct. It is going to add, this is going to change it. Suppose what happens, suppose a Nivea sales, okay, something is like 6,000, for example. Okay, so your total increase is 13,000. But next year, if I increase the sales, okay, of 20,000, 30,000, if I increase it. So accordingly, proportionately, the demands will be disaggregated across the products. This is the basics I have kept as equal. But later on, as a business planner, whatever you are changing it, Okay, those proportions are going to be followed. I will make it 7,000 for this one, Rexona, for example. Now, in one of the months demand, I'm changing to 70,000. Then accordingly, the proportions will be followed. And Santu didn't have any demand. Okay, so it is not actually disaggregating. So these are all the factors which we are going to study in the session. Because detailed session we have how to disaggregate, aggregate, how to work on these factors. Okay, we have a session for this one. Okay, so what happens if I go to the characteristics, there are product groups, the levels that we are going to study how to create. So basically, if I come to that we are going now. So we are going to study about introduction, overview, then licenses. Okay, then this kind of concepts. I'm just covering the concepts right now. Okay, then we actually go to the detailed configurations and demand planning topics. Okay, supply chain network, your key figures, your forecasting. Okay, your consolidations. Okay, your batch job, your proportions, how it works. So these are all the topics we are going to cover in detail in the planning views of APO. Okay, in our session. Okay, and along with Sandeep, I have worked out. So what is the figure, what is the characteristics, everything we'll be discussing in detail. This is just an introduction. I'm just showing you like how a planning book looks. Okay, we are going to create this planning books ourselves for each one of us are going to create it. Okay, in our session in the future. Like tomorrow we are going to do it. Clear? Suppose I want to copy this entire thing. Okay, just I'm explaining how APO is easier to work. I just do in my computer Control C, entire thing. Now I come to my Excel sheet. Okay, I open my Excel sheet over here. I create a new Excel sheet and I just do Control V. So everything gets pasted over here, you know, all my plans are here. So this is something, the feature that is available in APO, that is a copy paste option that is coming over here. And then you can actually play with your colors and prepare your plans. If you want to hide something, you can hide it. Okay, and you can do it. So you can check it comfortably. Suppose you have a manufacturing plant and you're directly selling to your customers. So do you think this kind of network, Xavier, are you talking about? You don't want distribution center? A customer can directly talk with the distributions with the manufacturing plant. Okay, and if manufacturing plant is near the customer, then it can supply it. Suppose that's what I'm telling you. It's like a customer. Okay, normally they are actually situated in the main cities, you know. That's how the supply chain network is designed. And here normally they are the factory guys who are sitting. But the customers are always going to talk to the sales department. See, suppose your location over here is Mumbai, and Mumbai itself is a manufacturing plant. Okay, and it is also the distribution center as well. Okay, so that means we don't have any distribution center.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does the acronym APO stand for in SAP APO? Option A, Advanced Planning and Optimization. Option B, Automatic Production Operations. Option C, Advanced Procurement Organization. Option D, Accounting Procedures for Operations. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at managing supplies? Our SAP APO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP APO. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP APO Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Centers separately. So your demand forecasting will be done in Mumbai itself. And then you're going to do supply planning. Supply planning means when your bomb is there, you're going to explode your bomb. Okay, then Mumbai is going to procure the raw materials from the suppliers. So what happens is simple, then I don't have to, that means my company is very small. I just have limited budget and I just have a Mumbai as a manufacturing plant, and there only I'm forecasting and I'm selling to my customers. That's it. Okay. So, but in a global company, you know, we cannot have just one manufacturing unit and no distribution centers. Suppose a person that is sitting in Jammu Kashmir or in Assam or in Tamil Nadu, they are more interested to discuss with their own distribution centers. Okay, due to the communication, the languages and everything. Okay, so this model generally doesn't works, okay, in current scenario, because in globalization it's like country to country, like Europe is talking with India for some product. Okay, Europe is like cancer manufacturing products, they are actually manufactured in Spain. Okay, there is one plant, so they are specialized in manufacturing only the cancer manufacturing products of a pharmaceutical company like Pfizer, you know. So what happens, the Spain plant for the Pfizer, okay, we are going to manufacture only the cancer products, and from the Spain plant it is going to supply to separate to different distribution centers across the world, you know. So we cannot just bypass a distribution center. Spain cannot supply to a customer in India. So when Spain manufacture the cancer products, it has to supply to USA, it has to supply to Asia, and then it has to supply to North America, it has to supply to South America. Okay, and in USA there can be so many further regions. In Asia there are so many countries. So there will be distribution centers across the globe, you know, where Spain has to coordinate. As well as there will be a local like hub distribution center maybe at Madrid. Okay, because here the salesperson has to coordinate across the world for supplying. So this is how pharmaceutical any company works. Like they build a plant which is specialized in one product and they have to supply across the globe. Maybe Pfizer has a plant in Japan and they are manufacturing over there active product ingredients. Okay, then Japan plant is going to supply across the world, okay, to all the countries. By what? By the distribution centers. So this is all the network of network, you know. So it will be very rare that we are just going to think about only one plant and only supplying. So in this case, the APO is for like the entire supply chain coming into picture when there is a lot of network involved. If there is one plant involved, we can just do manual planning. We don't have to invest so much money or buying a ERP, right? So it's like only one plant, one manufacturing unit. Okay, only when a company is very big global company, it has the manufacturing as well as the supply planning is very complicated. They think of implementing and investing money in APO. Are you getting it? Any questions, Vishnu or Xavier? Right. You have to extend the material masters from data point of view to all the locations. Okay. Suppose your product is P1 in your factory, you just have to extend in Mumbai because you have only one plant, right? But in a global company, we have to extend it to Spain, Madrid, USA, all the countries across the world, so that a network can be built up. Are you all along? So if you see this picture, it is a network of networks, you know, so many places it is connecting. It's not like one place of planning. And we have to take care of the lead time. We can see like when it supplies across the world, you know, the Spain to supply to South America. Okay, it cannot supply this cancer molecules. Okay, there are some restrictions. There are a lot of quality checks in countries, and then there are customs check. It by flight it may take 2 days, but the custom clearance and other takes will take a month's time. Okay, then there is shelf-like planning involved in APO. Okay, so like the products will expire if you do not supply within the time limit. Now to manufacture maybe for the cancer products, there are some raw materials required where the R&D is done in maybe in USA. Okay, R&D for this, some kind of molecules. So though I'm manufacturing over here in Spain, but maybe the molecules are coming from USA, the raw materials. So this is all the network is happening. If you see the iPhone business, okay, iPhone is procuring all the components from Samsung. So iPhone is actually dependent upon Samsung for all its components, right? So Samsung, the head office is based out of South Korea. Okay, it is a main manufacturing plant, South Korean company. Okay, and iPhone, the office is based out of USA. But do you think iPhone is always going to coordinate with South Korea? No, iPhone is going to coordinate with the counterpart in USA itself for Samsung. It is possible like South Korea manufacturing plant will have other manufacturing plants across the world. Okay, and then it is going to satisfy the raw materials and components for iPhone manufacturing iPhone across the world as well. So these are the big networks where APO gets implemented. Okay, so many companies are talking with each other with this APO. So Xavier, are you getting the global concept and applicability of APO in the entire world? Small and medium employers, of course, you can do it. Like smaller companies, when I have worked up with, which at scope, like they have only the factories in India, 2 or 3 plants, then they model it. But of course, in supply chain concept, we always keep a distribution center separate, you know. Okay, because normally factory premises will be really remote in a village. It cannot be in the main city. Correct. We cannot afford to have in Mumbai a big manufacturing plant. No, it has to be away in some remote village place. Okay. So and that from village place we have a lot of plant manufacturing. So the factory operations team sits over there, and the corporate office maybe is based out of Mumbai main Nariman Point. Okay. So where the corporate office will be built. And these guys will be actually using, they will have the sales team, okay, or they will have the marketing team, okay, and these guys will use the APO module for their forecasting purposes of demand planning. So if I say no, people who are using the demand planning, when you go for the implementation, it's mainly for the main cities, the implementation we travel to corporate offices. But when you want to go for a PPDS implementation, then you have to go through a village where normally people go and implement. Okay, travel to the manufacturing plant. Okay, when you are implementing the SNP module, suppose you travel to the client place. Okay, maybe you can be in the city if the supply network team sits in the main city, but you might have to travel to the village areas for the SNP implementation. Okay, so and the good thing about it is like when you travel for the implementations or anything for the on-site, it is only for the main cities you get the opportunity. Okay, because you interact more with the marketing and the sales department and the main supply chain planners. They are normally situated in the head offices or the main cities, as well as for some of the SNP. But when you go for the PPDS implementation, it's interesting implementation, no doubt, but then it is normally not, the sites are not in the cities. It will be in the remote villages. Even if you travel to the country, it will be in a remote village where the plant is situated, where you do PPDS implementation. But again, if you talk about the corporate offices, you go for demand implementation, maybe the New York at the location or the main LA, Los Angeles, where all is getting implemented. So that is how the demand planning module is some module which is normally used by the marketing and the sales and the CEOs of the company. You know, it is a more niche skill in terms and more sophisticated tool to use by a higher level persons in the company. So what happens is when I say the location at the distribution centers, these actually is the accumulative effect from the customers. Suppose Manchester is talking with 10 customers in Manchester. Okay, so each customer might be coming up, some customer number 1. Okay, he's telling I want 10. Okay, customer number 2, he says 20 is my demand. Customer number 3 will say I need 5 television sets, for example. Customer number 4 is telling I want 30. Customer number 6, like 9. Customer number 7, 8. Customer number 9, 10. And customer number 10, suppose 3. So these are total, suppose there is a demand that comes up. So then Manchester, what happened? The planner that is sitting in Manchester, demand planner. So your demand planning is driven by the distribution channel. Okay, your distribution centers. To answer your question. Okay, suppose your distribution center is Manchester, right?
So the distribution center demand planner that is sitting in Manchester is going to coordinate with all the customers that are in the Manchester region. Okay, he is going to accumulate all the demands for this particular month and then decide it is going to be 100. Are you clear now? So what happens? Suppose your Manchester is one location, right? From Manchester location, your demand is 100. Correct. So from Manchester, the demand will flow to London. Okay, and from London, that demand will be accumulative of 6,000 plus 100 of the Manchester, and this total demand will flow to Wales manufacturing plant. Are you getting it? In that case, suppose this is one distribution center, okay, and there are two manufacturing sites. Correct. So we have a quota. Okay, so it can be possible that this manufacturing unit is supplying. This is a small version, but this is a big manufacturing unit. Okay, so this is supplying your 80%. It be possible this manufacturing is only providing you 50%. Okay, and rest of the 30% it is procuring from subcontractor. Okay, so this can be a possible scenario, because what happens generally a company is dependent upon a lot of subcontractors, okay, which are going to manufacture and help them for manufacturing purpose. The manufacturing unit might be providing 70%. Okay, so to answer your question, there will be some quota arrangement. Okay, we say so 20% procure from manufacturing unit 1 and 50% rest of them procure from manufacturing unit 2. This is the master data in SNP, supply network planning.
Okay.
So in supply network planning, we define the quota. Like for this plant, suppose this plant is always a 4-digit code. Suppose this is India, IN01 distribution center. Okay, and manufacturing unit is in Sri Lanka, SR01, and this manufacturing unit is in Bangladesh. Okay, suppose India is manufacturing, India is a distribution center over here, and this Bangladesh manufacturing unit, it is going to supply 50% of the products to India. Okay, so this will define in the quota arrangement. And from Sri Lanka SR01, it is getting 20% of the products that is manufactured. Correct. But from the subcontractor, that is, for example, that is sitting in Philippines, that is going to supply next 30. Okay, this is something different functionality. Just an example I have given you. Okay, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Philippines. But the key feature is the quota arrangement. We can define the quota from where we are procuring what, or from where we are manufacturing what. In addition to this, suppose you have a central hub, and then you have spoke DCs, DC1, then you have a DC2, DC3, DC4. Okay, now DC is a central DC in India, and this DC is based in Delhi. Correct. Now DC1 is based out of Mumbai. DC2 is Hyderabad. DC3 is in Bangalore. And DC4 is in Chennai. Okay, so we have 4 distribution centers in India, but the hub is Delhi, where it procures from these 2 countries with the legal alignments with them. Okay, and then from Delhi we can have a quota, like Mumbai can demand 40%. Then if you want to, Delhi wants to decide, I can decide a quota, like, okay, over here this will be 20% to Hyderabad. Okay, so this is handled by something that is called the quota management. Here it will go to 30%, and here 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10% to the Chennai. Okay, so this is a concept of SNP quota arrangement. So are you clear? Now what happens is, like in APO, you don't have to work more on data migration. You don't have to work much. Everything is in the ECC part. Okay, in ECC we do the master data activities, and in APO we have some interface that is a core interface. This just interface runs and pulls all this data. Okay, your location products, bombs, your routing, okay, your info records, your capacities, everything gets pulled from your R3 system to APO. So if you see this kind of master data, okay, your customer, your vendor, okay, so everything is coming actually from your system. Okay, so you don't have to work again and again on your master data in APO. Once you create it, you just run the interfaces, that is called SAP interface, and that is going to pull all the data from your ECC and bring that to APO.
for all the product locations. Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why somewhere I had written here the master and the slave. So it's good to come to this particular point. What is master and what is a slave? Okay, so when we are talking about APO planning, okay, it is kind of planning where it is the master data is a key feature of any implementation. If the master data is really very good, our implementation work will be really successful. But our master data is not good, okay, then my implementation fails. So we have to be very careful on our master data. Okay, if you understand what is a master data, it's right. These are all the master data, material master, then the plant. Okay, then what is a customer? So its customer is also a master data. The supplier, your vendor, these all forms your master data, where you are creating that in ECC. Okay, you are not getting your master data from heaven or any other system. No, you are actually creating your S4 system, all the master data. And what are the transaction data? Can someone tell me other than stock? What is the transaction data? Your sales orders. What else? Your delivery, prod orders for discrete, and process orders for process industries, right?
Yeah.
Process orders. What else? Purchase orders, purchase requisition. So this is the all set of the transaction data. Correct? What else? And orders is a transaction data. So you understand in ECC system, when I say variant configuration, what do you do in PP module? You create characteristics, you create classes, right?
Yes.
Okay, along with me. So what happens when I'm using this interface called SIF interface, core interface? We can transfer these characteristics and classes from ECC to APO. Okay, so in master data, the characteristics and the classes, those gets replicated in APO, okay, from ECC. And suppose I create any plan orders on the variant configurations, okay, similar, because similar master data setup, when we get replicated, the variant configuration planning can work in APO as well. And that's a pretty standard way of working in APO PPDS module. The core interface is actually responsible for transferring your data from ECC to APO. Okay, so just I wanted to show you something in the system. So over here, so just I'm entering the APO system right now. So since you raised this point of variant configuration, I just want to show like for a particular master data. Okay, so this transaction is called MAT1. We will be practicing this one. This is just for showing you like how a product master APO. Okay, here suppose I put my product. Okay, we are going to create our products, and if I put a particular plant, I go to the change mode over here. So what happens in ECC, you have MARA or the MARCI tables, right? Where we call the material masters, correct? Where you have your MRP views, MRP 1, 2, 3, 4, isn't it? And in the material master characteristics and classes, correct? You have your classification. So this is the APO part. This is the APO screen. If you see, in the APO screen, you have the administrator tab, you have the properties. Like in ECC, you also have, you put your gross weight, volume, your whatever shelf, like whatever you put in ECC, when you run the interface, that product gets created in APO. Your unit of measure that is in MRM table, okay, your unit of measure tables in ECC, right? That gets copied over here. In the classifications, whatever you do your classes and variant configuration in ECC, the product is configurable. Can you read this one?
Yes,
So when
the check mark will be enabled.
yes, this will be enabled when we are shipping it to configurable products. So I've worked in the PPDS model where we worked on this functionality. We created classes characteristics in ECC and then we shift it. Okay, so this classification got created, and then we played with the planning data in APO and we did our planning. So did I answer your question, like how we can integrate the classes and characteristics from ECC to APO? Okay, got it. So it's good to ask questions, it's beneficial for everyone. Any other question like Vishnu or okay, because this is first introduction we are covering and the concept should be very clear before I go to demand planning. Harish, you want to ask anything to me?
Not as of now, Ronit. I'm following it now.
You're following like end to end. So what is the demand planning? What's your understanding about demand planning? Can you tell me as a revision, like, yeah, what did you understand in demand planning? What do you mean by demand planning? It's just a question to you. Yeah, you can look this picture and just tell me. Yeah, that is fine.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, this is the supply chain that you explained me. That
Yes.
form it is from this centers to this. So my question is, what is demand? Right. But what is the meaning of demand planning? The simple question. This I understand. You answered it correctly. Like these are the locations and they are accumulating at London. So that's a supply chain concept. Now, when I say what is a demand planning, the answer should be as simple as like demand planning is nothing but calculating or forecasting the demands at the spoke location and the hub locations for a time series or for the horizon. Okay, for the planning horizon. Okay, that is demand planning. Okay, this is a supply chain concept. But what is demand planning? Demand planning is basically calculation or it is the forecasting of my demands across various locations across the network, across my time horizon. The time horizon can be 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. That's fine. That is divided. That is decided by our company of the company management. Like how long I want to plan. Some of the countries like Japan in Asia, they do 7 years or 8 years of planning. Like they are so specific about their planning. They feel 3 years is very less. But in India, we are just planning 1 or 2 years. But as standard across the globe, we feel like 3 years demand planning is sufficient. You know, if you're forecasting for 3 years, we are well enough and we are covered. Okay. So can you planning once again, Harish? Correct. You have to say across the planning horizon. This is what you have to use. So demand planning is a planning or it is a forecasting across the planning horizon. Okay, so this is a technical, it look good to answer. For demand planning, it should be like 2 to 3 years. Okay, we say it's a long term. That's why. Got it? Okay, so when we say rough cut planning, this is a concept of supply. Okay, that without I'm not taking the capacity into account and I'm doing the planning. So that is called rough cut planning. Correct. So but what is the specific question when you say rough cut planning? Okay, rough cut planning means it is a supply planning where you are not taking your resources, like production resources, into account. That means suppose you have a production capacity of 100 units, so you can manufacture in one day 100 cars, for example 100 Mercedes-Benz cars you can manufacture. Okay, so but when I put a demand of 200, it doesn't take your capacity into account. It will say like I can manufacture 200. So that is called rough cut planning. You're not checking your capacity. Okay. Suppose you tell me that Ronit, you teach for 24 hours to me. Okay, and yes, I will teach you for 24 hours, but that is a rough cut I'm telling you. But do I really have a capacity? I can only talk for 8 hours at a stretch, not more than that. Okay, but rough cut planning is like I'm committing myself. Like we Indians, we commit, we can do everything. Okay, so this is how that is called the rough cut planning. That's the concept. Okay, but when you say the demand, there is no concept of rough cut planning. When we say the term demand, it is we use the term forecasting. Okay, this is the key word of demand planning. When we say, now we have to say what is the demand planning. Demand planning is nothing but a forecasting across the time horizon. That's a simple definition. Definitely, why not? Okay, this is the main functionality of a business planner. In the COVID situations right now, okay, if you have a sanitizer company, you cannot go with the normal demand. Definitely from 100, this has increased to 7,000.
Right.
In India, do you think anybody used to wear mask? Nobody used to use that kind of mask, nowhere except the patients. But now it's like each and every person is using it. Sanitizer, each and every person is having in the home. Okay, so that time, what happened? This kind of companies had to increase the demand plan drastically. Now, currently the oxygen cylinders that we see situation, do you think the demand was there? No, currently has come in the wave 2. So the demand in the month of May, April, it is going to increase for oxygen cylinders. So the plans definitely have to change to bring ourselves in pace with the current marketing trends. Got it? Not only that, if you see a demand for any actor or actresses who are at the top, okay, so it's like basically the demand when they come, actor or actresses come, the demand is less. But when they become, see, like for example, Amitabh Bachchan, when he came in the market, his demand was slim, but gradually his demand increased, right, across the months. Okay, like he was in great demand, he started earning more revenue. So this is there for all kind of products in the market, you know, the demand, correct. And then there is a phase out cycle of a product as well. Okay, a product dies out. Okay, so this is some kind of concept that I'm going to discuss right now, what is called a life cycle planning. Okay, so first of all, I'm trying to give you all the concepts right now in today's session so that we are all clear with what are our demand planning concepts. So one line, what you can say, what is like demand planning? What is the 4 words? Forecasting across the time horizon. If somebody asks you, okay, that's a key word. Demand planning. Okay, like that, I want in one line. What is supply planning? You have explained me the concept well. Like it goes from, but I need a one-line answer. Can you once again try? So if I say supply network planning, the one-line answer should be supply network actually plans across the networks of networks. Okay, and it does the production, transportation, production planning, scheduling, and transportation planning, and it tries to fulfill the demands across the entire global network.
Okay.
So what it does production, transportation, distribution across the networks. That is supply network planning. So as I say, SNP. So it is nothing but production, procurement. So here we are doing our plan of purchase requisitions, right? Distribution. When I say distribution, this is a sales order planning, isn't it? Production, procurement, distribution, and what is the last one? Transportation. Across networks. So this is supply network planning definition in one, like 4 or 5 words. Correct? And at the end, what you are doing, of course, to meet the demands. Across network of networks. Okay. Can you repeat for me once again? What is supply network planning? Network of networks.
Network of networks. Okay.
Why I say network of networks? Suppose a country like India, here's 30, 40 cities, you know. Suppose you have to sell sanitizer. What is a network? If you manufacture, you have to sell to so many villages. So don't you think the connection is so high? So many places you have to transfer and transport, right? You procure, you have to produce, you have to distribute. And suppose the entire globe, consider the masks or the sanitizers. So many networks are involved, right? It has to go to the villages, small villages, forget the cities. So the network is huge, isn't it, of distribution? It has to touch all the nooks and corners of the world. That is a distribution where APO planning helps with effective time management. Okay, so this is called the supply network planning. Are you everyone clear? What is SNP? Archana, you like to add something to this, to SNP? Yeah.
No, nothing.
So what is PPDS? Production Planning Detailed Scheduling, Archana? Can you answer me? Just make an attempt. Okay, so it's basically your production planning. So whatever your plan is coming in demand, and that you have to supply, at the end you have to produce it, right? If you don't produce it, you cannot supply. Now, what is the meaning of detailed scheduling? What does DS stand for? Production planning is CP. Exactly. You are perfect in your answer. So what happens is, like, even if I have my production plan, but today, for example, I am having 2 shifts of planning. 2 shifts means like morning 9 to to evening 6, the production plant will be open. And then when we have 1 or 2 hours of break, again we have the night shift. And the night shift means again from night 9 to morning 9, like 12 hours, one shift will run. Okay, so this shift planning. Suppose you're a production plan manager, so you have to properly schedule this kind of things. Like at the end, you're the manager, you have to see how the shifts are getting planned, how detail level you're doing the scheduling of each and every hour, correct? If you need to plan overtime or not. So this is how you do all the scheduling. So guys, are you understand when I say production planning, it gives a quantitative value. Okay, what quantity I want to produce. But when I see the detailed scheduling, it is the qualitative approach. Okay, like what quality you're bringing out of the detailed scheduling, how you're trying to schedule it in the most effective way to get the maximum output. Okay, so what measures you're taking in this? Okay, how you're planning your shifts and how you're taking care of your resources. Okay, your resources should not remain idle. Okay, you have to see like you're utilizing your resources in the best possible way, right? So that is called production planning, detailed scheduling.
So we can use that capacity planning.
Yes, we can use capacity planning both in SNP and PPDS. But in production planning, detailed scheduling, we have this inbuilt algorithm. You know, you can do the optimization also over here. We can optimize our plans based on the cost. APO is also live. When we say the safe interfaces, they are real time.
Oh, okay.
When I say the code, this is real time. So whatever, suppose you create a plan order ECC, automatically in fractions of seconds it goes to APO.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Synchronization will be there.
Synchronization is automatic.
Okay.
Okay, so suppose we create this shift plans, you know, in ECC you create the shift managers. So those are actually saved to APO. So we have the shift plans and everything. So your resource capacity, the number of parallel capacities you define in your resources, correct? Suppose you put 5 individual capacities. So it's a parallel capacity of a resource. The routing, setup time, production time, tier of time, all these things comes to APO as a master data. And when you create your production orders, everything is real time between ECC and APO. And from APO also, if you create some production plan orders, you have to actually push it to ECC. Okay, we have jobs that are running, it automatically goes. Okay, so that is how the significance of the interfaces. Major problem in IBP, integrated business planning, is that still the supply model of IBP is not real time. Okay, so there is something called in IBP. What happens? We have a time series concept for life planning. Okay, so this was the next part I wanted to cover, time series planning. So before I go to time series planning, who I just like to know who asked this question for this one. So what happens in IBP planning? Let's continue. Maybe I'll not touch the headphone at all by hand then.
Yeah. Correct. That's correct. You
That
can
can be
try.
the, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll try it. Okay, so for the time series planning, when I say of IBP, okay, so any guesses, Ram, can you tell me? So what happens when we are talking about time series planning? Okay, what do we mean by time series planning? Ram, can you just explain me a bit more? That is fine, but when we say time series planning, and there is a concept called order series planning. These are the two concepts of APO: time series planning and order series planning. Okay, so when I say the order series planning, that means your plan orders, your process orders. In ECC, what do you have? So, things problem for everyone. So if I draw this picture over here, okay, so what happens over here is, this is production version. Okay, this is a connecting link between your BOM and your routing.
So Xavier, are you getting the concept? This is called production process model in APO. So this is kind of a hook, if you see. If I put a hook this way, no, production version, it is a hook with your BOM and it is a hook with your routing. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so what happens, your BOM and routing, it gets connected in the production version together. And that is in ECC. This part, it is ECC. This left hand side, this is your ECC system. Now, if I come to the right hand side, this is something I say this is a APO. In APO, we call this as production process model. The same name. And production process model is a combination of your production version, routing, and BOM. And this is taken care by the SIP interface once again. So in between, we have the SIP interface running. When I see this line, this is the SIP interface. Okay, which communicates your production version, BOM, and routing. It combines itself, and we give this name as TPM. Is it clear? Now, yeah, see in disparate scenarios, okay, see when we want to bring to APO, okay, we have to model the timings also, right? Correct? How much time I'm going to produce a product? It takes it like 10 products takes 1 day. So 20 products will take 2 days. So that's how the production order is created, isn't it? The start and the end time is decided accordingly. Correct? So we need this combinations when we have to do a APO planning. So I don't think the voice is resolved yet.
Yes.
I observed when Xavier was talking in between it break, and it's still happening for me also.
Yes.
So maybe ZaranTech team is looking into it. Let's wait. Okay, in the meantime, what I request is everyone, do you can open the SAP system for me? This screen. Can you log in into the system, or anyone can share screen and show what is your status of the system? Just I like to see. Like Vishnu, if you love to volunteer, like I'll give everyone the chance to practice. So who is
Okay,
ready
I'm
with the
opening.
system?
Yeah.
Just you can share your screen then. Perfect. So this is SAP APO screen.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So everyone can log into SAP APO for a practice. Yeah. This is a user.
Yeah.
Okay. Now on the left hand side, there is a SAP menu, right? So you can see the third icon.
Yeah.
Advanced planning. Just open that. It's taking some time for me as well. So maybe Hema, maybe we have to work on the system side with giving some slow speed.
Sure.
Yeah.
It has opened up now.
Yeah, it is open up. Now, if you see over here, there are, just read the first supply chain monitoring. Then
Demand planning.
Then what is that? Supply
network planning. Then we have multi-level supply and demand matching.
Matching.
Then
Yes.
we have global ATP.
Available to promise. Correct. Now over here, if you can open master data, in the master data, can you go to location? The second one from the top.
Yes.
Click on location. Double click it. Yes. Okay. Now just drill down over here. Yes. Just put the green check mark. You see all the list. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now just hold here. So everybody can see a screen, right? All of you can see Sai Prasad's screen. So this is the location master data we are checking right now. Okay, so if you click on the there is called LT. You see the first is the location number. Second is LT. So what is that? We have to understand that is called location type.
Okay.
Okay, so just select one particular location over here. Now at the right hand side, you can see the scroll bar. Yes,
Okay.
scroll down. Yes, bring it down. Further down, yeah. Now, if you see over here, the 4-digit location like Paris is 2200, Hamburg is 100. So in ECC, what is the plant structure? Okay, it is 4-digit plant code, right?
Yes.
You see. So similarly, if you see any 4-digit, this is the 1001. Can you see the location type 1001?
Yes.
1001 is it stands for the manufacturing unit.
Okay.
Okay. 1002 stands for distribution center.
Okay.
Got it? What is the difference between 1001 and 1002?
Yes.
Okay. Now what is 1010? That is for the vendor. You know the info records that you create for the vendors.
Yes.
So that is not 4-digit code. 10, yeah, sorry, it's a customer. So what you do, just select 10, the line 2010 and double click DC London, just double click there. Select 2010. Just double click any line. Yeah, double click it. Okay. Now just put your enter button. Just enter. No display. Just enter. So once you put the enter button, what will happen? Your location type will come up automatically. So when you press the enter button. Got it? Now click on that 1002. Fill down. Yeah. So here you get all the definitions. 1001 is what? 1010 is customer. Yeah. 1011 is vendor. Are you getting it?
Yes.
Okay, what is MRP? Sorry, what is the MRP area storage location? 1007. Vendor is 1011. Okay, store 1040. Okay, but basically we don't use so much. We use production plant 1001, 1002. Okay, these two and the customers and vendors. Only these four we use majorly. Got it under subcontractor.
Okay.
Okay, there is stock transfer point, that is okay. Like when we do our intercompany sales, okay, country to country, okay, then we use this kind of concepts. Or the shipping point when we have a shipping hub and transportation zone, we are doing some kind of zone planning, then we do it. Okay, but basically we use 1001, 1002, 1010, 1011. These are the four we majorly use. Got it?
Yes.
Okay. So now what you do, you close this one. Is it clear to everyone? Any questions like Archana, are you clear with this? So Berlin is 1001. That is the location type. That is a manufacturing unit. But Chicago is 1002. Okay. So what you mean by that is the distribution center. If we define that in ECC as DC, it comes at 1001. That is the location ID, 4-digit. Just double click that CHP2 and enter button in your computer. Laptop, yeah, enter. So you get 1001. Can you see what is the definition? Production plant. Inside, you can see the production plant comes up. Correct. So this is how you have to understand, and this gets by hearted. 1001, it should click your mind, production plant. So your user ID is changed. So it is very risky, like normally to go and change something. As a consultant, you are doing it, but business planners may not have change mode access to do these changes. Okay, because whatever in ECC should come to APO, that will be intact. And suppose you make any changes, it can be tracked. Okay, so okay, who is doing this kind of? This is not a discipline to do it. Go and change anything. Now I have to explain all the tabs over here. This is a topic. If we go to the address tab, So you get the address like the street. Compare this with ECC.
Everything is,
Grenzweg, Germany. Deutschland is coming. Yeah.
yes, yes.
So good, right? The telephone numbers, those
Everything
are
is,
coming. You scroll to the right, yes. Or if you double click, you will get in a vertical way, right? This table.
coming some
We
other
have to check, yeah, there will be other tables to follow. If we go to the alternate identifiers, the alternate identifier, ALT. So this is the alternate identity. This is normally not coming. Just ignore this one. Okay, we normally generate a calendar. Okay, so here is like these are the production calendar, shipping calendar, receiving calendar. These are called the time series calendar. Okay, if you click on the box after the this box. Okay, here just so you click on this one. Yes, this kind of calendar. Suppose there are 7 days working. Okay, select any one of them. Go to change mode. No, just go to change mode. And here you have defining what are the years in the past and what is the years in the future. 5 and 5. Are you getting it? And CST is the time zone. Now please click on the calculation rule. Yes. Header. Header means over there. Yeah. Can you see the calendar on right hand side? Select the calendar. So this is all the country calendar. Suppose I don't know which is this country selected. Anyway, for example, select 01, Germany standard. Select the first one. So what happened? German, then press enter. So German calendar got selected. Okay. Now go to the calculation rule. Over here, suppose go click on the calculation, change calculation rule at the bottom. So here, what you can do is select weekdays, just week. Yeah, and press enter. Okay, and click on calculate periods. Date 21 after the end of the end of the factory calendar. So to change the date. Okay, so the calendar can be for 24/7. Okay, for all 365 days. But here we can define only 5 days at working. So we'll remove Saturday and Sunday in this time stream calendar and assign to the location. So when planning will happen, take care of your production in 1 month, only 5 days. Got it? For the this is something a discipline we maintain in APO. How it will decide the planning. APO, when the X engine will run, right? APO planning engine has to respect some certain discipline. So all the calendars are directly coming from ECC. Okay, that is fine. But in addition, in terms of where I'm doing my transportation planning, if I want to introduce work days, okay, separately, okay, I have a feasible option to do that. But over here, see, when we are doing our PPDS planning, okay, so it's of hours we are doing from this hour to this hour. Okay, so here we have to really, when PPDS want to take charge of your planning, then it has to go and see how much hours is actually available. Your resource capacity, when it does planning, it sees go to the time and see what timing is available over here. So this is a discipline that needs to be maintained when your planning happens. Okay, so when you take the PPDS production planning module, then we have to assign this kind of planning calendars. So that's a discipline that is maintained for PPDS, but not for demand planning or supply network planning. Now, if you could just go to the header, just come out of it. Just go back. Yeah. Now select some other, just back. Select another calendar. Just scroll down. And select like TS05 something. Okay, go to the change mode. So what happens over here in APO planning, the location is CHP2.
Okay.
This location needs to be assigned to the calendar.
Perfect.
Okay, but this location can be a manufacturing unit. If it is 1001, then we will not actually play with the receiving calendar. Okay, we need a production calendar to be assigned to CHP2. Okay, but from ECC we are just transferring the location like calendar like CH or 0001, that calendar we are sending. But how to assign the calendar over here to this particular location? This is where we assign the calendar. So how would we assign calendar? Suppose you click on this 4 box, there you create a time series and assign that calendar within that time series and then assign it over here. This is the configuration. Got it? So the calendar configuration ECC is separate and that calendar is assigned to ECC location. So both are separate in ECC, right? You define your in SCAL transaction in ECC, you define your calendar, isn't it? There you put your holidays and everything. And then in the plant, you go and assign your calendar. Can you go to the location master in ECC? So if you go to the change mode during the table, so country key is DE, right?
Yes.
So you assign, the calendar gets assigned by itself, isn't it? In SCAL, if you see, go to select the factory calendar. Yeah. So 01. So this 01 is assigned to Germany location. Correct.
Yes.
The two tables are getting merged, right?
Yes.
Isn't it? So do you think we should also go in the location and also assign this calendar over there? This is also manually assigned, right, to your location? Yeah. So in APO also we have to assign manually over there. So how we are assigning? That's a process. We create a time stream, and inside the time stream we define plus or minus years, and then assign the calendar inside the time stream. Did you get it? What happens is when you go for implementation, okay, this location is a very critical master data.
Okay.
When you're going to, okay, it is your responsibility when you set up for the first time. Nobody, planners will not have to change mode access to go and change the locations. Okay, nobody will go and change this calendar setup. So first time as an implementation partner, you're going to set up the correct production calendar. So there are cutover activities before go live, right? Before you go live. So in the activities, there is a point. Assign the calendar production calendars to the location. There will be, when the release managers will have we have all the meetings going on before the implementation. And the release managers say this activity, for example, production calendars has been assigned or not. You will say, yes, I've done for all the 10 locations. Okay, which country you are implementing? That is done. So that is a step during the cutover activities. Got it? You cannot go and assign anything else in production and play with it. And in a planner cannot go and change this kind of master data. In production, in development, you can do it, whatever you like. See, they have to divide a tool, right? So they want to make it something different. APO is trying to sell itself in the market. So I was also having, we say plant, here we say location. Material, we say product.
Oh, material
okay,
is here product.
Product. Storage location is storage location. Okay, so that is how the wording, some words have made a sophisticated way of the language, you know. So because normally the marketing department, they don't use the term material, they use a product or something. Okay, so supply chain department, they use a word called location for them. For them, the location, it can be a supplier, it can be a customer, it can be your anything. So that's why they use the term location. But in ECC, we use plant. Correct. But we use vendor. Just let me complete. In ECC, just let me complete. In ECC, we use vendor, we use customer. Okay, we use plant. Okay, this way you are using 3 names. But in APO, in the location itself, we have location types. Are you getting it? At 1001, it is a vendor or customer. That is how we are differentiating. And S4, you have the business objects coming up, right? For the customer and the vendor. Okay, so and over here, what happens? That in APO, it remains intact, like 100, 1010 and 1011, customer and the vendor. Correct, business partner, we say in S4. Yeah, so it is like we are just going ahead with the technology. That's right. So nowadays, when you talk in APO, and if you're APO consultant, you should never say plant, you should say location. Okay. When you say ECC material, it can be FERT, it can be HALP, right? Semi-finished product, raw material. But in APO, always say up. Correct. Salve, Hava, they are all the material types, right?
So in APO?
APO, we just say product.
Okay.
We don't say, we just say product. Product can be raw, finished, semi-finished, anything, but we just say product. We'll come to the product master data. So there was one question coming up. Can somebody ask?
So when
Just
you are saying
introduce
that,
your name. They are all the fields, no? What are the table fields? T001W is a table, but what are the field names? So can you go to the ECC table?
Yes.
So these are something, the plant. Okay, so these are all the field names, right? Valuation area, factory calendar, that is
Yes.
assigned over there. Okay, so when you create a new plant, you are going to go and assign factory calendar.
Yes. Yes. Correct.
So your factory calendar table will be assigned there. So similarly in a time stream, we are creating a time stream, and inside the time stream, I'm assigning that calendar. So that is how we are assigning the. Can someone go in mute, please? Better now. Yeah. So are you all getting the concept?
Yes.
So this is, fields and tables are actually moving into APO when we are moving. It is as simple as tables are going to APO and a table has fields. So APO also has fields. Okay. So if you go to APO once, let's understand what is a table name. You can go to SC16 now in APO
Yes.
and type slash SAP APO, SAP
APO.
APO slash LOC, sorry, matlock, MATLOC. Oh, sorry, just a minute, just LOC. We have SC16 and did you try it or no? No, it's not coming up. In SC16 yet, I don't know if authorization is not given or if somebody wants to take the charge of the system, like for practice. Okay, so just that is fine. Just click on the no, don't do that. Just click on the button F1. Yeah, let's see all the tables together. You click on the location ID, just drill down on location ID. Yeah, so can you see this particular table? This table in APO is called SAP APO LOC lock.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a table name in APO. Just click a single, select anyone for the sake of the selection. Yeah, and click on execute. Okay, so the location ID becomes this kind of. Okay, this is very important for any implementation project. If you go to the project, it is important to know this table names, or in any interviews, client interviews, they will ask you what are the APO. So you have to really research by putting SAP APO and this LOC. So that is the location table. Now the location ID, it is something called the unique number that is generated while saving, but this is not the location name. Okay, the location number is the actually 1000, and that is the internal GUI when you are saving it. That's system. But for you, it is important to understand location number 1000. The next one, that is location type.
That is clear. Location.
Yeah, location number is 10. So now go to the transaction. Yeah, go to open the parallel screen. Open one more session. Look, put the location 0001. Just type it.
001.
Yeah. Display. So what is that? This is Waldorf, Germany, right? This is a production plant. Now go to the table. No, the table. T0 APO table. It is closed or what?
Yes, closed. Sorry.
Oh, you did slash. Okay. Is it okay? Like after this, we give someone else the practice also. Like yeah, just what I want to show you. You can see the location is 1000. Location number 000. Okay, not 0001. So put in the transaction 1000. Keep this intact. Just switch the screen.
Okay. Location number 00.
1000. No. Yeah, correct. Good. Just execute. Now this is your Germany location. No,
In the
this
table
is
level.
like this is just there are different locations. Log 3, there are separate tables. So if you go back, this location ID, right? Click on the location ID, double click it. No. Just go to the just enter the table. So what happens? The location ID is a GUI number. When you are sifting, no, okay, it gives this kind of number. Okay, but the location ID has itself within it the description, your location, your description, and your location. This kind of things comes up. Yeah, that is a
Alphanumeric one.
yeah. So when you
But
actually transfer from the
how we
tables,
can?
okay, this is no APO. Okay, check the other table. Just go to SAP APO. Just go back. Yeah, and yeah, just instead of lock, just remove the lock and just star and execute it. It's not active in directory.
We
Okay.
should remove the star.
Yeah.
Like this.
Just execute the table and see it. No, just remove the star. Here, just put SAP APO star. Okay, now just scroll down. What happens? You have to just put a table slash SAP APO slash star over here.
Sorry.
It's coming up. Yeah, just scroll up. Yeah, go inside it. Right. And just come out with your questions like today, 2 transactions that I explained, na, log 3, just check in the APO and in ECC, the T001W. Like those who got the practice, that's fine. Those who haven't got the practice, tomorrow I'll surely ask them to share the screen. Okay, and then practice so that everyone gets a fair chance.
Hey there, want to get really good at managing supplies? Our SAP APO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP APO. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP APO Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
The master data itself.
Oh,
Okay. So just I put it. So understand.
Okay.
I understand it's a config and you put the calendars. And also we saw some calendars concept, right?
Yes.
And what are the transaction data in ECC? So these are some of the transaction data. Then there are going to be more transaction data also in transit and other things. Huh? So these are something. Now, what are the modules of APO and license like? Do we need license separately? Just try out. If you don't know, I will help you. So when we implement, we tell the company, okay, we want to take license for APO DP or APO SNT. Okay, and accordingly, we need the support for that. So this way, we have to talk with SAP when we go for the implementation. Or if you want to implement it, then we have to pay the entire money to SAP and take the license. Got it? Okay. So the way amount you pay, everything money counts. The amount you pay, that much license you get. If you don't pay the money, you'll only pay for demand, whatever you're paying. Right. Some of the business process that we covered, can you just touch base with me for APO? Master data and transaction data. Okay.
Yes.
So for the transaction data, master data is already covered, but something more you want to add? Like what are the interfaces involved? Something you can speak about that. Just try out, no?
No, I saw yesterday that location and location type. So location type
So
is
what is the expectation in this training that Sandeep advised? We will check material master. Today we'll be doing that. Material master. Okay. In ECC. What is that called in APO? Product.
Okay.
Okay. And the location in ECC, what is called in APO?
Plant.
Sorry,
Plant.
Plant in ECC, what do we call? Location.
Location.
But in ECC, we call plant, we call customer, we call vendor, we call supplier, different names we give, right? Then in S4 HANA, right? So business partners we have, business objects we are creating, right? But in APO, the name is something called just location. And over here we have location type.
Yeah.
Got it. So you were along with me, right? Yesterday on this topic.
Yes.
So I don't know if you got chance to go to the recording. You already received it, or you didn't receive it?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. So once you receive it, then you can go through the topic. And if you have any questions, you can ask me always. Okay. Just take care to read and then always ask me. I'm always reachable. Now, Cyprus have some of the concepts like this has been covered, but can you touch base on the business process understanding? Okay, like the models and these things, what I'm expecting. Hub and spoke model and what are the business processes that we discussed. And I don't know who asked this question. If there is a small manufacturing plant, which is Mumbai, and we don't have DC, then we'll forecast at Mumbai only. If it's just one, okay, we don't have any DCs. So simple supply chain. Even we can plan this in Excel sheet only then. Okay.
Right.
Because we are not transferring anywhere. Just Mumbai to the customers. We will just create a sales order. That's it. Okay. Sale to our customers. Now, something I was explaining of the supply chain networks, maybe. So base planning version, concept this I have to explain you. So Xavier, instead of this, you explain something about the entire world. For example, if I take any company, okay, how across the world the supply chain can be mapped. Something about the quotas also we discussed yesterday. Channel is something, if you say it is the word of sales and distribution. Just make it very clear. I will write down distribution and explain globally how it moves. Like if it is a manufacturing plant in Spain, it is going to travel to so many countries. See, consider TCS company, you know, if TCS has some requirement in Spain, so there are so many consultants in some Asia, North America, South America, India, then you also travel to some other countries, right, for the project work and then come back, right? So similar way, the products also travel across the world.
Hello.
Soumya, you like to say something about this model, like entire global chain? You want to explain it?
Ronit, means entire global chain, I don't know, but
just take a try. Okay, I will help you out. Don't worry.
Okay.
Just see the screen whenever you feel like Spain, Japan, I've written here, countries. Just explain, like if there is a manufacturing unit in Spain, in Japan, and there are so many countries involved, how will be the supply chain getting mapped? And there is some quota arrangement also.
The Spain is the manufacturing plant, then we have USA, Asia, and these will be having each different distribution centers.
Correct.
So
there can be multiple distribution centers in USA, not one. There can be 10 distribution centers also. Okay.
Yes, multiple distribution centers. So the quota arrangement can be as we can procure the DC will plan like we can procure certain percentage of material from one plant.
Correct. Suppose a manufacturing unit is there, we can decide a quota, like how much will go to Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai. Correct. We say the location sourcing. So about Mumbai, suppose we can take some other example. Suppose this is a DC at this is a manufacturing unit. So Delhi DC can decide to take 20% from manufacturing unit 1, 50% from manufacturing unit 2, and 30% from subcontractor, Philippines. Okay, this is how the percentage works. So what we call the sourcing ratios. How I'm trying to source myself as a distribution center, Delhi, the manufacturing unit, it can only procure 20%. That's the agreement. From manufacturing unit 2, it can only procure 50%, not more than that. And from the subcontractor, 30%. Okay, so this is how we define based on our agreements and standard operating procedures within our own company. Got it. Now here something more I was expecting. If Xavier is already in the call or he's not in. Okay, there can be in-house production in the plant or there can be external procurement for the raw materials.
Yeah.
Okay, now something more I was expecting. Suppose Spain is a manufacturing unit. Okay, in Madrid is a capital where we have a manufacturing going on for some molecules or some cancer products. So what happened? It has to transfer it has to transfer to USA, Asia, North America, South America. So this transportation time can take 6 months if I'm supplying by ship. Okay, because lot of bundles of we say active product ingredients or chemicals, it takes long time to transfer. We cannot transfer them by air or something. It can be risky to transport them by planes. Okay, it's not feasible. So that's why it takes long time, 6 months. So we have to take into consideration the shelf life also. Like it should not expire. Okay, so this kind of constraints can be put in supply network planning. Okay, we just cannot say I want to transfer something. We have to take into account if I send something, it should not expire. Okay, you have to decide the correct means of transport. You have to see the transportation cost, what is involved. Okay, if I send by plane and I cannot charge a lot of cost to the customer, right? So I have to do my own business. So I have to decide which means of transport is the cheapest for me, as well as which is economical for me, and it is also good quality transport. Okay, so everything needs to be decided. So supply network planning module actually provides these feasible options to decide the means of transport and what is the effective time that should take within the products, and it does the proper calculations. Got it? So I guess like you've got what is APO, right? And something discussed without a sales and operations planning also. So that is just a subset of DP and SNP. It's a small portion of it. I don't know who raised this question. Karthik, did you raise it yesterday or Shiv Prasad? Or SNOP or Vishnu? And rest of the things is like, okay. Now something today I want to come to the topics. Okay, so hub and spoke model we already discussed. I put it to this one. So this is, if I come back to the agenda over here. So yesterday we tried to cover this particular topics, huh? Introduction. Okay, I have prepared this kind of agenda so that we cover all the critical topics that he advised me, which will be needed for your project. Okay. Okay, the scope is like demand planning for this course. We are not going to do supply network planning or PPDS in this course. Okay, because the project is expected for demand planning. But then it's very important to know all the concepts, So throughout the sessions, I'm going to explain all the concepts, sir. So what are the things? But SWIFT interface, something it's important to understand. I'll be covering this part. And the master data, only plant and material master is needed. Okay, so in SWIFT integration models, only what Sandeep has advised, so particular in critical topics we'll be doing. But in demand planning, we are going to create in detail. Each one of us, we are going to create this macros and planning books and planning area detailed configurations. Okay, and we are going to run end-to-end demand cycle with all the processes in detail. Got it? So this will be really interesting topic going ahead. Now this topic I was trying to explain and we stopped. Time series and order series planning. Do you recollect yesterday? Like there was disturbance in the call and we couldn't do it.
Yes, Ron.
Yeah, right. So Ramkumar, can you just throw some light, whatever you understand from time series and order series? I'll be helping you out, don't worry. So APO, normally we are going to study this. So normally if I come to this, this is called, see all the transactions in ECC are 4-digit. Okay. But in APO, if you see, the transactions start with /SAP APO / and then the transaction code. Are you getting it? How it is different from ECC? See, all transactions in APO will start with /SAP APO. So this is the prefix you can say for every transaction. Even for the master data, if I go to master data product, okay, as a consultant, it is very important, like some of the transactions you almost by heart, okay, by practicing it. Okay, so normally what I do, I save the important transactions in the favorites, okay, and start working on it. Now, I like to explain what is a time series planning first and order series. So Ramkar, you are partially right, but not completely. Okay, so I'll just help you to understand what is time series planning first of all, and then order series. Now, when I say order series planning, what are the orders? Can anybody tell me what are the orders actually? What is the difference between purchase order and stock transfer order? This is TCS company, correct? Now TCS company is trying to do training with some company called ZaranTech right now. Okay, it's a third party, right? It is not a part of TCS. So this is something called a purchase order, as simple as that. Because that is not within TCS. But if TCS is doing training TCS India and something from TCS USA is giving you the training. Okay, that is the same company only, na? So then that is a stock transport order. Just I'm explaining in a simple way, so that you understand. So suppose if there is a factory, it's a company. If the same company procures from the plant of the same company, Spain is a country, okay, and India is a country, but they are the same company. Suppose Nestle Spain and Nestle India, they are actually transferring goods between each other. That is the stock transport order. Are you getting it, everyone? But when I'm saying Nestle Spain is procuring from some other different vendor, like it is procuring from Unilever, for example. Na? So that's separate, right? So then that is called a purchase order. Got it? So this is the difference between a purchase order. Archana, are you along with me? Soumya, did you get the concept? What is stock transport order and what is a purchase order? Anybody has any doubts? Like if it even is a silly question, please ask me. Fine. Now, what else? We order series recipe delivery we create, na? That is also having some number, right? When I create a delivery, automatically a number gets generated. So what is this called? Whenever in ECC we are doing any transactions, suppose I create a plan order, okay, or a process order, I will always see some number is getting generated, isn't it? So where do we see? If I go to MD11, for example, sorry, MD04, let me enter into ECC system. So you all know this ECC transaction MD04, the PP guys at least. If not, yeah, if not, I'll just type here for everyone so that you can also go and check here. MD04. If I go, this is the transaction where we use by the production planning guys, which is we displayed a stock requirement situation in the system. Okay. So I take my product like F RON1. If I come to the stock requirement list, all of you will see here the plan orders are coming up. Everybody, can you see? This is a product.
Yes, Ronit.
RON1. That is a finished good. I have put my name initial, RON1. So what happens after this? I explain you. Everybody will create a simple material master along with me, and then everybody will create a plan order, and we will send that to APO and check it. Okay, that will be the exercise of sitting. That's the next topic. But before you all do the hands-on, let me explain you this concept of order series. So if you see the plan order, you can see some number is over here. This is a plan order number, correct? So if I go here, and if I want to see, okay, it will be always associated with some number. Make to stock, that is fine. So any object that is associated with a number is an ordered series objects. Is it clear to everyone? When you create a purchase order or purchase requisition, you also see a number like this, right? You create a purchase order, purchase requisition, isn't it? So any planning, any object, when I see the order series planning, it is nothing but any object which is associated with a order number, this order series object. Are you getting the concept? So if somebody says you, what is the order series object? It is something, the plan order, purchase order, stock transfer order, or delivery, wherever you see the order number coming up, you can associate it with some number in the system. Okay, suppose I tell this number 85819. Immediately the person will understand this is the order, a plan order that is on 7th of July, okay, of 10 quantity. Okay, if I say this order number 585919, then immediately we should understand this is referring to this particular date. So these are all the order series objects. Are you along with me? When I say any order series planning, okay, so we have to understand what are the order series objects. Okay, OBJECT object. So when I come to this particular transaction, that is MD04 in ECC system, I put my finished product, I put my plant, and here I can see the stock is 0, and there are some plan orders. PLORD stands for plan order, MRP element. Okay, this plan order is dated on 10th of May, and the order number is 85921. So I will just create a plan order and show you. So if I go to MD11, okay, this is a transaction to create a planned order. Okay, now this plan order profile.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following supply chain planning functionalities are included in SAP APO? Option A, demand planning. Option B, supply network planning. Option C, production planning. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Produce this in the month of July, 5th of July. Okay, so I need 2 days to produce. So I'll put 03/07/2021. Okay, enter. So this is a transaction. System could not determine a storage location. That is fine. Save it. So when I'm creating this plan order, that is of like the quantity like 2000 I have put here, some order number got generated. Can you see here? When I saved it, planned order 85922 will be created. That has come up. Are you all along with me? So these are called the order series objects. Wherever you get a number with any transaction data, order series you have to transfer. Okay, and time. So what I'm trying to say, order series data are the SNP and the PPDS. That's what I want. I want to conclude it. But before that, I want to say all these orders which are having a number, they are not for demand planning. They are only for supply network planning and for production planning, detailed scheduling. Got it? So these objects is only for order series for SNP and PPDS. Whatever orders I'm telling, no, that is fine. Okay, so when I say order series, fix in your mind completely, it is only for SNP and PPDS because I have an order number. Okay, SNP and PPDS module, they are always dealing with order numbers. Okay, like delivery, stock transfer order, purchase order, sales order. Like I have to supply, right? I have to produce something, right? So these are order numbers. So they are called order series planning. So supply network planning and production planning, detailed scheduling is the order series planning we say. Everybody along with me, all of you? Stock transfer order, everything is order series planning. Then what is time series planning? That is the demand planning. So it's important to understand demand planning is called a time series planning. So whenever you put any forecast, I don't think this color looks good. When you create any forecast in APO, no, that is just a numerical quantity without any order number. So that's why this is called time series planning. Okay, now let me enter into APO. Hopefully the system should run properly. Come on.
Do we
See,
have
what happens is like, suppose you have a sales order.
Hmm?
Okay. For the sales order, you can create a production order. So, but you will not create first a production order. You will first create a planned order.
Yeah,
And that planned order you
which
will
will
convert into
eventually go
production
into
order. Eventually, it will be converted into a production order. So, indirectly, directly, the things when I say order series objects, you know, the sales order, they're all interconnected in PPDS and SNP. Okay, so like you can say PPDS and SNP, they are on the same platform. SNP is for midterm planning with the order series objects. PPDS is for like daily planning. Okay, more discrete planning, but the objects
But
remain the same. Suppose your company is not implementing SNP. Okay, I'm just implementing PPDS. Then,
correct.
according to the sales order, it will just create a production order and that will stop. Okay, directly. We are not having plan order to production order conversion. I'm just interested in creating a production order. That's it.
So
Correct.
okay.
Now there are some settings in the system like you can manage like directly. You can, when a sales order is there, you run the production PPDS heuristics. The production orders will be generated. So those kind of facilities can be enabled. Correct.
Okay.
So in APO we can go and put a check mark. So what happens? The plan orders, everything will be getting converted into production order. Okay, we saw the auto conversion programs are there. We run in PPDS where all plan orders get converted into production orders. Okay, but to answer your question, yes, all these order series objects, no, they are applicable to both SNP and PPDS. Because in product PPDS also we create plan order if necessary. Okay, so and we called as SNP plan orders for SNP. Okay, and PPDS plan orders we call PPDS plan orders. That is, yeah, license different. Therefore, we have given different numbers, you know. SNP plan order, we gave a number, name. We have given a number for PPDS plan order. Okay, so PPDS plan order, it's like more detailed plan order where we have the timings of throughout the day, like this time to this time. But SNP plan order is bucket, you know, like in one day we can say is the minimum bucket. I don't know if you got this concept. But for as it now, just try to understand what is the order series objects. Whatever is SNP and PPDS, they are called order series planning or order series objects. Is it clear? We can discuss later on in detail these things, not a problem. But right now, just focus on what is a simple definition. If somebody says you order series objects, you should know what is order series. It should be crystal clear.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. Now, when I say time series, immediately it should strike your mind or in your brain, it is demand planning. No second thought. Okay, so now I am in the demand planning in APO. I will of course teach you how to go enter here, but for the sake of explanation, I'm just trying to tell you now. Over here, if you see the forecast, okay, I put some values up. I put this value. Okay, can you see any odd number coming here? It's just a quantity. If I right click and I want to show as a graphic any details or something, if I go on to see the details or something, okay, no order number is, there will be nothing. No detailed information. Got it? So there is no number. It is only shifting in the time, month. Okay, across the time period, it's already only shifting. So all the numerical quantities that are just shifting across the time, they are called time series objects.
Okay.
So can you see any number? Like order number or something? Can you say this is the order number which is on month? No. It is just you have to say this quantity is in the month 09. Okay. 09 is like, if I go to the period over here, period 9 ranges from 1st of 9 to 30 November. Sorry, what is this? September. Okay. So 30 days. So this is called a time series objects in demand planning. So if I try to take this picture over here, so and I'll just put it over here. My understanding. So when I use the term time series planning, just fit it here. It's too small, I understand, but just for reference, what happens? The time series planning. Okay, so in the time series planning, there is no order numbers associated. There is only numerical quantity. That's a definition without any order number. Okay, and that is nothing but demand planning. In demand planning, we just put quantity. And why we say time series, it is moving across the time periods. Okay. Is it clear to everyone? So what I explained you right now, I tried to go to ECC and create a planned order. And what I tried to explain is like any objects in ECC, they are the plan orders, or if any number comes up, they are called order series objects. And they are actually transferred to SNP and PPDS. Okay, when we do the SIFing part. But demand planning is not done by SIFing. Demand planning is something done manually in APO. For demand planning, we don't have such interface from ECC to APO. Okay, so demand planning is directly done in APO. So the SIF interface or the core interface, the connection of ECC is not with a demand planning. It is with SNP and PPDS. Are you getting it? When I say ECC,
Yes.
and when I say APO, and I say CIF interface, or what is the full form of it? It is called core interface. So that connects ECC order series objects with APO order series objects. So what are the APO order series objects? That is the objects of SNP and PPDS. Okay, so core interface never connects demand planning. It only connects your supply network planning and PPDS. Is this fundamental clear? What is a core interface? So I see this interface between ECC and APO. Core interface is only connection between your ECC orders and your APO order series objects. And when I say APO demand, it does not take help from ECC. It has its own forecast. Hence, planning in APO, demand planning, is called time series planning. So mostly in the certification, APO certification, these questions are very clear. What is APO demand planning? That is a time series planning. And when I say APO SNP, APO PPDS, that is a order series planning. So this should be very clear. Is it clear to all of you? There is a certain link over here. So what happens? We have some demand planning configurations where we keep, when we create those materials, we keep the same material number and plant number. Okay, suppose I come to the demand planning screen and I want to, for example, if your location is there, so it's a German plant, okay, 0001. I will actually show you where the demand planning locations are created. Okay, in the BW objects. But from ECC to APO, I'm telling it doesn't goes.
Okay, understood.
Yep. Got it. Did I answer your question? From ECC to APO demand planning, it doesn't close. But reverse it goes. Okay, so this is red. APO demand planning doesn't take self from ECC. But of course, from DP, you can send to ECC. That connection is possible. Okay, there is another interface that I will explain you. But right now, just Amarnath, how did this question strike your mind? Like, this is a good question. Okay, so what happens is like from ECC, data is not going to demand planning. Okay, what happens from ECC? How it goes to demand planning? From ECC, it is extracted into BW cubes. Okay, just products and everything, the materials, and from BW cubes, it goes to APO DP, demand planning. So this is the flow. Yeah, process chains will take care. So these are the time series objects, how it flows.
Got it.
So BW, everything is like when it comes from ECC, you know, it's like time series objects, it's go. It also the order series objects goes to BW, that's fine. But especially for APO DP, from ECC, like the sales history, your product, customers, everything is in a time series way it goes. Okay, and it says in this particular date, this is the forecast or this is the order, like this way it goes. Okay, and these are all the time series objects. We are going to cover this. We have a topic for BW objects as well in our agenda. So I will, where is that? Okay, in the master data, as well as basic BW understanding. So this part we are going to cover those objects. I'll show you where to check this time series objects. But as of now, any silly doubts anyone has? Vishnu, I understand you have a throat pain, but are you understanding? Or any questions? So if I come to the system, okay, so this is my advanced planning and optimization. Correct, this particular menu. Now, when I open this particular menu, there are separate sections for demand, supply, network planning, and PPDS. Okay, so if I come here, you can see the demand planning box. This is for demand planning. This is for supply network planning. Okay, this is for production planning. Okay, so this is why the separate areas like demand planning is separate, supply network planning is separate, production planning is separate. So Vishnu, did you get it? They're all separate areas if you want to go. If you want to go to the planning book of demand, you click here. If you want to go to supply network planning, you just go and click here. You'll go to the supply network planning areas. We're going to create a planning area, go to the configuration in the next topics. But are you getting the sections are separated from each other? Normally, what a company does, they prefer to pay money and buy it. Okay, at least DP and SNP. Maybe PPDS, they will not take it. So when they go for implementation or something. Okay, or if they are there are companies, they don't want demand planning. Suppose they have other third-party system for their demand planning. Okay, like they are doing demand planning in Managersticks or Logility or IS Scala. These are all the sub-management system, or in Oracle, they are doing demand planning. Then they will just try to use supply network planning. So demand will come from Oracle system and come directly by interface to SNP. Got it? So that's why I don't need demand planning, because I'm happy with my own company's legacy system. Okay, that is also a possibility, right? Or I've seen companies who just put production planning because they have some map system like in Managersticks. So they have demand and they have supply planning, like Managersticks is running, but then they want PPDS to be implemented. So they just want to have the supply network from there, and they can bring their plan orders, the SNP plan orders or their Managersticks plan orders directly to the production planning. Okay, and then the bomb explodes and they can just use PPDS for their factory planning. That's it. Okay, so this is how it goes about.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, but when any company implements, for example, a big company, Nestle, Unilever, which have implemented everything, all the modules, they didn't implement everything in one day. They thought like 3 years plan or 4-year plan to complete demand planning across the entire globe. Okay, like 4 years they did it. And after it's working fine, then they took the second module. Next 3 years, they're trying to implement across the globe for supply network planning. And then one plant, they will do a dummy production planning and see how it's working. And then they will try to implement it. So this implementation for a big company, it extends to 6 to 7 years, like, okay, by country implementation goes ahead. Okay, and they see how the success rate is there. Okay, because if I implement all the countries together, it might create problems. We don't have so much manpower, and also all the users are not ready to shift into APO. They need some time to train themselves as well. Okay, so part by part, everything goes, implementation goes. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is how the license comes into picture. Like only 3 years, I want to play with demand planning. I don't want to use supply, so I'll buy it. I'll pay to SAP only after 3 years when my company decides to implement supply network planning. Anyone else? Any questions? We are going to go to system now. So theoretical, any questions? This is just I was trying to say what is a core interface that is only between ECC and AP order series objects. Okay, that is a core interface. This green color that I put. So maybe I'll put some bright color. Core interface has connect ECC with AP order series object. That's a definition, So if anybody says your core interface is for demand planning, that is completely wrong. Okay, core interface is between ECC and connecting your SNP and PPDS modules. Okay. So when we study the SAP interface, this will be very clear.
Okay.
Okay, this plant, because I will ask you to run this model, each one of you will share the screen and do it. Okay, now let me clear this out of forecast. Okay, whenever customer gives any forecast, okay, suppose your customer is giving the forecast, these are the weeks, W1, W2, W3, W4, that is coming over here. This forecast of 1,000 quantities that I have put, that is called a, what is called, that is a time series objects. That's what I was trying to explain, right?
Yes.
Okay, any doubt in this one? Forecast is always a time series objects. Okay, if I go to this, okay, APO screen, I don't know what happened. Anyways, so these are all time series objects, but the sales order, what is a sales order, whether it is time series or order series?
Orders.
This is order series. So where it will be? It will be S&P or it will be in demand planning?
SNP.
Both.
It will be not in demand planning. It will be only in S&P. Or it can be a part of PPDS also. Okay, so in demand planning, we cannot bring the sales order objects at all. Okay, that will remain in supply network planning module only. So when you, so to answer your question, when your customer puts a forecast, that is directly entered in APO demand planning. We are not entering in ECC. Yes, yes. So what happens is, like in APO, if you see this planning books, okay, we have a upload and a download functionalities. Okay, we can download the template and you can upload it. Okay, we'll check this when we are doing the APO system. So let me show you right now. If I go to demand planning, so nobody is going to input it, right? So what we are going to do it, we are going to download the template as a planner, fill everything in the Excel and upload it in one go for all products, all locations. This is what happens. The demand planner gets all the forecasting from all the planners in their own files. Okay, and they upload these files into APO manually, this process.
Okay.
Okay, and this is simple. It doesn't take more time. It's like 10 minutes. You're going to download the template, fill the values and upload it. This is only once in a month. The demand planners does it. Okay. Okay. So the system is trying to betray us. So I go to the transaction, interactive demand planning. So all of you, if you see here, there is a forecast key figure over here. I say corrected forecast or something. Okay. So, and over here, if you see, there is a save locally. Okay. And the download, upload the data. So what I can do, if I want to save locally, I can click here and I can download the file. Okay. Prepare file later time. So I can create the separator file, comma separator format. I can download it. Okay. So as a planner, what happens of a country, he downloads this kind of files. Okay. As a CSV file. For example, I say the APO forecasting file and save it. Okay, so the file is created and then the planners can upload all their forecasts in this particular file. Okay, let this file open. So this is a CVC format. So I shouldn't have done this one. Wait. Data has been saved. So let's open it. Okay, so this way, The planner can download the template and fill the values in Excel sheet. Okay, this is only for one location. Now I have downloaded it. But suppose I go here and select all the products, okay, and download the file in that particular format. Details all. So this entire file can be downloaded in the Excel. The values can be filled up, and then once again this can be uploaded. So this way all products have come up. Now this is only one location. Suppose I wrote for all products and all locations. So I come here and go and put here. I load all the products and all locations. So I select everything, select all, load it. So all products and all locations comes here. Now I make this details all. Here I go to product. This I'll be explaining all of you how to do it, how to play with this planning book. So this all products and all locations, everything. Okay, whatever I have created, locations, everything can be downloaded in one go. Then the planners can fill the data in the Excel sheet, and using this upload functionality, so using the upload data, they can once again go and upload the file that gets uploaded. So this is how a business planner normally works, you know. They put the file and they upload and download. Are you getting it? How the data is filled? So there is no connection like ECC is sending the forecasting data. Manual override needs to be done. This is the way the business planner works. Upload and download in demand planning. But in supply network planning, we cannot do in this way. Upload something or download something. Okay, that's the order series objects, and that is tightly connected with your ECC or S4 system, isn't it? So this one I will be going in detail. We will be creating this planning book. Each and every key figure I'll explain it. Okay, these are called the key figures where we store the transaction data. Okay, so we are going to create this view key figures. I have exercise for you. Okay, so if I come to my specific agenda, I'm going to talk about this topic here, key figures. Okay, in the demand planning. So just wait for some time.
Okay.
Okay, this topic will be covered. So we are still over here. We have to cover SIFT today. Okay, but is time series and order series planning concept clear? We are going to talk about time series and order series across our entire class till the end date. But at least the basics is clear. At least 5%. What is at least the basic definition is clear. Order series, it is SNP and PPDS. Time series, it is demand planning. Okay,
yes.
The time series, there will be no order number. See, if I'm filling the values in Excel, this is only quantity values like historical sales. If I put something, manual adjustment of the forecast. Okay, I am going to put just a number 1000 in month 4 2019. Okay, if I go here, I'll put in 2022 this quantity 300. Okay, 300 for what? If I come here, for the corrected history. So this is how what happens. I am just playing with the time series objects. No, I'm not playing with the order objects, order series objects. Isn't it? So can it, Archana, can you tell me what is a time series object and what is the order series objects as a recap before we go to SIFT? We'll be covering this. That is only related with your order series object, SNP, PPDS. Okay. Whereas time series planning, that is demand planning, how we fill the data like uploading, downloading, we play with the demand planning sections over here. This we are going to cover, okay, in detail demand planning. But this was just a picture to show you. And other advantage of APO is like if you want to copy, I just select this yellow color, everything gets selected. Okay, then I can click here and there's a pivot sorting of the key figures. I can sort it. Okay, so the location comes first, it goes at the top. Can you see? The vertical become horizontal. This way you can sort it. Okay. Like we can play with the Excel. I can go here once again, it will revert back. Okay, here if I want to put product first, I'll shift it. So it will, first it was location, Agartala and all products. Now I put product. And if I change it, how it will behave? So first the product will come now. Okay, like Santur and close-up product for this locations. This is how we play with Excel sheet, you know. That is a similar way we can play it APO. So this was a huge flexibility of SAP APO. Okay, that's why it ruled so many years in the world, and it actually competed with Oracle, all the supply chain management solutions across the world, and it became a niche skill, you know. So everybody is like, if you know, if you're demand planning, if you SNP, you know, like you're in great demand because the flexibility of the module was very high. Okay, however you want, you can play. If you want to download this in Excel, you just select everything. I'm just typing Control C, you know, in my computer. And after doing a Control C, I just open a new file and I'll do Control V. Everything gets copied. So isn't it wonderful? Like, it's like something from ECC, you have to do Control Y, copy. Those things are not there. Just you are doing Control C. Something I want to copy from here, I want to paste. If I don't want to upload, I just do Control C and I can go here and just press the Control V. So it copies from Excel everything. Okay, why 100 but everything will get copied. So in one go, I can copy everything over here. Just Control C, Control V option works out. Okay, so these objects, even if I copy paste, it is just a numerical quantity. And in demand planning, these are called the time series objects. So everyone, is it fine now? Can we go to the system, like, or you want to take a 5 minutes break before we go to the system? You'll have to take a 5 minutes break before we go to the system and start practicing the SIP concept. Because in one go, we'll have to do a lot of system practice and everybody will be sharing screen. So right now, we are going to study the SIP core interface in the system directly. We are going to do the hands-on. First, I will show you what we have to do. So first exercise will be create some material masters. Okay. And the plant that we will use is 0001. Okay, the wall-drop plant that I was showing you. So what you have to do, first you have to create, like I have created a product F RON1. Okay, now suppose your name is Vishnu. So you can start your product F VIS, okay, 1. Okay, if a name is like Archana, then how you can do, you can just put F as finished good, okay, ARC 1. This will be your finished good. So are you clear with the naming conventions of your finished good? How you have to create? I'll teach. Okay, this should be your finished good, like. So just put here, insert F VIS 1, F AMA 1, F HAR 1, F KAR 1, F RAM 1, F ARC 1, F RAN 1, F SAI 1, F Z SAV 1, F SOU 1. So I'll just put in the chat so you get accordingly, you understand which is your products. Okay, so if I come to the chat for everyone. Okay, did you all receive it? Okay, so this will be your products. Okay, we'll just create a simple bomb where suppose my if it's F RON1. Okay, the components will be F RON2, F RON3. These are the two components. Okay, so accordingly for you, F VIS1, F VIS2, F VIS3. Okay, you are going to create 3 material masters. And if you take reference in the system, okay, if you go here in ECC, if you go to MM03, who is not comfortable in creating material master, he will, that person will share the screen. Okay. So, but I request that any one of you who want to volunteer, Vishnu, you want to volunteer for it? We'll start with the sequence wise. So if you do the material master, then one will do the BOM and then the shipping transactions one by one. Then, because there's a complete practice for all of you, you know. So I don't want to just practice myself. The next 2 hours,
Yeah,
all of you will share. Yeah. And we'll be covering the next 2 hours. We'll finish off the SIP topic, you know, for the master and transaction data. So this is the plant 0001. Yes, perfect. You can copy from my material, okay, as he's doing Fron 1, that's perfect. When you see the copy from, take my reference, basic data, select MRP views, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Select the org level, yeah. That's it. Here put the plant, yes. So similarly, everyone, you can follow the same path. Or if you are Archana, if you can, you don't have to just wait. Okay, just see how it is being created.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, or you can take the snapshots like of the screens if you want. Okay, just put FG, yes, correct. So there is something to explain over here. If you see the MRP type, all of you, just drill down over here, F1. So only X0, if you come down, that is relevant for APO. Okay, so if it is PD, then that is not relevant for APO. So if you shift the products, which is non-X0, they will not be shipped to APO. Are you getting it? So this is not only, this is a certification question. What products are planned in APO? The products that are X0, they are actually planned in APO, they are external planning. Okay, so MRP type, which is XO, that is relevant for APO. So this is a very critical question that comes in APO certification. It's clear to all of you? And if it is a PD, then that is MRP product. Okay, that is relevant only in ECC. That product will not go to APO.
Okay.
It's a very important field. Key field, correct. And that is external planning. That means your SAP is telling, I cannot plan it. Let any other external system like APO take care of it. Got it? Now, there is a lot size, that is fine. Lot for lot, we all understand. That is okay. If you want to put some time, in-house production time, 2 days, if you like to, but you can put it, definitely. It's not a mandate. Now, if you go to MRP 2, just click on MRP 2. In MRP 2, you can see the procurement type, just drill down there. So what is E stands for in-house production. Okay, suppose your plant 0001 is an in-house production plant, you can select E. Okay, if it is external procurement, you are going to select F. If you don't want to procure anything at all, you just select no procurement, keep it blank. But if you want to keep both procurement types, so this was a plant like yesterday, or the example was told for Mumbai plant, right? You remember? For Mumbai, who gave me the example where Mumbai is both a manufacturing unit as well as it is procuring. We have the same distribution center and same manufacturing unit. Okay, that can also be a case, isn't it? Then we select X, both the procurement types. Are you getting me? Just select X for this one. Okay, so this can be a in-house production if you want, or also you can also procure externally when you put X. This is concept of procurement type clear to all of you. In MRP3, the key field over here is strategy group. So just click on the strategy group 10. So we have 10 made to stock production. Then if you scroll down, you have made to order. Then there are several strategies. Click on the strategy. Okay, so you have make to stock production that is selected. Okay, so if you scroll to the right, that is the number 10, make to stock. At the top, if you click on, so there are different numbers. Okay, like 10 is going to become also 10 in APO. That will be checking later on. Okay, so these are the different strategies you can select if you want to do make to or stock production or make to order or final product. So this is where you select your strategy. 11 is gross requirement planning. Yes, I think this is already, you should know this one, but this is an important field, so I'm just explaining. Now, consumption mode forward and backward. So if there is a sales order, how it will be consuming backward and forward 30 days. Okay, that's a concept. What is the consumption mode 2? If you can click there, it is backward and forward. 2 stands for backward forward. If you select 1, it is only backward. 3 is forward. Okay, 4 is forward. First it will go forward and then it will go backward. Okay, so when the any sales order comes, the forecast will first go forward and see the sales order, then it will go back. So these are the consumption modes. Okay, now go to MRP4. MRP4, we have like individual collected. This is again MRP field. Click on the production versions. Okay, just close it. Just save this product. Yeah. Now just go to the second product, like FVIS2 and collect. Yeah. Okay, material type it didn't pick up. So your component is a raw material. F-RON2.
Yeah.
Okay. Your header was a finished good. Are you getting the concept? Here I am putting X0, that is external planning. So this raw material I want to bring to APO. Okay, and now go to MRP2. It is once again like this is external procurement. Okay, so this cannot be in-house production. Raw material I have to procure. So it is F. Are you getting the concept? F stands for external procurement. GR processing time you put 2 days. That is okay. So when the goods comes in the factory, 2 days will be done for the GR processing. Please go to MRP3. Here see I have in MRP2 I have put planned delivery time. Can you see that? Because I'm procuring externally, right? This is a raw material. PDT. It's 2 days. Makes sense over here. Go to MRP3. Here again I have put like make to stock. I've just kept a strategy group. Okay. And if you go to MRP4, nothing is needed over here. Only for the finished good I wanted selection methods. Okay, just save this one. And yeah, and now create the third product. Yes, everyone, you can go ahead and definitely. You got the idea, right? If anyone gets stuck, just let me know. Then he can share the screen. System is slow. That's what I told the concerned guy. That's what I think. So if you see here, I wanted to explain this MRP type is PD. Okay, that means when we do the SIFing, this product will not go to APO. So that's why I created this combination. To understand only the exo materials should go to APO and not PD. So you got the catch over here.
Yes,
right? Okay, that's the reason I have kept it PD. So Soumya is also having problem, Vishal. APO user 10. Okay, so that is how we take care over here, like whichever materials is PD, they are not going to go to APO. They will be planned by MRP planning. So APO system is only planning for the critical products, it doesn't plan everything. So if we plan everything, then we don't need MRP planning. Only the critical header materials, semi-finished goods, or very critical raw materials are planned in APO. So this is the functionality of APO planning. We don't plan the simple like plastics or the certain raw materials which are non-critical, which is very cheap products, okay, like plastic boxes, wrappers. Those we don't take care or we don't care to plan in APO. Only very critical products which are very expensive and which is really value for the business and the finished goods, we are doing only those products planning in APO. Okay, is the concept clear to everyone? See, if you only want to do demand planning, okay, we don't need this connection with ECC this way. This is only for the SIF connection with supply network planning. We'll go ahead with extraction with the BW objects, right? So we just want a connection. We are not doing this supply network planning at all. Only demand planning. We don't need to do such things. This I'm showing the connection because TCS, Sandeep, who took the interview, asked me like, so this is a demand planning training. Just give this understanding of the SIF module, you know, a bit, so you get an end-to-end picture. Okay, so in this training, we'll not do supply network planning, but at least you should know the interface, no? So there are only, there are only 2 components.
Okay.
Okay, don't create more material masters, only 3. 1, 2, 3 on your names. So one will have, so now go to the BOM, like if, can you go to the production version for C223 transaction for my product? You stop sharing. Anybody else want to share the screen? Like Amarnath, you're facing problem, right? Yes, I can see your screen. Right.
Yeah.
Did you already create all the products or no?
Yes, I created 3.
Great. So now just go to transaction C223 at the top. That is a production version.
Which one?
/n C223. Enter. Yes. Now put the plant 0001 and put my product RRON1. Material RRON1. 1. Yeah. Select it. Press enter. Okay, fine. So I have not created production version. So no need to create it. That is fine. Okay. I'm just checking if I created. Okay. Now just cancel it out. Yeah. Now the next step, like we are going to enter into a BOM transaction to create a BOM. So create a BOM CS01. So all of you along with me, right? Put your own header product like F Amar, which is your product. So CS01, shall I type in chat? Everybody knows the BOM transaction, right? CS01, I just typed it for everyone. Anyone who doesn't know how to create a BOM, like can you just put your name in the chat? I will be guiding then. Okay. Please execute it. Now put the first component. Yeah, correct. BOM usage.
Yes.
Okay. Whatever you like, your production BOM or 3, whatever you like, can do it. Not a problem. Just put a stock item, L. 1, just put it 1. So the material master is not maintained. Select the basics and yeah, it's not done. Did you copy from the storage location? How Vishnu did? Okay, no, you just have to put copy from plant. So it will be working fine then.
Okay.
Put a stock, yeah, right. Because what happens is like if you don't put this correctly, okay, your siffing you will not be able to understand. It will not go. So then later on you will not get the juice out of it, na? The sieve you will not be able to practice it. Put like 100 quantity or something more, 1, 10, 15 like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Just save it. Yeah. Okay, so everyone, anybody facing problem in creating a bomb? Soumya, you're done with a bomb? Just put one, na? Keep it simple. Don't worry about it. You're creating a bomb or material master right now? Then just try to see what everyone is doing. We'll start with the sieving explanations. This was some good quantity, 10, 20. So when it explodes, you can see properly.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fine if you put one, but if you can analyze also, na? 15 and 10, 10 and 1 is 11 like this. Yeah. That's it. Save it. Fair enough. Now just go back and let's understand the first transaction of SIF, that is CFM1. I'll put in chat. CFM1, this is a transaction, and next is CFM2. So one by one, we will do it to understand it. So everybody can just type, can you show the transaction to all of everyone? Just go to the APO users. No, at the bottom. No, type CFM1. That is fine. CFM1. Yeah, execute. At the bottom, yeah, this is a CFM1 transaction. Just click there, it will always remain there. Yeah. So we come to know during the recording, it's easier to see that this is the transaction that has been used, right? Now, if you select this model, okay, just go to variant at the top, get variant, yes. And there in the variant, just put star RON star and remove this user, yes. Okay, so select the one that I created, RON master data, MD. Yeah, double click it. So this is a master data that I created it, where I've selected a material and a plant and my material and my plant. Now what I request you, instead of Ron, put the first three initials, okay, of your name. So if you are like Harish, put at no, yeah, right. In the model name itself. Yeah, instead of Ron, put HAR. APO client is fine. MD is fine, master data. That is okay. Correct. Check mark the material and the plant. Everyone. Suppose you remove the plant, plant will not go to APO. So these are the master data we are trying to try it right now. Material and the plant. Okay. The plant you have put 0001. Correct. And what is the MRP type you have put? See, this is very critical to understand. X0. Okay. So whichever was PD, that will not go to APO when we save it. This is a key factor. So everyone is done with this particular screen. Anybody facing problem over here? Just put your name in chat. No, first, no, just a minute. First press on the save button, save this variant.
Okay.
So everyone first save the variant, and after pressing save, instead of Ron, put your name, HAR or whatever is your initial. Okay, and in the description also put it, same thing. Got it? So each one, don't disturb my variant. Okay, so just use the my variant and replace by your name and save it. Okay, so each one of you have their own variants in that case. Okay, so once you have created the variant, now it makes sense. Like you go to the tick mark button that is below the flower. No, there is a 3 flowers. You can see, yes, execute. So this is called generation. What do we call this step? I'll put in chat.
So Ronit, just one question. Even yes, if we select the finished good assembly, so automatically whatever the BOM component which are relevant to APO, right? Like X0 maintained, yes, that will be.
So
okay.
Now just click on number 2, Material Master 2. Yeah, number 2, just click there. So you see only component 2 and 1 got selected. Why Ron has come? In the BOM is not correct.
Yeah, so before doing this thing, just correct your BOM. Okay, if you see, you have selected my material. Okay, so what will happen? No, if I create something, your BOM is wrong, so that will not work good. So in the model, if you go to the material, just go to the green check mark at the top. Here you put F, no, at the right hand side. This, I'm so sorry, I didn't explain it. Just go here, put here FHA, yeah, HAR2, HAR3. Okay, so I'm so sorry about it. And just save this one, save this variant. So everyone just update this variant accordingly. Put your own materials. So your variant is saved now. Now just execute it. Okay, now click on 2. So you understand over here, when you click on 2, you just get the component 2, not the 3, because that was PD. Are you getting it? That is how only which is X0 that will go to APO. First only we are creating. And what is this step called? Can you see in the chat? Can you go to your chat and show me? This step is called generation of integration model of SIF. The line I have typed. So everyone, can you understand this? Can you just highlight this line? This is called what we are doing CFM1. That is, first we are generating the integration of model of SIF. This is the first step, that which is the transaction CFM1. Is it clear to all of you? What is generation? Practical? Why I ask you to select this one is that to make you understand. Okay, like when we generated, only 2 materials got selected. Got it? The PD didn't get selected even if you put by mistake. As a planner, you will have to like 5,000 materials. You're not going to select one by one. You will just put it in the variant. And according to PD or XO, system will select. This is how in production the planners work. They do not bifurcate everything. They will select everything and put in the variant. But according to PD and X0, system will do their own work of selections. Got it? So that means your work is reduced, right? You don't have to go again. You have to bifurcate the materials. That is the only advantage. So it's a good question, actually. This is very important in implementation projects. We don't go and bifurcate. We just put the entire variant, all the products, and system takes care of it. And nobody has time to do it, right? But here what happened for our particular example, okay, if I just put a plant, it's like it will be taking your products and it will be getting mixed. That is the reason I explained that you keep your variant separate. That's the only reason. But best practices is like, like you put the materials as well, but plant is sufficient. Whenever we integrate, we just do select the materials and we don't put it. We just do on the plant. So whatever materials are there in the plant will be actually getting executed. This is one-time activity for the first time. And these jobs are set in the background on a daily basis, So if any new product comes, automatically batch job is going to see every 3 hours the job runs. So what happens in a company when you after go live, it is hardly, you cannot believe, you have to believe like every 2-3 days, some of the new products comes, right? There are 5,000 varieties of products.
Yes,
new products are getting introduced. So do you think you are going to run this model manually? No. This is all the automated background jobs. If you put on the plant level, so every day when the batch job runs, it is going to be included in your model. When the batch job runs, it will move to APO automatically. So if you create today, normally we set them in the nightly jobs. So the next day we tell the planner your material will move to APO. Okay, that's how we do when we do the consulting. Okay, so we say like you get entire day to create your new products, but when you create, the batch job runs after 6 p.m. Okay, or in the night time or in the US time zone. So next time when you come to your office, the European, like all the 3 time zones. So after that, like 3 time zones will have 3 batch jobs separately, like Asia Pacific, EMEA, America. So those planners, they are creating the job, their process change will run accordingly to the time zone. Okay, and next day when they can come to their office, they can see the products has moved to APO. It makes sense, right? So this is where we generated an integration model. Now just come out of this transaction now. Okay, maybe the next person can share his screen. And yeah, sorry, I forgot to tell you, this is a good one. Click on generate IM. Generate integration model. Yeah, just click there. Yeah, I forgot to tell this. So when you tell this, you should get this screen. Integration model has generated and click the green check mark. So this everyone should do it. Okay, it is as good as if you click the save button, that is the same functionality. Click on the save. Okay, the same thing happens. So either you click on save or generate, one and the same. Okay. Then click on the detail button on the right hand side.
So select a line and see detail what happens, detail view. So you can go to the directly to the details of that product. You can go back. Okay. If you have hundreds of plants, then you can also go and see the list and you can download from here. So everyone along with me, how to generate an integration model? Fine. Now, who can volunteer next? Now we are going to use the second integration model transaction. I will type in chat for everyone. That is CFM2, and that is called activation of integration model. So now it is a time. Can you go to the chat, please? Karthik, could you please help to go to the chat? The transaction is CFM2. Just highlight it, CFM2 transaction for everyone. Yeah, this is called activation of the integration model. The step 1 was generation and step 2 is activation. It is so simple. It is not at all difficult. Okay, so now let's go to CFM2 transaction. Just come back. So just go back once again. Let's see from fresh what you did. Just click CFM2. So first you do CFM1, then CFM2. It will automatically take your own model. It is taken, so you don't have to create any variant. Of course, when the batch jobs are running, we do it. Okay, but right now, no. So what you are going to do, just click on execute button. Okay, now click on the master data MD. Okay, now, so what's happening is it says the status is not active. So click on the new status. Just single click. Everyone just pay attention here. What he is doing. One single click. First line. Just single click. So can you see it will turn to cross. So this was inactive. So when you generated, the model is not yet active. The same functionality can be done. There is an active box at the top. Even if you click over there, here, just go top. Yeah, click there. Yeah, click it. Just single click. Select the new status, that area. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what's happening in this. Okay. Just it was so the thing is like if you just move your cursor, put it the cell, select the line and then do active. Select the entire line, the first line, yeah, done, then press on active. Okay. So it's the same functionality, but I prefer to just go on the cross and make a single click. Because he generated 2 times with this particular time. He pressed that generated button 2 times. Once he wanted to show me right now, I asked him to show, no? So 44 seconds and 57, he did it maybe when he was doing himself, when Harish was sharing the screen. Got it? Now click on the start button and cross your fingers and see what happens. Activate. So just ignore, the queues will be there, just ignore it. Just wait for some time. Let's see what happens. If there is something problem, we have to call the SAP support to help us out. Yes. Click on yes. Okay. Now click on 34 at the top. No. Just click on the second line where it shows 25 numbers. Yeah. Just double click there. So you can see the logs at the bottom. On the right hand side, there is a scroll bar, scroll down. So you can see the log shows that your material has successfully moved. Everything is green for you. Got it? Your integration model with your products and the location have gone to APO successfully. Over here, what happens if you are able to generate it successfully? Okay. If the generation is successful, it is correct. The activation would be successful by any default. Okay, but if the queues are stuck in the system or if the RFC connection is down, that means ECC and APO connection, RFC is not connected with each other, then it is going to fail automatically. Okay, that's the only reason the step queue stops. So I was telling you right now, like if it doesn't work, then we have to call the basis team who is handling this system. Okay, so basis team, they have done the connection between the ECC and APO, so it has worked fine. So it doesn't fail under normal circumstances. Only if the RFC connection is down, then it is going to go red. Then you have to call basis and tell them keep the system up. This just shows your material number FCAR1 at location 1 and F0001 has moved to APO. Okay. Now, one thing, can you log on to APO system?
We'll complete this flow, then somebody else will share the screen. Now he is doing it. Okay. So see I will answer your question. Just hold on, Karthik. Ranjit, what material has gone to AP or not is done in the generation where I told X0. Do you remember? When I clicked on X0, only 2 materials got selected out of 3. That's the key point. Okay. Okay. And when we did the activate in the logs, we can only see those which were generated. Only that goes to APO by default. Because they are not having X0 in the material master, right? They will not go to APO. Are you getting the concept? No, let me share my screen and clear your concept. Just can you give me the control, please? So Ranjit, suppose you have this 80 or 50 products with you. Correct? Out of this 17, out of which, for example, your 17 products is PD. Right. And next products is X0.
Yes.
Okay. Next 86 products X0. So this discipline you have to maintain in the material master.
Correct.
This cannot be eliminated by under any circumstances that in material master you're playing, you're not following the discipline. So there are, when we go for implementation, okay, so there are a lot of like MRP flows, like the MM team who normally creates it. There we say that we create some flows for the master data workflows, okay, which is like the compliance of the company. We just don't create a material master. There is a workflow concept that needs to be followed. Any department of a company, any planner, if he creates a material, he has to follow standard workflows. And in the workflow procedures, they have been mentioned that you have to mention PD or X0. Okay, if they follow those procedures, they have to follow the standard operating procedures when they create a material. Got it?
Yeah.
So first of all, when they are doing a material master, it is not like fun in production. They have to follow this standard operating procedures. Otherwise, they will get a quality compliance at their side. Okay, they will have to face their own management because each product is generating revenue. They just cannot put anything PD or XO. They have to be very critical in putting this. So that's their responsibility. So once they have put this, if I just generate on the plant name, suppose this is a plant 0001. Sorry. So this plant is 0001. Okay, I am generating the integration model for only this plant. Okay, this I think Xavier or someone was telling me. Okay, so what will happen for this plant? All these materials will be generated. But when it is generating in the variant, I'm putting only X0. Right, I'm just putting X0 in the variant. So what will happen when it's generating the PD products, this 1 to 17, though they are in the variant, they are not going to be generated. They are activated, they will not go to APO.
Yeah.
Okay, they will be stopped from going to APO. Only the products which are X0, they are only going to go to APO. So this is where the workflow compliance while creating a material master takes a front seat. And this is a discipline for all the business users or the planners. Okay, during the implementation phases and business as usual. Are you along with me? If you put in the variant, if I go to the variant and if I put there X0, it is only going to filter only X0 products. Then what is the meaning of variant and the filters? Right? If I go to a particular filter and if I put X0, that means I want the system to follow that particular discipline. I don't need a pop-up, right? Again, it is a part of the filter by mistake. See, by mistake, if you do, like if it is a raw material, if you put it finished good, okay, as a planner, you will not be able to do it. A business planner who is responsible for the country, who is well educated enough, in quality system is fine, but in production, nobody does such kind of critical mistake. Okay, it is next to impossible. Like if it is finished good, I am a planner, I am selling a television set, a new television set is coming. I will not say television set is PD, it is a raw material. I will define it as X0 because I'm generating revenue. Okay, and what the workflow procedures, you know, what is designed for material master, it is like, suppose your planner, you create a material master, then your manager is going to approve your material master is correct or not. There are 2 or 3 levels of checks who creates the material masters in production. So that the managers will check out. That's why when SAP has come up, they have created SAP workflows. Okay, so in any implementation, it's not like how we consultants create this material master. The planners are the managers who are going to workflow, manage this, approve this workflow. He has one more eyes on what you are creating in production. And once it is approved by the managers, then only the workflow, by the workflow procedures, with the MRP views, those gets created, you know. Got it? They normally don't use the SAP system to create MRP views. They have their own workflows where they enter the data and those views automatically get created. That's how it works in a standard company.
Okay, Ravana.
Okay. Okay. So due to this workflow systems of one more eyes, this problem doesn't happen. Got it? Now, who was sharing the screen? Is it clear? The concept clear to you? Suppose I add only 1 or 2 products. It is already green. It will not care to transfer those. If I do the second time, only the delta 1 will be transferred. Let me explain you. Normally for the finished goods, okay, directly it doesn't happen this way. Okay, but of course, if this process happens when the product is getting discontinued.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to make a product discontinued, like iPhone, this model, I'm going to discontinue it completely. Then there are some process. We are going to utilize all the stocks. There are some standard operating procedures. We'll utilize all the stocks that are there in the plant. Then in APO, you're going to go and mark that product for deletion. Okay, and then ECC, you can mark it PD. Why we mark it PD? There can be in practical circumstances some returns of the goods. You know, it can be possible. So we don't mark it. We don't mark it like deletion in ECC directly. In APO, we mark that product for deletion because we don't want to forecast it. In ECC, we change from X0 to PD after that. In that case, they have to go to APO and mark that product for deletion. Okay, and then only they can change to PD. So there will be standard operating procedures given to the business planners that if you want to change it to PD, then you have to first go and mark that product for deletion in APO, then you change it to PD. Otherwise, you cannot do that. Just click on, yeah. So see, why 3 times? Because 3 times you might have clicked on generate button.
Yes.
That's why I can see 3 times. No need to get afraid. Click on ignore. This is very common because this is just a system connected, right? It's not production system. So now guys, you can see this particular product has moved to APO. So everyone along with me, can you see your products in APO in this particular transaction, which Ramkumar is doing? Now, one more tips I will teach you. Select the product and click on favorites at the top. Favorites at the top. At the top. No, after edit. At the top. Yeah, after edit, right hand side. Yeah, add. Yes. So you get the favorite. So everybody save it as a favorite. Okay, you can also show the settings that we did it once again. Okay, now just click on the favorites. It's easier, right? Now.
Yes.
Okay, now click on the change. Okay, now properties, this thing you just scroll everything. Yeah. Now there's a tips and trick I want to give you. If you see a last button at the at the top, no, just go to the top. No. You can see this one. You can see all the tabs you can see in this way. This is the ones are tips and tricks. Okay, like properties 2, properties 3, you can just go here and wherever you want to go, you can click here. So click on the lot size directly. Okay, you come to the lot size. So here we had selected lot for lot EX in ECC. Do you remember? If you open your material master and you can compare now, go to MM01, MM03 and check it. That is lot for lot. Go to the EX explanation. Can you see lot for lot? What is EX? Description, just you don't have to click there. Just close it. The cross after the tick is a close. Yeah. You can see the description lot for lot, isn't it? So that radio button got selected. If you select fixed quantity in lot size, go to material master. Sorry, go to the product master. No, in APO. So in APO we call product master and ECC we call material master. You get the difference? What is this? Anybody ask you have to say it is a product master. As you say material master in ECC, you have to say product master. Location master. This way, add a master word after that. That's how as a consultant we should be able to talk. There's a product master of APO. There's a location master of APO. Got it? ECC only workflow is there and mostly the planners will not have change mode access in APO. As a consultant, you are having it. Only the super planners can have a change mode access. Otherwise, authorization to change will not be given to all the super users. Only the key users who are actually the head of the department, they will have something access if they want to do something, go and change or see some data. Got it? You have to tell the basis team to give authorization, not to the like the simple planners or the junior planners, so that they do not go and play with the system. Practically, even as consultants, if we do we should not go and go changes over here. We have to check whatever in ECC has come correctly or not. That's why we are using shipping. Again, if you have to go and maintain in APO, it's so difficult, na? It will be duplicating your work. Why you will do that again? Master data is one way. Transactional data is bidirectional. I will be doing plan orders after this. That is bidirectional.
Okay.
Master data is always from the master to the slave, from ECC to the APO system. Got it?
Okay.
Now go to the demand tab. What is the question? Somebody was asking some question to me. Yeah, in the demand tab. Can you see this strategy? We put 10 made to stock production. Okay. Suppose in EC you put make to order, then can you click on 10 over there? So depending upon the strategies you select in ECC, planning with final assembly or without final assembly, planning product, VMI planning, the strategies will get selected in APO as well. Are you getting it? So I was going to come over here. That's why I asked to explain. Now if you see 10, 20, 30, 35, these things are given. When we are doing the shipping, you know, they have been maintained in the shipping models itself. Like 10 is linked in APO with the made to stock production in ECC, whatever you selected. So these connections are already done in the RFCs. So whenever we are doing that, that connection is formed. Okay. And accordingly, when it comes to APO, 10 is picked up.
Okay.
Okay. And over here, APO is mainly for production of like the finished goods or your semi-finished and the critical products. We don't want to plan the raw materials and those things. Okay, so you will see always there is made to stock production for the final assembly, without final assembly. So the critical products which are very expensive, okay, and which are actually taking a long lead time or short lead time or which is critical, only those materials or the active product ingredients or the HAWA or the semi-finished goods which are done by intercompany transfers, those are actually planned in APO. And rest of the non-important components, okay, raw materials like packaging materials or raw materials, okay, which is not critical, we take MRP run. So we don't want advanced planning for those non-critical items. Because for a plastic, if it is a stock is not there, we can just procure by a local vendor. We don't want APO planning to stress. We'll market a PD only for them. Are you getting the concept? Critical items is a good word, which critical includes the high values and which is very important for the business. See a television. In the television, what is important? Picture like the LCD panels is important, pictures and the PCB panels. But some wares which are maybe procured from foreign countries, some panels. But certain small components, you know, like the packaging box of the your laptop, packaging box of your or the packages. Okay, the plastic packet you put that television and these things when you sell in the to the customers. So those are not critical items. You don't have to plan in APO because if you fall short of a plastic, you can buy from a local vendor. Correct? It's not expensive. But the important materials that is the television, the remote control, maybe you are procuring locally. You don't have to make it a critical item. Okay, because the local vendor is supplying you. But main important components that are procured, like iPhone, the Samsung components that are coming, they are critical for them. Yesterday I was telling you, right? But some iPhone product components are there in the iPhone, like some panels, which are locally procured in USA. Okay, so they are the non-critical. They will not do APO planning. They will do with the MRP planning. Am I along with you? Did I make myself clear?
Yes, Ron, clear.
Okay, great. So maybe we can close this screen. So this is what I wanted to just educate ourselves in the product master area of APO. This is how the shipping works for the product master. So are you all along with me? Anybody is having any problem? Now the last part of it, just go back. Now the go back. Yeah. Now at the top, you can see the 4 check marks at the top. Product master where it is written that 4 small squares.
Yes.
Click that. That is called the model. Okay.
Model.
Okay. You can see when it is shipped, it's automatically assigned to the model, this green tick.
Okay.
Okay. So this is all is like something, it has already come and automatically it gets assigned to the active model. Okay. We can create some simulation model, say 000, that is fine. in models. But active model is a model 000, which is integrated with your ECC. This is the important concept to remember, as well as this comes as a certification question. Active model, an active version. 001 is like simulation model, we can say. Okay, this is manually. If you want, you can create it. Okay, assign that model. That is okay. Okay, I have created this additional models. When I do a demand planning, I will explain you these models. Okay, so right now what I wanted to say you is like this is the active model which is automatically it would have gone and directly assigned to T000, but it didn't did it. Okay, so when you activate it, automatically it got assigned to 000 version.
Okay.
000 model. Are you along with me? Because that 000 is actually integrated with ECC. But 001, A00, we can do for simulation. Like if you want to do some simulation planning in APO and you don't want to integrate with ECC, you can do that. Suppose a new resource is going to be introduced after 5-6 months. So but in active model in ECC, the resource is not there. Then you create manually resource in APO and do in 001 model planning and try to do some simulation, you know, this way. Okay, so that is something not in the active version. But don't care about this right now. It's very rare, like we are going to do simulation in this training. Concentrate on 000 version. Just continue. Okay, so this is something added to the model. Yes, click OK. Just we saw it. So is it clear to everyone what has happened? The product, because material master, where you see MM01, you see one product. But if you go to the tables, like I wanted to explain you the tables, like go to SE16. You have some questions or problems in the system. Is it resolved? Now, good. I'll tell the table names: SAP APO / MAT MAP, MAT. Just execute it. So I'm not writing in the chat. Everybody can note it down. What Ramkumar is doing. MAT MAP. You can see the table name. Okay. Now over here on the material ID, the fourth. Go down. MAT ID, MAT ID, MATNAR. You can see MATNAR, MATNR. The next one.
Next one.
Yeah, just drill down and then just put star and your that product name and put hits as 999. It's okay. Always make a habit. Sometimes it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So you can see there are 2 products have come over here. Okay. So here you can see like with your name, how many products have come, you can just check in the table. Okay, put Ramstar. Okay. Yeah, just execute. Yeah. Press that yellow color button. No, the yellow arrow. Yes. Yeah, you can put your, like you can just Control C, Control V from your Excel sheet and wherever you have created, or F Ramstar and everything. So 3 will not come at all. There we stopped actually at 6 o'clock. Okay, so there are 2 tables. There are 2 tables for material master and location. So create one more screen. Go to SE16. So working SE16 only in APO. Okay, so instead of MAT MAP, okay, MATLOG. Sorry, lock map, MAP map. Okay, now here in the location number, now go below. 0001 and execute it. Okay, so here you can see the 001 is referring to location ID. Okay, now create one more space and put the table SAP SE16, my friend. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Or you can put in the favorite in AP also. Just lock. Okay, and then over here put 0001. Yeah. And execute. Okay, so here you can see this number was coming. So people, you are asking me the question, right? Yesterday, this number, how we understand the description. So now if you go to other table, lock map, double click, the description is in the other table like this. Yeah, they have created header and the component.
For every item.
So this is what how the SIF works. It bifurcates into 2 tables in APO. Okay, there is an internal setting, like when the ABAP is working, we have to do some ABAP programming and this thing, this location IDs are used. Okay, we put bodies in the SIFing. Okay, like something enhancements we have to do. So they have SAP has thought of many factors when they are creating 2 tables for location in APO. If we go to the another table, MATLOG, what do you see over there? Have you opened two screens, right? Not mat, yeah, map. Here, what do you see? The location. Show the description to me. Just click on that line, double click and see. This is the location ID is coming up. Okay. Yes. So now open one more screen and put SE16 and put matlock. Okay, and execute. These are only the few tables in APO. In APO is not table oriented actually. Okay, over here it is asking a material ID and the location ID. Just execute without putting anything. And getting this matlock, which is called the MRC table. Okay, what is this matlock? Matlock is your MRP views like Metal Master, which is for matlock. Here we are just having the material ID and location ID combination. It is understand. So nobody refers the tables in APO this way. What we do is like when we want to do a product master, we just go to the product master mat1 transaction. This is a table how they are defined, and we cannot question SAP why they have done that. Okay, over here if you go to the product, just click on the product. Okay, and in the product put the like for which product, which location. Okay, now go to the next the search alternative. Just scroll the search with location like type somewhere. Yeah. Search for location products, the third option. The third one. Yes. So here you just this way, just you put a location, just execute it. Yeah, you put 0001. Yeah, execute. This can be just copy paste. We'll get for all this location how many products are there this way. So just copy paste in Excel. That's it. Okay, that means for this location, what products are there? This is the way to do in APO. So 10,000 materials when you have, that's why I explained to you, APO has given this, see, in ECC, you are playing with the MARA and MARCI tables. When you need to compare only during the implementation phase, you go and compare the tables before the go live. The business planners, you sit with the business planners, and during the cutover activities, you are going to download this matmap and matlock table. For you, it is difficult, but for the business planners, they are very good in Excel. They are going to keep this download. Those reference keys, they will see the description and compare the fields like safety stock, lot for lot, everything is mapping correctly, and they will give a go ahead for the go live. Okay, that is how the random checks are done. If you want to take, that is the only way by the table, or if you can put the location and get the extract from here. Just select everything. No, select from the top. Select product, entire line you select. No, select on the product. Yeah, scroll. Got it? Control C, Control V in the Excel sheet. This is how it works. Put in the Excel. Yes, this is the simplest way to do it. If you like, you have to use the system this way. How I'm telling you, copy and paste. Okay, so all the transactions and no like standard reports or something. Okay, this is how you extract, or you go to the simple tables and do it, but that's difficult. Normally, I do this way, put the location, get all the list of products in one go by using the selection. Just one selection, copy and paste, you can do it. It works that way. Just copy paste will work out comfortably. Or we click on the print button, everything will come, and then you can do list. That is also okay. But copy paste works fantastically. So everybody is along with Ramkumar, whatever he has done. So in ECC, now let's create a plan order. And go to ECC. You have to go to the master system. So this was a master data that I explained. So some Monday we will start with the practice of demand planning. Today we'll finish off SIP. Okay. Create a plan order. Go to MD level. Select the plan order profile. Yeah. Stock order. LA. And put your material. Everyone. Everybody knows to create plan order, right? Who doesn't know? Just put your name in chat. Yeah, right. Just then go ahead creating a planned order. If you want to create more than one plan order, you're welcome to do that. Has been defined. So just put MRP area 0001. That one, not the same. Okay, that was not correct. Yeah. There's a wardrobe plan. Save it.
Plan order
has been created. Perfectly. Just make a screenshot of it. We will check this in APO later on. Okay. Now please help to go to APO screen. Sorry, not APO screen, ECC screen. And in ECC screen, put the transaction. Just go back. CFM1. Execute it. Okay. Now just put the star. So go to the variant. What is doing, or select any one TD. CPC TD is there. No? Any TD you select. Wherever TD is written, yeah, just select any one, yeah, TD. That's fine. Okay, then at the top, just go there and write what is a Ranjit, right? RAN underscore TD. Just change the model name.
Okay.
Of your name and TD. Okay. Now, after coming down, just deselect materials and plants, remove it if we don't want it. In the material, now just go to the variant and delete it, whatever is there. CPC. No, not here, not here. What are you doing wrong? Go to the right. See, this is that is something for your own understanding. This is a master data. This is a transaction data for your own understanding. Suppose this is a batches data you want to transfer. You put batches. Okay. If you want to transfer this plan order, okay, you can put TD underscore PLO. Model name and APO application, you can put your own naming convention, but make it as simple you understand.
Okay.
Okay. You can put XYZ, anything. It's all your choice. When you go live, what happens when I go for implementations? The first time it's like it's under my control. All products are my babies because business user will not do this. I have to move everything one by one during the cutover activity. Is critical activity. First time going to production, and then after that, for the first 2 weeks, I run it manually. Okay. Batch jobs are not set up, process chains are not set up, and after that, I start coordinating with a global team. See, global team. The variants are already created. Start putting the plants over there. Development system is only for practice, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Go to the material and delete CPC star. I don't want that. Yeah, enter. Remove it. Then go to the white and green is coming. Go to the right hand side. No. Exclude that pattern. How will remove that? Click on the no. You don't have to click. Yeah. Delete the row. Yeah, that also delete it. No, select material. Yeah. What's happening? Yeah. Okay. Now scroll down. Don't save it. Scroll down. So this is the area where you select your transaction data, stocks and everything. Production orders, plan orders. You got it? Everything is selected. So you can move all transaction data not together. One by one, you can create a model. One is a plan order model. One is a plan order production order. One is a sales order model. Okay. One is a vendor model. One is a purchase orders and purchase requisitions. It's always best practice to keep separate models. Why? Because suppose a SIF model fails. Okay. Due to the integration, due to everything will get failed. Okay. All the transaction data may be blocked. So it's better to create separate variants. Okay, for each and different separate master data. So for the time being, remove all the check marks like transit stocks. Just keep the plan orders intact and production orders. That's it. Now keep the production orders also. Okay, that's it. Now click on the plan orders button at the left hand side. That yellow button. Yes. Okay. In the yellow button, you have to put your product. Remove this. Remove that pattern, delete that pattern and also the pattern for the plant. And put your plant and material. Okay. So everybody is along with Ranjit, whatever he has done. Or Ranjit, you want to explain everyone once again? Save the variant and explain it. Put here RAN underscore TD and put the description. Transaction data. Save it. Okay. So just explain to everyone what you did. Get a variant, get variant, select your get variant. Yeah, just execute. That is fine. Correct. Now what happens? Select on the yellow button for production order also.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. There did you make changes? No, you have to make changes here also. You forgot to do it. Okay. Right. This is very important. Okay. You have to change for production order and plan orders together.
Yes.
And then save the variant again. So everybody got how we created a transaction data variant. So what it is telling it is suggesting you like at the top, the material and the plant. It's better to put the material and the plant at the top also. General selections for materials. There also put it. Otherwise, it says it takes a long time.
Okay.
Okay. Just put that. So everyone just follow this discipline also. 0001 and just save it. Okay. Now just execute. Now it is fast. Okay. So you created one plan order and one production order.
Yes.
Oh, so you created two varieties. Great. So that's a great thing to see. Now, yeah, that's fine. Now, what do you do? Similar way you generate it. Check in MD04, what's happening? There is a variant that has you have selected, right? Just click on, just execute it. But in the filter, why I ask you, this is like plan orders and production orders. Okay, this is a model that I have selected. In ECC, what plan order that you created, okay, is it already a production order? Check mark for production. So why I have kept this model active, like later on, I want to see in APO what goes. So don't worry if it is coming that means what happens, I am creating a connecting link for the production order also along with the plan order. Even if there is no plan order, that doesn't matter, but a connecting link is created for that particular product, for the plan orders and production orders. I'm creating a lane for the traveling. If you click on that number of filter objects, click on one. Okay, you're seeing this product. Okay. So normally how we do plan orders and production orders, purchase orders and purchase requisition, we put in a group and send it. Okay, this is how we from the groups and SIF. We just don't send a plan order or we don't send separately production orders. Okay, so we form a group this way and actually try to create a production order, and then we will once again SIF and check it. Okay, how does it works out? So that is the next step that will come. Right now, just try to create a link, connecting link between APO and ECC. We are creating the lanes that if you create a production order, also the lane is going to move it. So this is see the activation for the number of filter objects. I'm telling one lane I want to create. That's it. The master data was fine. Here you will not be able to see like how many plan orders or production orders. This is like showing how many filter objects you're creating for one material. Can you click on one? It is for one material it is showing. Just for the time being, just try to execute it. Just generate the IM. Yeah. Then just go. Did you generate it already? I didn't see it. Okay. Then just save it and see once again what happens. Save button. Okay, fine. Now go back and go to CFM2. You'll activate it. Back. And just execute it. Select the TD and yeah, 1x, yeah, and then activate, start. Ignore. Yes. Click on the 29, that line, yeah, double click it. If it shows this kind of log, no, this number has moved to actually APO. It is all green. Now just enter the APO system. Come to APO. Log into APO system. So these are all the order series objects. You have to be very careful to understand this. Go to production planning. Below that. Yeah, open it. Okay. Then production planning. Go to interactive production planning. And go to product view. The first one. You haven't put the transactions. But,
no.
Why didn't you just put the transactions now? Settings. Not here. Display technical names, yes. Now go there. Go to product view, RRP3. So this one save as favorite. First you save as favorite. So that we, so this is an important transaction. Add to favorite. Great. Just double click it, please. Put 000. Version is the active version 000. Put your product and location. Execute it. So like you have MD04 in APO, here you can see the plan order has got created.
Yes.
Okay, in the same lane, if you see it is a formed plan order. Okay, so this is how the plan order, this is normally the PPDS part, okay, of the SIF integration, where some orders, suppose you want to create a new planned order in APO. Let's create that. I will teach you. Just put on the pencil button at the top. Of course, this is not a topic for us. Just click the tick button, bottom. Yeah. Suppose I want to create an order in APO. How do I do that? Just go at the bottom, the white line, line number 4. No, near the dates. Put some date like 27th of June 2021. Okay, then just go to the quantity at the right hand side and over put here 100, 100 and press enter button. Okay, this is how you create a plan order in APO. Okay, now just refresh it. Can you see the number 172975? Just refresh it and see the number should change automatically. You see the number change. That means what happened when you create an APO, it automatically went to ECC, and from ECC it pick up the numbering and send it back to APO. Did you get this, Funda? This is very important.
Yes.
Everybody, did you see the screen? What she did? Create one more order and explain to everyone. You didn't save it, na? First you have to save it. Save it. Save it first. Then you refresh. First save it. Okay. So once you save it, that number will go to ECC.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. The core optimization component in SAP APO is based on option A, linear programming, option B, mixed integer programming, option C, heuristic algorithms, option D, simulation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get really good at managing supplies? Our SAP APO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP APO. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP APO Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So last time, what were we doing? Like, anybody can recap? Vishnu, can you recap? So what we do by SIF, it is our master data, MD, I say, and TD stands for transaction data.
Correct.
Okay, does it make sense over here? This
Yeah.
Question to you. So what is the difference between order series and time series objects? So or you can say it is from BW, APO. Okay. And something we have to add here. Maybe see time series is for demand planning. Order series is for PPDS and SNP. So our curriculum is for demand planning right now for current training. So, but this one you should know actually what is order series, and this was advised me to teach something on the SIF part. So I covered this, what is time series and order series. Got it? But this is very critical concept to understand. Fine. Kartik, so what are the steps in the SIF model like? What are the two steps, basic steps? Okay, so not mostly or this thing, it is always unidirectional. Okay, suppose you have a master who is teaching you, so the teacher comes to the student, right? It's one direction, but bidirectional is the interaction, right? We are always interacting with each other. Okay, just remember this way, like it's always bidirectional. What when I say transaction data, TD. What is like if there is any order number associated, that is the order series. Okay. So planned independent requirement in when we do forecasting, do you have any order number for that? You don't have. Okay, then that is what a time series. Okay, so wherever you associate yourself with the order number, so if it is a sales order, you will have order number to differentiate. Okay, so that order number will tell this is for this quantity and this particular date I have the delivery or the order. So that is the order series. But when you say a plan independent requirement, this is not associated with any number, any order number as such. but it is a quantitative value at a particular date or time across a time horizon. Okay, so a numeric quantity or a data point in the structure which is devoid of any order series number or any order number is a time series object. Okay, so that's a simple definition. It is only defined in time and quantity. So when we have only quantity and in time horizon, so that is time series. But when I say order series, it is quantity, time horizon, and order number. As simple as that. It is demand planning module of APO. Okay, so that is time series planning. When we say SNP, that is order series planning. What do you mean by interlink? Suppose you are not implementing SNP for your company.
Okay.
Okay, you're just implementing demand planning. So currently the project that Syed was telling, you will be working only on demand planning. Maybe you're not going to implement supply planning, and you're going to maybe Managistics is doing your supply network planning, or ECC is doing your MRP. Okay, you don't care about SNP that time. So what do you say that I'll be doing with demand planning? So you're not linking SNP that time. Okay, suppose your company is implementing both demand planning and supply planning. Then you're actually trying to do your forecasting in demand planning, and then you're releasing to supply network planning to do. So both are different teams. One team sits in the corporate office, the demand planning team, the marketing team, the sales team. They are the demand planners. And the supply network planning is more like who's doing the procurement planning, more related with the purchase department, or who's actually coordinating with the production planning department. So there are separate departments in the company for demand planning and supply network planning. Responsibilities are different. They are more the marketing guys over here. Yeah, right, correct. Cost-wise, we do the licensing. Okay. So suppose my company doesn't have budget to implement SNP. See, if you want to implement SNP in a global company, there are so many countries involved. It will take around like 4 or 5 years of implementation across the globe. Okay. So first we implement a demand planning and see it's working fine. And then we roll out SNP to one by one country slowly. So we cannot do everything at the same time. Yeah, based on business requirement, based on the budget you have. Suppose that's why we have releases like Europe is going live, we say. Then we say this European 6 countries will take at least 2 years of time. And then Asian countries will be next in the limelight. And then the North America will take. So we don't never implementation everything together. Okay, so that's why we call it as rollouts, right?
Yes.
Everything is there in the module, but then we have separate capability for it. Okay, capabilities are different. Demand planning is used for forecasting, life cycle planning, those kind of things. Okay, supply network planning is used for supplying and production and kind of creating plan orders. PPDS is for production planning. That's what we understood first day, right? What are the modules of APO? So both capabilities are completely different from each other. Okay, and both are the big modules. Okay, so we cannot compare demand with supply or supply with demand. The functionalities are totally different from each other. PPDS is completely different. Okay, so whichever is, so when I say I'm implementing demand planning, I just have to understand time series. That's it. My arena of knowledge is only demand planning that time when I use the terms and time series. Okay. So hope it's clear to everyone. Not only, it's a good question coming up. What happens if we create a planned order? Just give a try. No one is expert. Even I don't know many things. So just give a try. I'll help you out. So suppose you create a plan order, what will happen? So it is going to create an order number, as simple as that, right?
Yeah.
Then it will go to ECC and it will come back. So what happens? What did we observe? It is going to create first AP order number. Then it goes to ECC and brings the ECC order number and prints it back in APO. So that means we understand that is APO and which is ECC, right? How do we differentiate by that way? Okay, correct. So what is the other thing? What other thing happened? And what else can we do with the plan order? So what I said is like the transaction data is always bidirectional. Okay, the interactive feature. So when I'm talking, I expect something like you're talking back to me, you're asking questions, right? So similarly, what APO expects is like when I create a plan order in APO, okay, APO is actually the slave system. So the order that is created, that should match both the systems. Okay, So if you say, so we should identify Ranjit in anywhere, wherever you go. Even if you are in your house, your name is Ranjit. If you are in the office, your name is Ranjit, right? So similarly, what we want is like, when the order number I specify, that's a order. Okay, it's a plan order. The order number cannot be different in APO and ECC. That's the thing. So when we create in APO for the first time, suppose the first numbering, something number it creates by default, system takes APO order numbering. Then it goes to ECC. Okay, in ECC, it sees the order numbering and creates the next order number this way. Then it sees that ECC is a master. So this order number that is created in ECC, it goes back to APO and tells this is the correct number that should be respected. Because ECC order numbers at the end of the day, we are going to convert into production order, we're going to convert into delivery. So this is a thing that should be respected always. So the order numbers always takes a preference, and that's the reason it is going to always replace whatever is created in APO. Always remember ECC is the master. So even if you create something, suppose now forget about APO. I create one plan order in MD04 in ECC. Okay, then sorry, MD04. Automatically that order number will come to APO. Okay, so that is how it works. Okay, so it is like always a bidirectional communication that it happens in both the systems. That's why what happened when I run the integration model, I kept active both plan order and production order. So even if you convert, that action is going to work out. You remember, Sai Prasad, did you activate the integration model by any chance? The plan order, or you left that time? So Xavier, here there is a call. Now, when we say ECC and APO, okay, SIF, okay, core interface. So when does this core interface fails? Like if you see, you always see a green color. When does the core interface fails? Like when does a job that you run activate can fail? Under what circumstances? When we will encounter with any failure in the SIF job. Okay, when you activate generator. Yeah. When? Under what circumstances? No, that is the clear-cut answer, red or green. But when? What is the factor behind it? You're telling the fact what has happened, what is happening, red or green, okay? But what is the factor, key feature? It is called RFC connection between ECC and APO. So if it is not running, your batch job is going to fail. Okay?
Yeah.
So initially it was not running. When I started modeling the system, then I asked the basis team, the vendor who is giving the SAP access, and he created this RFC connections. Okay, he's a basis guy who is working along with us. So normally if it doesn't works fine, we do not have to worry from functional or technical. This is a basic responsibility for RFC connections and setup. Got it? But we should know that we have to inform them to do it. So many tickets are raised during the support, like this failure is very common. Okay, RFC connection gets lost. So it's a simple thing. We have to analyze what happened and then coordinate with the basis team. So what happens is like, we don't have to do the activity once again in APO. Okay, if you create something in ECC, you're rest assured, you're relaxed, that you're done, your activity is done. Okay, so you don't have to do the job once again. Okay, everything will be created automatically in APO. Okay, so Vishnu, how do we refer what do we call material master in APO? Okay, we call this product master. Okay, now what do we call plant in APO? Location master, we say. Yeah.
Location master.
Okay, so this is the table concept. So, but in APO, we don't do much enhancements. Like in ECC, we do a lot of bodies and other enhancements, right? APO, we keep it pretty standard. No, whatever you do in ECC, that's we are aligned that ourselves with the active model and the active version.
Yes.
So model and version are different concepts. Okay, so we assign version to the model. So we can have simulation model, we can have simulation version. Okay, so normally when you create a product master, we assign, we'll see, and we say fit, we see it's assigned to the model. We saw that, right, in the system that day.
Yes.
Isn't it? Or we didn't see that? We saw it, right? So everybody has access to the system right now?
Yes.
Anybody facing problems in SIF? Like before I proceed to demand, I am to start with demand today. So we covered this part like overview and modules. Okay, hub and spoke model, and then the time series objects. So this is something we tried to cover, okay, in last week. Okay, just put in green. Now SIF interface order series, we discussed these points. Okay, ECC to APO and bidirectional. Now this is very important concept we have to discuss. SIF reconciliation. Okay, and distribution definition concept. We also studied material master and product master, right? This one we did it, and plant and the location. Okay, so let's try to see what is SIF reconciliation before we start with configurations of demand planning. So this is a topic that is pending, so that I didn't take last time. So when I say SIF reconciliation, there is a specific transaction. Okay, for the transaction code for SIF reconciliation, I'll just type it over here in the chat. Did you all get it? Okay, so till the time they respond, let me type over here. Can you see my screen? SAP APO CCR. This is a transaction for SIF reconciliation. So how do we do the SIF reconciliation? If I come to my APO screen over here, I'll just type here /n/SAP APO /CCR. Okay, this is for SIF comparison of the transaction data, and this is done for the monitoring activities. So who is working on SIF monitoring? Archana or Soumya or someone is working on SIF activities, right? Okay, due to the RFC connections, or if there are a lot of data coming here and there, no, it's only one product we are doing. But if 3,000 products are doing, sometimes it gets stuck. Okay, queue doesn't perform. So manually we push it. So how do we go here and put our products over here? Okay, like I put my product location, and suppose my plan order, I want to check. I just click the plan order check mark and execute. So I put the system, that is ECC system is T90. I put my material and I put the plant location. Now when I see here, I see there is a total 6. Okay, but if there is any problem in the data, it will be shown that not in APO. That means it was not pushed. Like even if you published it, like when you refresh, it didn't go. So what happened? We select it and there are some options. You can see APO and ECC, these two buttons. Okay, we can manually push by these icons. Are you getting it? Right now the data is synced with each other. We don't have to push it. But suppose there is any problem in the system, then we go and we come to this transaction and we try to push. We'll see that there is nothing not in APO, not in R3. So if not in APO, we have to push to APO. So we put this check mark, this box. Okay, and just try to move it. Amarnath, did you understand this one, this transaction? The difference between transaction data between ECC and APO, and try to see both systems are consistent. So suppose there is some issues in the system. Okay, so what will come here instead of 4? Now there are no issues. It will show you like 2 something instead of 0. Are you getting? I'm just typing for you over here. Like there are 2 errors or something, it will come up instead of this 0. So not in APO. Suppose this is the error. So what happened? This particular button. Okay. So right now it is not enabled. This will become green in color. So what you have to do, you have to select this one. This line you have to select and then push this particular button. Okay, this button will be pushing it. Okay. We'll click this button. So what will happen? These 2 orders, okay, that are not in APO will move to APO. This is moved to APO this way. Are you getting it? This is what action we take. Right now, there is no error in the system. Error is 0. Got it? This is the error 1. That is 0. There is no error. So it will show you like over here, not in APO 2. Error is also 2. This will show you. Now, suppose the vice versa, what happens is if I come here and something is not in R3. Okay. So if it's not in R3, then how it is going to behave over here? We are going to get some error. Okay, instead of not in R3, we'll get here like suppose here the 4. That means And also in the error, we will get here as 4. Okay, there are 4 errors in the system, for example. Okay, I should have put black color here, so it doesn't look blue, doesn't look very good. 4. Okay, so it is not in R3. So I have to push that to R3. So I have to select this particular line. I'll go and select it, this particular option. So I'll select this particular line, plan order, and then what will happen? I'll push this to R3. Okay, press this particular button. Okay, so moment I press that particular button, what will happen? The orders will move to R3, and this error, no, that will reduce to 0 once again. This 4 will be crossed out, and this order will be going to 0, and then this inconsistency will be reduced. Okay, so this is how we have to do the functionality. Are you getting it? See what happens at the same time, there are multiple models running.
Okay.
Okay, so you're running on multiple countries are running. Here I'm just doing one product at a time. Okay, so multiple countries, like there are how many 300, 220, 50, 60 countries are running, like so many variants are running for the SIF models. Okay, and I'm just doing for one plan order right now. So one product can have 20 or 30 plan orders. Okay, and one country can have 50 products, 100 products, 1000 products. So you can see the number of queues are too high. Okay, it takes some time. Okay, or sometimes what happens when the batch job runs, it doesn't have sufficient space to move between the two systems. Okay, so what is SIF connection? That is but a pipe that is created. Okay, this is a pipe, and this is APO, and this is ECC. Okay, so what happens? Your pipe gets overloaded that time. Okay, that's why there is some error in the system due to multiple models running and huge amount of data. And this we call queues. See, you see the traffic, right? When there are a lot of cars in the road, okay, then the traffic happens. When there is a single car, it's a smooth movement, right? There is no traffic. So if there is a traffic, then the signal stops, and then some cars are pushed, then the next cars are coming up. So that's how the traffic signal works. Similarly, over here, there is a huge amount of data. If it comes, then the pipe gets blocked, and certain instant of time. Okay, so at that time, what you have to do, then we have to actually go and monitoring. So there is a person who does the SIF monitoring and the queues. We'll see, okay, these orders are stuck, so we have to go and clean it out. Okay, hence a monitoring person like SIF monitoring person uses this particular transaction to clean and maintain the system clean. Got it? So this is something called the SIF monitoring activities. But what happens is like even we set up doing as a recon batch job where the batch job takes place in background and the results are working, that is fine. But this is mostly used manually as well. So as a consultant, what happens if you sit with the business and see it's not working? Okay, you want to resolve immediately. Okay, so you don't have to wait for the batch job to wait. So you go and just do this two buttons and it is solved. And tell the business user, it is because it was not coming because these queues were being stuck. Yeah, practical environment, we do it manually, right? But yes, we do set this as a batch job. That's fine, that we do it. As a, what we say, as a system, say a standard operating procedure activities, we do it. RFC connection is taken care by basis team in any implementation. Okay, but this models creation that I told you, that is the functional consultants. Like CFM1, CFM2, the creating the variants. If anything ABAP is there, you have to do then is APO technical. So this is not APO technical training. It is APO functional training that I'm doing. Okay. So the APO technical team, there are separate teams. If you want to, somebody is working on ABAP, then they are doing debugging and those things. Then they have to write the Z transactions creation and then doing other activities. Many big clients, they try to do a lot of Z transactions in APO. Okay, they want to merge many product masters together. They use their own way of Excel uploads. Okay, so they play with the system, but that is a separate thing. So, but your answer, could I answer your question? Exactly, master data and transaction data, both, MDTD. So this is a part that I wanted to cover, which we call the reconciliation. Okay, so this in the project, this transaction, we are using it frequently. Okay, the queues are stuck is very common. If you see all the list of queue errors, if you check in Google or any help guide, you'll see these are the errors, why it is happening. There are sometimes what happens in ECC also, there are some errors. You create a plan order and you disturb the plan order a lot. You change the vendors and no, sorry, inside the plan order, you change the settings and you damage the sales order, the plan order completely. Okay, that time also this inconsistency happens. Okay, so all the fields of plan order is simple, but if you put some extra things in the plan order, you delete it, some of the extra lines, schedule lines, then also this kind of error happens. Then you have to go and push it. Okay, so that's why there is one more button I wanted to explain you. Suppose you make a order as like you disturb a plan order a lot. Okay, and the plan order becomes very inconsistent or it becomes erroneous. Then there is an option like you can go and delete also in R3 or delete in APO. System will give you the message over here. This is the error, and you click on there, you get a message like this is very inconsistent plan order. So in that case, it will not give you the option to enable this one. It will be disabled. This delete in APO and delete in R3, this will be enabled. So you can go and practically delete it. Okay, so this is the second problem that can happen. You create some plan orders and that you by mistake delete some schedule lines or do the reservations and create inconsistency. Then that order doesn't goes to APO. Then it will give you the option like there is an error, 1 or 2 errors, and you have to solve it, but it's not telling you to push it. These two buttons get enabled. That means it is prompting you to delete that particular order because it is erroneous. Okay, so it is the good feature of this transaction is like whatever you want to do gets enabled by default. Okay, if this APO plus or this R3 direction gets enabled, we get an indication, okay, you have to push it. If this button gets enabled by automatically, then we understand this order is erroneous, I have to delete it. So this is something, a good functionality that you have to remember. Okay, so what is the other thing? There are these 4 buttons. Okay, if I just come here. Is used by the seat recon function. This you have to remember. Okay, so first one is push to, everybody along with me, push to APO. The second option that you see over here, that is push to R3. Third is delete in APO. Okay, so this is majorly due to inconsistency in the orders. Okay, it will tell you very clearly. And these two is because of the queues. This is because of the inconsistency of orders. And this is due to the queues. Is it clear to everyone? What is sieve reconciliation? Clear? Okay. So I don't know if ZaranTech team is back, but just remember the transaction that I typed. This one. Okay, just make a note of it, or you can take a screenshot of this one. If you want to take a snapshot of this one, people are making notes, you can take it. Like I put the system here. So whatever plan orders, if I want to compare purchase orders, I'll click this one and check it. So whichever I want, I can take it. I want to compare the purchase requisitions. I'll put this check mark and do it. Confirmations, I can do this. Sales order, I can compare. This table I can use, VBE table. Okay. This is how I can compare the inspection lots between ECC and APO. Okay. Manufacturing orders can be compared. Okay. Now, the next topic is distribution definition concept. Okay, so this is once again an important question comes in APO certification, distribution definition. So what is distribution definition? So in APO, we have to have some configurations as well. So let's go to SPRO to understand this. And this is the most important topic of APO, distribution definition. So this is my SPRO. So this also you should know, like if you go here, so if you open the advanced planning and optimization, okay, so over here, supply chain planning, this particular area. So here is a demand planning, all the things. If you want to have a look at your leisure time, you can open your demand planning and then check it out over here. It's taking a while. Now, what I'll do for the benefit, I'm going to just type over here distribution definition. So, it's not coming up. This one, maintain distribution definition. So you can see here, there is a section called core interface that we were studying now. Okay, this particular area. If you want to take a screenshot, you can take it if you want. Okay, where is it? It is, I'll close demand planning, supply planning, supply chain planning. Okay, so there is something called integration with SAP components. Over here is integration via APO, core interface, and maintain distribution definition. It's over here. So what does it do is like if I go inside here, okay, what was my plant that I'm currently using? Waldrop 0001. Right, I'll just put 0001 as my position. Can you see this location 0001? Okay, so what I do, this model was working for my plan orders. Okay, so any model, any location, if I want to enable, like if I have 0001 location, this SIP was activated for the plan orders. I have to go and maintain here the configurations. Like for in-house production, if I enable and then I put the logical system as T90, then only the plan orders will be getting transferred. This is the configuration behind it. Suppose I want to transfer plan independent requirement. I have to select here, and for that particular location, I have to maintain plan independent requirement. Now, suppose you don't maintain the purchase orders over here. If you don't check mark over here the purchase orders. Okay, so where is that external procurement? If you don't check mark this, if you don't put 0001, then your purchase requisitions will not be transferred from ECC and APO. Okay, if you don't go here and then don't maintain any maintenance order or the sales orders, if you don't maintain here, the sales orders will not be transferred between ECC and APO. So it's very important that you do this particular configuration. So this distribution definition that I am explaining you right now is actually the configuration that is actually used to run the integration models, you know, this. So if you don't maintain this distribution definition, this model's functionality or the publications will not happen. Got it? Comfortably, you could send the ECC plan orders, right? Because I have maintained this configuration in background over here. Okay, so this is the distribution definition. This is the SPRO configuration for enabling the publication of results. This is a sophisticated language I'm using between ECC and APO. So this term is called publication. Like when I am creating a plan order in APO and it is going to ECC, I say it's not going, I say it is published in ECC. This is a better word used. I create a plan order in APO and that is published in ECC. That means I'm transferring to ECC. This is how we use the language in our consulting field. We don't say I'm sending the order, I'm publishing the order in ECC. Okay, this way we use our English language, and that is the APO language. So in order to publish it, the background configuration is distribution definition. So we have to put the publication types. You see PBL, this is called the publication type. Like for the in-house production, if I maintain for this location, then your plan orders can be actually transferred between both the systems. Is the concept clear to all of you? This is only for the transaction data. Master data, we don't need it. Okay, master data is very important key. Okay, which is not bidirectional, that is single direction. And this is bidirectional. Okay, so all the transaction data we have to actually go and we have to actually do this kind of maintenance over here in the configuration. Then only your SIP publication works properly. So this is one more ticket it's raised. Sometimes, you know, we go live with some country. So during the cutover activities, this is an important step to maintain distribution definition. We just cannot just go and activate or deactivate. We have to maintain this transaction. Then only the bidirectional functionality will be enabled. This is the path in SPRO, in APO. If you just come to this advanced planning and optimization, okay, I close this APO. After the next one, integration with SAP components. Okay, over here, you open the integration via SIF or interface. If you're already in the system, you can practice it along with me. Everyone can practice, yeah. Just go and click here and see. GATP is something separate. GATP module is something separate. This we are talking with S&P, PPDS, this thing. So if you want to integrate something, okay, the sales order comes to APO, then you are publishing. That is a definition you have to maintain. Unless you maintain the definition, how the bidirectional model will be enabled? It is just a pipe, pipe where water flows, okay, by pipe from one city to another city. Okay, it's a flow of water between two sides, bidirectional, whatever I want to send. So if you don't maintain the definition, then you don't have scope to send the data, right? If you want to close a pipe for one particular area, okay, you just block that sales order. That means I don't want to enable sales order for my transfer. So, okay, I just want to create plan orders for my transfers. Only that I'll be maintaining it. Yeah, sales order doesn't exist in APO. Normally, sales order should be created in ECC, right? So that means you have not maintained this distribution definition. What is, first of all, I have to know what is the business process we have to understand of your company. Okay, if they there are companies, they don't want to send sales orders to APO. That can be the business process. Okay, in that case, you will get not maintaining this kind of distribution definition, and you're trying to compare it, running the SIP reconciliation. You're going to get this kind of differences. Okay, and at the same time, you're not maintaining the distribution definition, so it's not moving at all. This is something different. Here, whatever you're seeing, right, a location number, same thing you're seeing over here, right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing is different. It's showing one more transaction over here. Okay, so what are the error codes are coming up? Like over there, you're not able to see the number, but here, if I just click here, it shows like what is the number of publication. External procurement is 021. Okay, in-house production stands for 031. Okay, so as a consultant, people just say 31 is not enabled or 53 is not enabled. This way we talk. Delivery 330 is not enabled. So these are some of the publishing types we say. And in the other transaction, we are able to see the description. That's a difference. Like this is a critical where you actually see. Okay, don't see the next one. So here you actually, otherwise you'll get confused. Here you just go and see what is maintained, because this is the main configuration. Okay, so actually it's very important to understand what business processes you are using, or you are enabling the sales order for your APO or not. That is a critical thing. Sometimes we don't enable it, so we'll not keep it over here. Like I did not enable for my 000 plant. I kept the shipment, I kept others. So this is all mutual discussion. Before we go live, we discuss with the business what we want to integrate. Okay. And what is their IT team? See, TCS or IBM, Accenture, all these companies, there we are IT consultants, that's fine. But then there are IT companies of the client as well. Okay, and they are very closely related to the SAP. They are also very knowledgeable guys, more than the IT consultants of IT companies. So these guys, they interact with the consulting companies like TCS, as well as they interact with SAP directly. Okay, so they decide like which should be maintained for the business, because they are closely working with the business. So after like TCS leaves after the implementation, their IT team still sits there and they see how the business as usual activities are getting carried out. Okay, so they are responsible for these kind of distribution definitions. Like in the future, it might be a possible option that they want to integrate sales order with APO. Okay, so in that case, they will going to enable it. So it's very important to understand what is the business process of the particular kind, and according to that, this distribution definitions are accordingly maintained. We have seen some of the projects, they do not want to integrate plant independent requirements at all. Okay, they feel like the forecasting is done in demand planning. That's why we will not integrate this at all. Okay, because this is something plant independent requirements from ECC. So if you are doing forecasting, then we don't have to go to in ECC and create any plant independent requirement. No, we'll not do it. We just want to transfer plan orders to ECC directly. So it is all left to the particular implementation partner. How does it implement along with the client, what they want for their implementation. During the go live, before the go live, it is a cutover activities. Distribution definition will come up. At that time, you have to go and maintain it. Yeah, and this is transportable. So if you once it, no, I think this is not transportable. You have to enter in each and every system and do it. Got it? This is a non-workbench activity. So we normally go to quality, okay, it's done. But when in the production, you have to go and maintain manually. Like, so we have to request the security team to give you the firefighter ID, you go and maintain it and then come out. Okay, so that nobody can change it. Publications will not be done. In order to enable this publications, we have to do it. So from APO to ECC, it will not move then. When you're doing these publications, and also in SNP, when you're working, we publish the plan orders on a weekly basis. These publications won't work. Okay, that's why I use the word publication. This is called publication type. So no longer you just say that we are now the way you should talk as a consultant. Now we are going to publish the orders to ECC. That means you are sending the orders to ECC. Okay, so I'm creating a plan order. It is getting published in ECC. That's how we discuss in APO language. Are you clear? Because we are sending from APO to ECC, we are publishing from APO to ECC. SIP model is coming up, but to make it bidirectional, we have to enable this one, distribution definition. Clear? So this is how we try to cover this SIP part, and this was some of the advanced topics, distribution definition. So we don't need anything. Demand planning is purely time series. Okay, but I will be teaching you something called the transfer profile. Over there, I will come over here. The special thing has been, that is one particular topic in demand. So this particular topic, here I will explain, there is one exception to maintain the plan independent requirement for demand planning. Okay, if I want to transfer from demand planning to ECC directly. So here I will explain that one. Okay, that particular part. So don't worry about it. So, but practically in demand planning, when we implement, if we want to transfer to ECC, okay, I will answer your question. We just maintain plan independent requirement for that plant. That's it. But if you're releasing to supply network planning, you're not releasing to ECC. In that case, you did not maintain that. That's fine. Okay. Only when you are interacting with ECC and you are only implementing demand planning for your company and not supply network planning, then it makes sense for you to go and maintain this PIR, plan independent requirement. Okay, that's the only exception. So, but in demand planning, we are not using SIF model. As simple as that. Okay. But since you are publishing from demand to ECC, you are enabling that particular distribution definition. No, I'm telling you, you have to enable that one. In addition to that, you have to do the SIF model for PIR. Okay. So this is what the that is only exception we do. So I will cover that part when I come to that release topic, so that it will be brush up for you once again. Okay, so I'll just make a point of it. Okay. DP to ECC. This topic is there in my syllabus, so not a problem. Isn't it simple? Like APO is very simple module if you understand it, but if you don't understand, it's very complicated. So in the most simple way, I'm trying to tell you. Because I learned APO very quickly. Last 2004 I started. So first time I touched the system. Okay, coming back to the topics. Now there are a lot of PowerPoints. Okay, but my way, like I'm teaching, I want to give more hands-on the system. If I go to the PPT and then we waste a lot of time. So better we are interactive and then we spend more time in the system. Are you okay with it? So take your time to go through the materials. That is fine. But if you follow whatever I'm telling you, so most of the important points which is critical for the project will be covered, as well as from certification perspective. So this particular session, we are going to start with demand. Okay. So now we are going to talk about time series. Okay. So by this time, you should be very clear. What is time series? What is order series? Okay, so when I say time series, I'm going to first start with some of the objects called BW. So we'll have a scope to learn about BW in this particular demand planning as well. And any of you has worked on BW? No, I guess, right? So when we want to start BW, the transaction is RSA1. This one's ZaranTech there. So just note the transaction in your book, like RSA1 is a transaction that we are going to look into it now. Okay, so having said that, let's go to the APO system. Okay, first I will show, then you can share your screen and then we can practice together. So the transaction that I will type, I'll first go favorites. Okay, and then I will add sorry, favorites, insert transaction. I'll put RSA1. Can you all see this one? So RSA1, it is called modeling data warehousing workbench. I'll click over here. Okay, so this data warehousing workbench, it is nothing but BW. So if you are a APO DP consultant, it is something like you should not know BW, but you should know the basics of BW. Okay, so that's the reason in my agenda, so that we discussed in my interview with PCS, we decided to put this one. Okay, in our agenda sheet, like BW training. Okay, so now when I click over there, it shows me, do you want to start documentation navigating data warehousing? I click on yes. So all of you, can you come to this particular screen along with me? Or first of all, just pay attention what I am doing. Later on, I will ask you to share screen. Okay, so over here, if you click on this particular thing, it's called info objects. You can see this kind of triangle and the square. This is called info objects. Okay, now I open the second tab, that is the sales, and I open this one. Okay, so if I come here, you see here the location, product, customer, division. These are called the characteristics of demand planning. Exactly. So your location, your product, your ship to party, sold to party, sales organization, product hierarchy, these are called the characteristics. Okay, so like your customer, vendors, whatever we say in ECC, so those are called as characteristics. That is a word that is used in demand planning. Okay, so if you see here how it is represented over here, you can see a triangle is bold. Okay, and then the Excel square, it is in squares, small cells. Can you see the symbol of characteristics? So expanding it for you. This triangle, so this you should by heart. Like when you see this particular symbol, green colored triangle, that is a characteristic. How do you see inside a characteristic? What is present inside it? How do you check a PW table? If you click here, double click it, the location. The technical name we call tech name is 9A Lucknow. Similarly, concept we have in IBP also. Okay, currently since I am working IBP, the same concept has come to IBP. Okay, we have the location, we have the technical name, the same thing, it's exactly the same. So if you see this one, this is called 9A Lucknow. So anything that stands for 9A, that is standard SAP. But something that starts with Z or Z, that is non-standard. Okay, that is a customized. So if you understand very clearly, if you see something is 9A, starting, you have to understand that is a SAP standard that SAP has given up. Okay, so I'll just write down over here 9A characteristics is SAP standard. And something with Z, this is non-SAP standard. Is it clear to all of you? Now, what does something starts with 0? So that is, any guesses what if it stands with 0? You can see this country is starting with 0. So something that is for BW specific, it is the starts with 0. Something related with APO starts with 9A. This is a distinguishing feature. This comes a certification question, What are the BW characteristics? It starts with 0. What starts with 9A? They are the APO standard characteristics. What is the important one to know? Is it clear to everyone? Now, if I want to see this location, what is inside the location? What I will do, I'll just go to the master data, the third tab. Over here. And in the master data, you can see the view of the master data. I will double click over here. Okay, I'll get over here, this particular area. And here I can actually go and then I want to see the table. Okay, so where I will see that. I right click over here, and then what I will do, I will go to this one, maintain master data. Okay, so I select a right click and I maintain master data and execute it. Okay, so here all the locations, if you want to maintain for demand planning, you have to go and maintain here manually. Sometimes it comes from DW directly. Okay, so if you go here, if I want to map some locations that I have mapped for our exercises like Ahmedabad, Agartala, these locations are mapped. So I mapped over here. Okay, then your location like 0001 that we are using right now for that Waldorf plant, you remember? This one, Waldorf, this has been mapped over here. Okay, so it is important like the master data separately we are pulling from BW and we are populating in this particular table. Okay, this is how the master data of APO demand planning comes. So this is not an order series, this is a time series. Are you getting it? The plant that we transferred was different. The same thing, but here we are maintaining it as a characteristics in APO demand planning or in BW. Are you getting the difference of SNP location and this particular location? Okay, so what is time series now? It's getting clear. We saved the transfer location from ECC, that was for SNP. Now when I say TP, it is not the same thing. I'm coming over here. Okay, here the master data, this is the time series objects. Okay, here I can go, I can execute it. And if I want to maintain some new location, I can just go and create it over here. Suppose I want to build up some specific location and the specific location name, for example, I want to give Honolulu. Okay, as a location. So this is then I say this is a US island, Honolulu, like this. So I'll just save it. Yeah, anything. See, I can put a description, I can put 4-digit, anything, whatever you want. Plan creation is actually ECC is a order series objects, right? That is connected with the master data of SNP. Okay, but this is a demand planning master data. I'm telling you. Okay. Plan creation, whatever in ECC is there, that is fine, but that will not come automatically over here. That will come automatically. Yeah, this is for the time series demand planning objects. The one that I explained you yesterday on Friday, that was more for end-to-end APO SNP or the SIF. Okay, so this topic, let me explain you. Where the training was basically for APO demand planning. Okay, this particular area to be taught. But then during our interview, we decided to include this particular parts as well and SIFing. Okay, so that's the reason I started explaining all the SNP supply network planning, then the PPDS, what is the basics of it. Okay, so that you come to know what is SIF model. Okay, that is more for your order series or your supply planning. Now, when I'm entering the demand planning part, what I've written at the top is the time series. Okay, here I'm just talking about the time series, no more order series. So you forget about something what is maintained in ECC. Right now, if you want to maintain something in APO demand planning, you have to go by characteristics. That's the master data.
Okay.
Okay, this is a master data for demand planning, standard application. But it's best practice. What we do, suppose we have implemented demand planning and supply network planning, and if the Waldorf is 0001, then we maintain that location exactly the same. Okay, whatever is in ECC, we maintain the same locations. Got it? It will not come by SIF transaction over here. It is normally done by BW guys. They fetch from ECC and they have their extraction cubes, PC ETL tool, extraction, transformation, and loading. They have their own tools and they load those from ECC by the different ways and they fill these tables. Okay, so that's a BW activity altogether. So when we say demand planning, here we need an extra team called BW team who actually extracts these objects from ECC and then maps in BW, and from BW they send to APO. Are you getting it? Those things comes into picture. These are the master data for demand planning. So I'll be coming to this one. So if you see the planning version that I explained you, one by one, yeah. Yeah, this is done by the BW guys actually. Okay, so BW team takes charge of this particular area of RSA1. But as a APO consultant, you should actually go and try to navigate and understand. That's the expectation. You're not responsible for maintaining it. I have taken the developer access so that I maintain for this training. Okay, but initially when we were DP demand planning consultants, we were actually we used to sit along with BW guys, and then BW guys used to advise like, oh, these are our locations, what we want for our planning, and then accordingly they used to map them for us. This particular transaction, they used to pull they have several tools like ETL tools, okay, and they have their info cubes where they used to pull and push the data into this particular tables. Okay, but that is not safe. Your expectation for demand planning is just to go and view it. Okay, you should right click, and maybe possible you don't have access to actually go and change it. Currently I maintained it, but in production or any test system, only BW will have the administrator access. Okay, APO consultant is not supposed to go and maintain over here. This is restricted. This falls under BW area. But you should know how to go and navigate it and see it. That's why I'm explaining over here. You go here, click on maintain master data, and just check it out. Okay. Is it clear to all of you? What I'm telling you over here, for example, I just put Honolulu as an example. Suppose you don't want to implement, you don't have ECC with you. Okay, you don't have SMP. You just are working on demand planning. Okay, that can be possibility. And then Oracle is doing supply network planning. And they have Honolulu, those kind of location. They don't have the 4-digit plan code like SAP. Okay, then you can replicate those kind of naming conventions that you're using in Oracle system or Majestic system. That was the only criteria being why I created that one. But if you're having your APO SMP system, then it's best way on you have a ECC, then you put the correct plant locations like 0001, okay, or 1100, the 4-digit plant location, like Dresden. Got it? Oracle doesn't follow this naming convention. It has this wordings. Okay, then you go and maintain that. Okay, that's why APO demand planning can be integrated with different varieties of supply chain tools. Okay, there are projects where Oracle is doing supply planning and APO is doing demand planning. Then we have to put those particular locations. If Oracle is using this 8-digit code for their references. Okay, so there's a flexibility that has been provided. Okay, we have seen projects where different systems are there. Logility is actually interacting, talking with demand planning, manages stakes, map system. Okay, IS Scala. So these all systems have their different naming conventions to make DPO demand planning more flexible, So we have kept this kind of way of configuring the descriptions and naming conventions. We cannot be very rigid, like only 4-digit, no. Getting the concept. So what do you remember the symbol that I told you, the triangle, the green triangle is a characteristic. So this should be by heart, like when you see something after this training, so it should not wait, oh, what is this? But if you come here, the triangle is transparent and then the green color, can you see this is called the key figures? Any guesses what is a key figure? What is a key figure? So this is actually the numerical values where we put. They are called the key figures. Okay, so if I try to open a session, okay, and first day when I went in the planning view, why the session is not coming up? The problem. Okay, session has come up. Now over here, I have saved some favorites. Okay. This is called the planning book. We will be learning this one. So whatever values are there now, are normally stored in key figures. If you say this is a historical sales. Okay, so historical sales for what? For the master data product, I have forecast. Final forecast of 3000. Okay, so what is the master data for FRON product for Waldorf plant? Got it? So this is the master data that I have maintained, isn't it? Now I want to see something more over here, like what is the data for Waldorf for FRON1 product? What is the corrected history or something? What is the sales history? Suppose I put 1000 and save it. Okay, so is there any order number associated with it? There is no order number. It's just a numerical quantity on the month 5/20/21. So this is a time series objects. So what is a key figure? Key figure stores numerical, quantitative values for time series planning. Okay, so when I say time series planning, it is understood it is demand planning. Okay, so anybody says you I'm working on time series planning, we have to understand it is demand planning. Anybody says order series planning, we have to understand it is SNP or PPDS. Okay, so I'll not use the term now demand planning. I'm saying stores numerical quantitative values for time series planning. That means it implies it is I'm playing with the APO DP module now. Okay, so are you getting what is the sales key figures? If you want to create a budget as a key figure, if you want to create a revenue as a key figure, it is where you can store some numerical values. No, it will not automatically come. But having said that, you're not going to create it. Like SIFing was under your monitoring. Okay, your responsibility. But here BW guys is responsible for maintaining the tables. Okay, so these cubes, APO DP consultant does it. BW guys populate these values.
Okay.
They understand
All
Mara
materials.
and then they try to do it. Yes. So the responsibility of SIF is under a APO consultant, but maintaining this is BW person's responsibility. If you have implemented all the three modules, then you have to keep it common. So what happened? BW guy will extract from ECC those product and that will bring to that product table.
Okay.
Okay, that is they have their own responsibility to do it. This maintenance, no, it is by SIF. You maintain Mara, we maintain material master MM01, then you SIF it. Okay, then it comes to APO master data that we saw that day, the APO tables I taught you. But that is basically for your supply network planning.
Okay.
Order series objects, as simple. I told now SIF is order series. Now, this order. Now, when I'm talking about time series, I should not mix up with that order series. Time series is separate.
Separate.
Why we have kept it separate modules? See, it might be possible my company wants to just buy demand planning and use Oracle as my supply network planning. Got it? So there I cannot argue, no? So I should have flexibility in my module. That's why this kind of things. No, why different material number? Same material number we are going to create in demand planning. PW will extract. We will not. Why I'm saying you here is a flexibility. Is like we can create. If you want to create a numerical product code, that is also fine. If you want to create alphanumeric, that is also fine. If you want to create for more number of digits, it is also fine. Okay, so this APO DP system is flexible enough to talk to your SNP system. If you don't have SNP, you have Oracle system. If you have Managistics maps, it can talk with it. That's how the flexibility I have to give. Otherwise, I cannot see. APO was one of the king when it came in 2003, 2004, you know, and in 15-20 years, it's like all the other supply chain company like Oracle, nobody could actually map with them because it is very flexible. Okay, it can actually talk with so many systems at the same time. Okay, and the interfaces are wonderful because when somebody designed from SAP, they thought into consideration like if just company is having supply network planning, still they should model APO that I'm able to sell that APO demand planning. Connectivity is so flexible, so many clients implemented, did you know? Right from big to the small client. Suppose a small client, they don't have budget. Okay, they can actually go and implement a demand planning module and be happy with it. Okay, so that's how SAP gets a lot of business, you know, for APO. Okay, now after that, I will actually teach how to connect location, product, country, everything together. Okay, this is a single. It will not create in APO, it will keep in the cubes. Now, how to create in APO, I will come over there. Okay, this I'm just covering the BW part of APO before I come to the demand planning. Okay, so the transaction over here is RSA1, where we are trying to learn the building blocks of APO demand planning. What is the characteristic? What is the key figure? Okay, then I will come and try to show you how to create actually the data for demand planning, how to create a link. That is the next topic. So as of now, just if you have, everyone, have you understood what is the meaning of characteristic? What is a key figure? This is the only expectation I'm having. So if I tell you what is a characteristic, you have to say it's a product location time series. What is a key figure? Which stores numerical value. It's simple definition. It's clear to everyone. It's simple, right? It's not difficult. So I'm going very slowly on this part. So what is sales figure? See, in the dream it should come. What is the sales? It is a key figure where I store the numerical values. What is a characteristic? It is like a product. Just remember the examples. Product, location, characteristic. It comes from BW. As simple as that. Okay. So when you understand this one, there is a next concept that I'm going to cover of BW. That is something called the data sources. So what is a data source? Your ECC can be a data source. Your Oracle can be data source. Your APO can be data source. Your BW can be data source. Okay. The bases are data sources. These are all the data. It's called the data sources. Like retail, you have this SAP application components. Business partners. So these are all the data sources where you're storing the data in the tables, financial accounting. So these are the data stores that we make it. This is more of BW. You don't have to actually really worry about it, but just understand these are some of the tables where actually we store the data. Okay, so these are something the technical names we call. So these are the BW objects. The BW consultant is only responsible for maintaining this kind of data sources. Okay, so and if I come to the source system, okay, it is like APO can be a source system. Okay, then there can be some flat file can be a source system. Okay, I just having a flat file with for my company. Okay, then ECC can be Excel can be a source system, and then there can be ECC, SAP demo is serving PC. So SAP can be a test system, so source system. So these are all the systems. If you have an Oracle system, that has to map over here if you want to interface with it. So these are all the systems that are coming up. Okay, again, this is done by a BW guy. We don't have to understand. But from APO perspective, very important is the info object that you have to understand. Okay, that also.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following master data is not used in SAP APO for planning? Option A, bills of materials. Option B, work centers. Option C, transportation lanes. Option D, sales orders. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
You will have a display mode access to it. Now, what is the info provider? Normally, the data that is stored in demand planning, it is in cubical structure. Okay, but I say the cube. You understand the cube, right? So what does the cube indicates? So why do we have 3 dimension? Can you tell me why we have the 3 dimension? Time is 1 dimension, right? See, so what you are doing for specifically when I'm designing this, time is 1 dimension that I'm using. Okay, and the key figure values, this 1 dimension, and the master data. Okay, for which product? Okay, so this is 1 dimension, and then what is the next dimension? Why red color is not coming there? Characteristics. Are you able to see characteristic key figures under time? Are you getting it? When you say a cube, what shall the cube will have? Cube have its characteristics like for which product, what value in what time. This is what we see in our planning view, right? And when I'm coming to my planning view, if I want to plan something, what I'm going to see for this characteristic, for this product, for F-RON, for Waldrop, for the final forecast key figure, what is the value in which time? Okay, that's why it's 3 dimensional. One is the time, one we are taking the key figures, and for this product, and the end product is the value. So numerical value where, if I take this point inside the cube, no, if I go and plot a point over here in the cube, okay, I'll take a dot. If I plot this particular point, so this point means this is in this particular time. Okay, and this is a y-axis, this is a time axis. This particular time, this value suppose is 50. This point is 50. That means this will be the point for one particular key figure. Okay, for this particular characteristic, for this product, for this location, the value is 50 in this particular time. Okay, so this is a significance of a cube structure. Got it? So in APO, we see this cubical concept in the planning view, the 3-dimension. Are you getting the 3-dimensional concept? But in BW, we see the similar things in the cube structure. So let's see a cube. Suppose I come here, I right click this cube. Okay, so over here, yeah, I'll go to manage. If I click on the manage data, so this is the historical data. From where it is extracted is like whenever the sales history or the delivery happens in your ECC system. Okay, so that particular delivery is actually captured by BW team and they are put in the cubes, this kind of cubes. And from this BW cubes, it's go to APO system. So if you come here, if some job fails, it will be like red in color. That means when it is extracted from ECC, it didn't pass correctly. Okay, then the BW team goes and monitor these things. These are the process chains, like this job failed, extraction failed. But if passes successfully, then this is called green color, the request. So do you get understand? The data, historical data, this kind of data is actually the sales historical data, what history is happening. How do I get a history data? That is what sales has happened in the past for my product. So that data is actually extracted from your ECC system by the BW, and using the cube structure, in the cube structure that data is stored. So we load data by the ETL logic, extraction, transformation, and loading into the cube. This is a cube picture. And in the cube, once it loads, it's a green color, it's a success. But if it doesn't get loaded, it is red color. That's the error. So if you want to see any detail inside the what is inside the cube, you just right click a cube and you go to display data. So when I go to display data, what I'm going to see is I'm going to see here the location, okay, the product, okay, the planning version, these all things. Over here, you can see field selection for output. So I just click on this one, field selection for output. And here I can select APO location, product, planning version. So these are your characteristics. Are you getting it? The dimension 1. Okay. Now you can select the calendar year or week. Okay. This is a time dimension you're selecting. And then another dimension is your key figures. Okay. You can select the unit of measure if you want, your forecast, your history. So these are the key figures. This is the time. And this is your characteristics that we study. So this forms a cube. Okay. The 3-dimensional structure. And then after that, you can just execute it. When I execute, I just come down. Okay. And then this is a surrogate ID. I don't want it. So, okay. Just execute this one. So it comes to the first screen. And over here, maybe I increase the number of hits to 9999, more hits. Okay. And just I load the data. So this is the way I try to check what is there inside a info cube. Okay, and this will be the same data that is extracted from ECC, and it first comes into the info cube. And from info cube, it is actually pulled into APO, demand planning. So whatever you are checking in this particular planning view, that we are going to study this APO demand planning. This is called a planning view. Whatever we see here, it actually comes from ECC for the historical sales. But of course, a forecast is generated in the APO demand planning. But the sales value of the history that comes from ECC to BW, BW to APO demand planning. So now if I come to this particular cube that got loaded, which I was trying to load, you'll see that for this particular location, this particular material, this particular version, in this particular calendar week, okay, the forecast was 0. The historical data is 746. Okay, if I click here, I'll get the description. There's a history. Okay, so this is how it works in real life. It's like when we want to load the data from ECC to APO, it is not that simple for demand planning. Okay, what we are trying to do is like we are going to extract the data from ECC via BW cubes to APO. So this is the second part I am explaining you what is the info cube. This is a 3-dimensional data storage. One is a key figure. Next is a characteristic. Another is a time dimension. Okay. So is the info cube concept understandable to everyone? So from ECC, first what we studied, we are extracting the master data, this location, product. Okay, these we are extracting by the tables. Okay, then these key figures we are actually creating. These are the corrected forecast or the sales history. But at the end of the day, we want the data of historical sales, what history has happened. So whatever delivery, whenever is created in the system, those delivery of in the future, in the past time buckets, we are trying to extract and put in the key figure, like the history key figure will capture. So from ECC, it is going to BW info cubes. And from BW info cubes, we are going to pull to APO demand planning. And this is purely time series data. Because they are all the quantitative values of the sales history. We are not putting the delivery number or something, just the quantity we are pulling it out. Okay, for a particular product location and a particular calendar time period. Okay, our IHIST, it is the technical name for the historical data. So any questions? This is something about the BW part. Is it possible I give the control and start practicing this part one by one, so that some of your questions get answered? So any of when like Vishnu, you can start sharing the screen. So parallelly we'll answer your questions as well then. Save as favorite RSA one. Just type in the fast path RSA one and add to favorites. Yeah. Now over here, let's start with the info objects. So yes. So just open the sales. Okay. So what is the info object? Info object is that green button, which is combination of characteristics and key figures. Got it? What is the info object? It is a combination of sales of characteristics and key figures. Okay. So if you want to check a characteristic and key figure, this combines your info object. You can see the sales, that green two checkboxes at the top. Yeah, this is called info object of sales. Okay, inside info object, we have two subheaders. One is a characteristics and next one is sales key figures. Is it clear? The concept clear? What is the info object combination? Now double click a location. Okay, so this is like it says a table name as a data element. What is the length? 20. It gives you. Okay, and what is the technical name? Starts with 9A. So that is SAP standard. You have to, it should certainly click your mind that 9A stands for SAP standard. Now you go for the country key. It starts with 0. So you have to understand this is a BW object. Okay, this is not an APO, like it's a BW key. Okay, it's a BW info object. So we have to understand this. 9A means APO, 0 stands for BW info object or BW characteristic. Okay, now if you want to see any characteristics, go to the location and right click. Yeah, right click it and you can go to maintain master data. Yes. And just execute it. Okay, if you want to maintain something, click on the plus button. Sorry, the white color button. Try to maintain some location. Put any description. Copy paste, that's fine. And then save it. So your table gets updated. Okay, so this is how we try to maintain a master data. So maybe the next one, who can share the screen? If you want to create a new characteristic, you can start with Z or Z. Okay, you can go and create it. We normally BW guide does it, but 9A means it is SAP standard provided characteristic. 9A no, this is when SAP is selling the BW module. These are the standard characteristics that SAP is creating and selling it in the for the companies. Okay, so you don't have to create a location number as such. 9A no is a standard SAP APO characteristic. Okay, that is developed by the BW module. So you can understand, somebody asks, this is a certification question. It's very frequently asked. What are the BW characteristics starts with? We have to say it's 0. What are the standard APO characteristics? It starts with 9A. So now for you, like, what are the key figures? Okay, so it is just the amount or quantity, number, integer, date, time. Okay, so this is how you can say. For example, you want to store something, the amount. Okay, you want to store something, revenue. 40 euros, 100 euros. Okay, the date timestamps. Okay, so that also can be done it. So these are the different ways you can put the decimal digits. Okay, for the currency field, integer, number, accurate, how many decimal points. Okay, so this is how we play with our key figures. There are different kind of key figures. Go to final forecast and see what is it. You go to the aggregation, you have to sum it up. Right, suppose what you understand what is sum, right? Suppose you have 4 weeks. In each week, we have a forecast of 10. So in a month, what will be the summation? 40. So we cannot do average. No, we have to do sum for this aggregation. When you go from bottom to top, it is we are aggregating. Then suppose we are going from top of a supply chain architecture to the bottom. Okay, we are going at a pyramid. It is called as a disaggregation. Okay. So this is how the key figures are actually defined. So if you want, you can make it inactive, active, but don't play right now. So, there are inactive and active buttons. I don't know if you have the administrator access. You right click. I think if you right click, you can make it inactive also. So like you have to go to change mode and then play with it. Yeah. You go to the change mode, then I guess you can play with various things and then. So these are all, yeah, if you see now, right now, don't do it, but I'll tell you. You see at the bottom or the top, you can try it in production and make your life miserable. At the top, there is a check button. You can see that like Fulgari, like go to the right, that a lighter, that is activate. Okay. Activate and deactivate. So be very careful right now.
Okay.
And if you make a production, if you do such a thing, you'll not have the access. But if you do something, then it's a risk for your job. So be very careful. And doing in quality, it's fine. Okay. So this is this is all the standard things which when we go to the implementation, we decide this key figures we want. There's a system design phase of the project. Okay, that we do the solution design. Before starting the implementation, we have the solution confirmation workshop, like what actually is your as-is processes and what we need it, right? What we want to map it. There we decide, okay, these things are in my legacy system and I want to bring it. Okay, so those key figures will be created. Okay, like I want this forecast, history, and some are standard provided by SAP, so we can use them.
Right.
Okay, and that is the decision making, and then we activate them and keep our BW system ready.
Okay.
Okay. Now, who likes to share after Sai Prasad? Yeah, you go to the info data sources. So if you see the application components, okay, so these are all some of the data objects that BW team normally plays with, business partners, and these are things that are heavily integrated with GCC. So this currently I'm just talking about APO, but then BW is a team that interacts with all the modules, PP, MM, SD, what are the modules? I forgot. PP, MM, SD, FICO. So all the tables will be integrated in BW because we're using this for the BobJ or the reporting purpose. Okay, so these are all the data sources that are available in the system. Okay, not only for APO, but also for all the ECC part. Okay, that it shows over here, like how we can integrate with each other. SAP PI, SAP Industries, Retail, SAP Components. Different varieties of data can be used as a data source over here. APO BW extraction is being shown over here. Go to SAP application components, you have more detail. And then you can map different systems also over here. Want to do the username, central lock, and this is just a test instance of the system. It's not a production or something, but when you go for actual production systems, you'll see like all the data objects are present of all the modules. Okay, so there's nothing much to understand over here. It's like more a BW guy understands, but you should know like there's a data source. Just go to the click on the source system. Next. The source system consists of like your APO system. Just click that. Yeah, it can be a flat file. Just click the flat file. Yeah. So if you are extracting data from a flat file, that can be a source system. So it goes to that link itself. When you click on that one, it went to the data source. Okay. So how you're going to load it? There's an info pack or something. So this detail you don't have to go through it, but you have to understand from the source system branches itself to the data store sources. Okay, it goes to a specific table. Once again, go back to the source system. And if you see over here, somewhere it is the R3. If you just scroll down, the flat file system, there are some, how do we say that? IDS SAP demo system. Can you see SAP demo PC? Click on that system. Yeah, IDS custom demos. Yeah, click that. So this is referring to your SAP systems actually. It shows these data sources. They are all for connected to your ECC system from where the data are coming up. So from ECC, it is extracted. R3 application components. Can you see that? SAP R3. Yeah. Logistics, material management. This is how the connectivity is. You just have to know about this. Just a basic knowledge you want in this training. You know, as a APO consultant, you should know this RSA1 transaction, and you should understand this. What is the meaning of data source system? What is the info object is very important. Okay. You don't have to do anything over here. Just you have to just for knowledge on this one. This is a part of the syllabus of the training. We have to know BW. If you go to manage, you will see what is loaded over here. So if you see there is a green color. Okay, what time, when it got loaded. Maybe it is in the past. You can see the green color, the fourth one. So click on the right hand side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Click on the green color, double click. Yeah, click on double click on the green color. Okay. So you can see green, red, these are the options. Okay, if you want to fail a job, you click on red and if data fails. We used to do that. If you want to fail a data loading while it's getting loaded, now I used to click from yellow to red. Just click on the red color in this option to change to red. And click on OK at the bottom, save. So you forcefully want to cancel the job, make it red. So apply changes, see. Yeah, just cross it out. Apply changes and cross it out. We are not supposed to do this kind of things. Just I was trying to tell you. Here we see the statuses like red, green, blue. Okay, now if you want to see the contents of this particular queue, just right click on the sales data and go to display data. Right click on the sales. Correct. Now on the top you can see field selection for output. Select that. Now select only the ones that is okay. The ones with SID are called surrogate ID. Okay, this is also one of the certification questions comes up. What is a surrogate ID? Okay, so this is like some of the internal system numberings. Okay, like select one surrogate ID, like customer ID just selected. Yeah, customer country. Let's study what is that, and then we'll understand. So these are the internal numbers of BW. Okay, which is used for referencing. So we don't know. Normally, that's a that is not understandable. Product will have some XXYY code, so that BW understands, and that is used for faster processing. That's the significance of surrogate ID. In the scroll down button, select the change not needed. Just select the calendar month. This is the second dimension, and then the unit of currency or something, unit of measure. Select currency, unit of measure. Okay, and the key figures are already selected. Okay, so you have the order value. Value should be some, I think USD or something maybe. Now just try to execute it at the top. Okay, and over here, just scroll down and just put 999 like 4 nines. Just scroll down completely. Yeah, instead of 200, put 99999. So that a lot of hits are there. Then just execute it. So this is how I'm checking the data inside an InfoQ. Okay. So this data from where is it extracted, Karthik? From ECC. Okay. So here you can see just scroll that at the top. You can just align the columns. So you can increase the size and decrease. Okay, just increase it. What happens? If your version, division. Okay, when it is small, the technical name comes up. So this is how you have to get it. So further expand it. Currency 0 unit. Some units are not done. That's fine. Now just scroll this one. This is the key figure. Okay, just scroll to the right. Incoming order value. Okay, are you getting it? Euro is in currency. That is euros. Yeah. Okay, the quantity is in standard unit ST. I don't know what's the standard unit for this client, but ST. I guess. Yeah. This is where the values are coming, and that is extracted from your ECC tables. Okay, and now suppose you want to bring this to APO. These are the sales revenue values. Then this key figure that I was saying that can be mapped, and there's a 3-dimensional, right? Now you understand for this particular customer, this sales org, this location, this product, I have this revenue or this quantity, isn't it? Okay. So this is how we try to map the data, which is time series data. Can you see here anywhere the order number? No. There is no concept of order number. Exactly. So this is called a time series. So now time series should be digested in your like chest. Sorry, not in chest, in your stomach now already. What is time series? Getting it? So that's how we actually check it. You can check any other InfoCube. It can be, and this is not only for APO. If you deal with sales and operations planning or finance planning or your any other kind of materials management, everywhere we have this cube concept. And then there are some reports called the BobJ reports that we use in BW. So just basically you understand 3-dimension, that is the key figures, characteristics, and the time. That's it. So this is something very critical things about BW system. Okay, nothing much. And there is an info source area. In info source, it actually does the ETL process. Okay, the extraction, transformation, and loading. Here we go ahead. If we expand one of them, so here we trigger the packages. When we trigger data, just expand the next one. Yeah, full expand till the bottom. Yes, just open that also. Yes. So now if you click on the last one, yeah, sales overview, just click down on the data pack one. Yeah, click there. Yes, just double click. On the right hand side, you'll take something that data selection and processing. So this is how we schedule the batch job over here to load into InfoCube. Got it? So info sources are used to extract data from ECC and load into InfoCube. Are you getting it? This is a way we do the source system, we do the data sources, then we do the info sources, and then the info objects, characteristics, and then we create an info provider. That's the hierarchy. This is very BW specific. I think I used long time back. So open up destination. This is called info spoke. Like suppose you want to extract the data from APO to BW, reverse direction. Then we use this one. Open hub destinations. Some kind of concept. Okay. InfoCube, we go. If we say info spoke. Okay. So this is very detailed BW. Right now, we will not be able to complete the portion. If I go over here. Okay, let's try to understand. Open hub destination is like the reverse direction it works out like, or you can study later on with yourself. Okay, that's it. Then just stop sharing. And so now we will try to enter the
cave of demand planning. So over here, yeah, while loading, you can load the data from which date range to which date range. So if you go to info sources, okay, when you schedule the batch job, like if I go here, any what date range data I want to extract. Okay, so that we can put a time range in the info source. Okay, if I create this info package, okay, so here is a data selection is there. Okay, the from value to value. Okay, so from date to date, this can be adjusted. Okay, these things are it's always there over here. What data you have to select? Okay, what way, from where, processing. So we have an option to select the data selection. So here we actually do from which date to which date we want to select the data, which object. So everything is possible over here when we do it. Then you can run in update mode. You can schedule it, pull data, or and which info cube you are funding it, you have to select the info cube. So by here I'm using from external data. For example, here I'm extracting from a data file, CSV file, and my target is the info cube. Okay, and what date range? Okay, this was one question. And if you want to have a look on which field actually, like what data you want to look, suppose I right click here. Okay, and then I in the right click, if I go to the display data, sorry, not display, the display data. Okay. So in the display data, if I go here, there is something called the request IDs. Request ID. Okay, this was all the requests one by one that got loaded. Okay, in my info cube, see, sorry, what I want to stress over here is in my info cube, when I went to the manage, which I showed you, over there we could see some red, green, and blue, right? So these are the request IDs. So different request data I can select it by putting this number. Suppose I want to select this, what data got loaded in this field. Maybe last week data this is still in the system, 1986. I can copy here. So when I want to see this particular package that got loaded, okay. So what I can do in the display data, I can go here and then I can put over here the data package ID, like record ID, that particular 198. Accordingly, I can see it. And also I can select which week to which week I want to see it. Okay, I can also selectively select over here. So there are a lot of options in selection as well as while loading. Is it okay? This is very flexible way of working. Like what you want exactly, you can do it and slice. That's why we call this slice and dice the data in BW and APO. So whatever way we want, we can check it. So slicing and dicing. So what I was saying is slicing and dicing the data. Okay. Here is demand planning. Now, what is demand planning? When I start here, I had written in the beginning, what are the building blocks of demand planning? Okay. Key figures, characteristics we understood. Now, the basic building block is master planning object structure. This is called the planning area. We call PA, like then planning board PB. So master planning object structure, this contains plannable characteristics of one or more planning areas. So this is the SAP standard definition. Okay, master planning object structure called contains plannable characteristics of one or more planning areas. Okay, so from this definition, let's try to understand in the system what is it exactly. So if I come to this particular transaction, I don't know if ZaranTech team is still there. So this is a transaction. I'll just type here. So it comes to know. Sorry, not this one. This one, first one. So the current transaction that I type right now. Okay, this is the transaction. Okay, that is called administration of demand planning and supply network planning. Here we will study the meaning of master planning object structure. Okay, so what is that? So all of you can actually save this in your favorite msdp_admin. Okay, and if I want to go by the navigation, it is in the
advanced planning optimization, demand planning, environment. Okay, and then the data administration, sorry, not in data administration, environment. Yeah, it's over here. And add this to your favorite. Just click over here. So it comes over here now. So did you get it? Go to this transaction. I'll have some exercises for all of you. So did you get the exercises from Syed already, the lab activity? So you have the MPOS creation. This you have this WordPad or something. Master planning MPOS creation heading that is created for everyone. Okay, yeah, just so this is the same I put in Excel. So this is how I create my MPOS. That is, I created Ron underscore DP. So maybe for Vishnu, it is like VIS underscore DP. This is what you are going to create. Okay, name three initials underscore DP. This will be your planning object structure. Okay, so accordingly, everyone design your naming convention, and I will just show you how I created it. At the top, you can see a planning area. I'll select planning object structure at the top. Is it clear to everyone what I did? I selected planning object structure. Over here, if you right click, click on create planning object structure. So like, for example, suppose I put Ron, but suppose I go here and put the full name. Okay, but all of you just stick to the 3 digits, okay, as a convention. Okay, and put DP this way. And I click on execute. So what happens is, like, my master planning object structure, I gave the name right now. And over here, I can write down like MPOS this way. Just put a description. And over here, there are some characteristics. These are the characteristics which we studied just now in BW. RSA1 transaction, right? 0 and 9. So I have created some characteristics. You can use these combinations. Okay, so it's simpler. So if you go to the WordPad or whatever you have, select this 9A Lochno from here. How do you select that? You go over here, put this, sorry. If you come over here, okay, you have to just select by the filter option. So you find here, and in the find, you put, just do Control C and then Control V. Select this one and bring to the left hand side. Okay, so likewise, what happens, everyone, you can actually go select the second one. Like this is a Matner. Select this one and bring to the left hand side. This is, you are building your characteristic chain. That is called master planning object structure. So this is a division. If I go here, click on find, click on division. This one, whichever is there. So this one you select. Sorry, you have to select this button, left hand side. So this is how we are starting our implementation of demand planning. We decide the characteristics, what we need after discussing with business. And then we can use them. Some of the standards, some can be customized. You can just use it and prepare this change. So like the region number, I did it. Then this is Lucknow, it is something different. So what does this stands for? Like the ship to. Okay, just ship to party, where I'm going to sell. And then this is something sold to. I have put some Z field also, which I created. So how do I do that? I'll go find, put over here. That's a mistake, I guess. Okay, it's already used. It says change. Okay, now it is coming up. I don't know why it was not showing here. We put the last characteristics, that is sold to party. Select here. Comes over here, sold to party. Come over here. Okay, and then I will save it. And there is this button, this is called activate. I'll activate it. When I activate, this red color will become green. Okay, so this is what happens. This is forming the chain, like for this location, product, division, region, ship to party. What is coming up? Okay, now how many participants are in total? There are 10, right? Do you have the data sheet with you in Word? Did you receive any data sheet? Here I activated this master planning object structure. It became green. Got it? So this is a planning object structure, means I'm creating a structure for it. Like all my combinations, if I want to store a key figure. So for this product location, for this division region, sold to party this. So if I come here, for this product close up, for Agartala location, for division PT is something there, the East region, ship to party SH0014, okay, SH, sold to party S01014. For this, what is my sales history? 100. Okay, for which period? Okay, for January 2021. So in January 2021, the sales history was 100. Okay, for this particular combination. Okay, so Agartala close up. Now for Jan 2021, what is something, sorry, not Feb 21, for just I'm explaining the meaning of it. For Jan 2021, the sales history, okay, for HS product, okay, this is some other product, okay, the sales is suppose 300. For the Lux soap, okay, for Jan 2021, the sales history is 400. So this is the key figure, this is a transaction data, this is a time axis. So this we are going to create in the demand planning book. But first of all, we are creating this characteristic structure, the level at which we will be planning. Okay, this is called master planning object structure. So are you clear with the definition? Master planning object structure contains characteristics of one or more planning areas. So when the planning area is the next concept where we'll plan, we can create 2 or 3 planning areas based on one master planning object structure. Okay, where we want to plan. But this is a string on which we want to store the data. Okay, so when we are extracting the data in the info cube, okay, normally from ECC, we are not just at product location, for which division, but for which region, which sold to, which ship to, what is the sales. That's how we monitor the sales delivery, right? Isn't it? So that's the reason we have to define this kind of structure. Okay, so maybe I will assign one by one to everyone. So maybe Agartala will be on my name. So I will take care of it. And then Agra, Vishnu, can you take care of Agra location? So this is your baby, like of data for the entire exercises. Okay. Okay. So don't use Ahmedabad or something. This will be a structure that you have to use when I will ask you to load. So what happens, as I put in Excel sheet, for your Excel, just put your part of data. Okay, then I can start. I can request you one by one to share your screen, then I'll teach you how to load. But let me explain how I will load a data. So this is my MPOs that is created. Okay, and this is activated. Now if I want to load anything, okay, so if I go here, so it is, you can see characteristic combination. When I click on when I come back, Ronit_DP, I right click, and then I click on characteristic combination and maintain. Okay, and inside maintain, what I'm going to do, I am going to click on create characteristic combination, the second option. I'll do create manually. If you want to load, you can load by the flat file also, that Excel sheet you can convert into CSV and just load it. That is also possible. If you want to load from a flat file. Okay, so let's first try to understand how to create manually. I click on adjust time series objects. Okay, just click this one, click on execute. This page comes up, and over here when I click the plus button, just click this lines, this way. Just randomly just click it. Okay, and then what you can do, just if you can go here, like I'll copy Agartala. Just Control C. Purposely, I have not taken the 4-digit location just to give you an idea. Like even if you want to create some different kind of location, you are fine to do it. Okay, so this is how I just copy pasted it. And after that, I am going to go here, select all, select this and click on the generate. This is a generate. I click on generate combination. So these combinations and the links are going to be created. So it is saying our Agartala location does not exist. Product HS does not exist. Okay. So what I have to do, I have to see the location characteristics now. Go to info objects. I want to see the Lopno. What is there? Ah, it's existing. Strange. Okay, so the create time series objects is not done. Must be activated. That is okay. Right click here and go to characteristic combinations maintain. Can you see this? Have you all of you created this master planning object structure? Are you done with this? Okay, now it is getting activated. Okay, good. So maybe there was some problem at my side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now if I go here. Okay, it is activated now. Generated and come back. Yeah. So who likes to share screen like MPOS who hasn't created yet master planning object structure? So you got that data sheet or no? That I was sharing the lab activities. I'll put in the chat. That's faster than so that you can copy paste. Huh? Is that better idea? Chat. So I just put in the chat for everyone. Can you see your chat if possible?
Yes, Ronnie, got it.
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Okay, then click create manually. Yeah. Then check mark at the top. Yeah, correct. At the top, green check. Yes.
Execute. Or
Execute. Yes. Just click it. Check mark. Yeah. Single line. Add a single line. Add your location. Just put one line or 11 lines first. Yeah. So which is your location? Yeah. Just check it 11 or 10. For the interest of time, I have done this. Okay. So, but I don't know how it's working for you. So that's why I circulated the Excel sheet with the team. Then they have prepared this PDF. Okay. So I'm wondering. So what you can do, select Delhi at a. So this is something you have to try your some Excel tricks. Something. Put this in Excel and then X2 columns. That's what you have to do. Then you have to select all and click on generate at the top. Both button. Right.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, who want to share screen? Okay, so you forgot to put it, na? So you have to deactivate and then just add it and then activate again. It's not giving you the option because it's ready for use, right? means it you have a ready cake with you. Okay, so
Yes.
you should not go and damage it again because you want to eat the cake, right, with your transaction data. So you again
There
damage
is
it.
no top up.
No, not half. Yeah. For master data, actually, it's not, unfortunately. Change
There
at
is
the
no
top.
change. Yes.
It's there. Now you add it.
Yes, great.
So your question is answered, right? Okay. So follow the same sequence. Anybody else like Archana? You haven't shared any time. You want to share your screen?
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I was doing some. Now just click on create characteristic combination. No. There itself. AMA is your name, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, this one.
Yes. Now over here, create characteristic combinations. Create or maintain anything. Whatever you like. Yeah. Now don't click on time series. That's what the problem I was doing. Yeah, that's it. Even the check was not needed. So that is also one. Now just copy one line and see. You're typing. So what you have to do now, I think you have to put in Excel and this. Yeah, text to columns, it's possible. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe what you can do is like you can do for all the entire chunk and send to everyone who is able to do. Got it? Okay, now just come out. Just go back. Don't select the characteristics one at the bottom. Yeah, remove this too. Yeah, the bottom also SCM and this thing. Just keep it simple. Now you don't want to check. It's not created anything, right? Just execute. Yeah. Now try to create it. No, location is already added, but we are what I'm trying to do. I'm going to check everything before creation, so that's giving a problem. First, you create everything. Hopefully, it should be generated now. Just check and see. Select it and generate.
Yeah.
Select that. Okay, now it's taking time. Now it's generated. Okay. So you got it right. Don't select anything. Just go inside. The same mistake I did it. Okay. Now you add 11 lines and at the end you have to activate. No. You're doing the right thing. Generate is fine. Yeah. That I will come. Yeah. So just come out. That I'll explain. Click on the filter. Filter. And put your name and see what you created. It is there. Maintain create now. Okay. Now execute. Now add a line. No, not here. Create. Yes. This is how you add a line. 11 lines and then you copy paste and then you generate. Wow, great. You have done it. This is one go. You don't have to do so much. And delete the remaining lines.
Okay.
Select all, then select all and generate it. Perfect. This is how you generate. Yeah, then come back. So you have generated it now, right now. Just now back, come out of it. Now whatever you created, where will you see that? Isn't it? So that's
okay.
Okay, where will you see that? Is a display option? No. Over here, right click.
Display.
Yeah, right. No, sorry, not this one. Just go back. Right click. Maintain, same place you go. Characteristic combinations. Yeah. Over here, can you see maintain? Yeah, click on maintain or display, anything. Yeah, display is also okay. Now over here, your selection conditions are there. So obviously, if you go to the selection, you can just click on number of combinations at the top. This shows like 11 or how many combinations? 11 are there, right? This will get it. Okay. So now you click on execute at the top. You can see whatever combinations got created.
Okay.
Is it clear? So everyone just try what Harish did right now. So like now next 3 days we have the training. We'll do only hands-on in APO demand planning. Okay, one by one. So it's all expert. So no more theory, only the practice. So now if you go to selection condition, you can actually bifurcate once again. Like you want to only load for close up product. Suppose close up is for 10 locations. You can select only close up and you can see only that. Only one ship to party. And where did you put close up? In the location. Location is close up or product? That's the problem. Only one comes up. Got it?
Yeah.
That's the concept. Now, yeah. So what you do is right click on the filter. and put your like SOU. No, not there. Oops. Yeah. Underscore DP. Like, yeah. Click on check mark. Did you create by this name? Click on execute the next one. Yeah. So it's there. Yeah. So what's the problem? You have to activate it. So this is the sufficient characteristics for our training, you know. All areas we try to fetch it. Location, division, region. Who else is stuck in the master planning object structure? Everyone done with MPOs? Actually, everyone is remote, right? In the classroom, we can see each other's screen and then do it. It's taking a long time over here because this is a very critical training, you know, and an APO like it is so in demand, APO demand planning across the world. So if you miss it, if you don't practice right now, then later on, even I cannot help you. Just copy paste exactly from there, whatever you have. Yeah. Then now just select that line. Yeah. Text to columns. Okay. Now, next. So click on the
space.
Yeah. Right. Finish. Yeah. Now select copy paste. So this DP training is becoming interesting, right? Recreation, or it's boring like.
Then the fourth.
Hands-on training will everybody will get chance. So next 3 days only hands-on. Okay, so I'll just explain for 5-10 minutes and then give the system to you. So select all first. First select all.
Then exit.
So till this step, let's stop now. So this is where you can generate, and then if you want to check it, come back. Whatever you did to work, just come back. Okay, and there is a bottom you can see display. Yeah, just right click over here. So whatever you created, go to the bottom and characteristic combination. No. Okay, and the display you can see the number of combinations as 11.
Sure.
Okay, just execute it and see that. So there are a lot of documents that has been uploaded, like the chapters of the books. So if you want, you can read it for your information. But if you go to these recordings and hands-on, no, it's more interesting.
Hey there, want to get really good at managing supplies? Our SAP APO course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP APO. It's like a toolbox for planning stuff, from making sure we have enough products to get them where they need to go. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP APO Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website